I am here.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello and welcome to the Hendon Mob Championship Day 2. We have a star-studded lineup for you with 26 remaining of the field. You might recognize Alexander Gogiev there, sat in seat 1, who is a prolific streamer these days and is doing a lot of good work on Twitch and growing his social media platform, as well as a couple of Czech guys that you may know. Joined by Lemon Poker. How are we, sir?
Fantastic. I'm really looking forward to this. Can't wait to see what the Hendon Mob Championship will bring us at this top of the festival series.
Absolutely, it's going to be a fun one. Could be going late on into the night, but playing down to a winner. We will see how we get on. Could be quick, could be slow, but at the moment, Alexander being one of those, as well as the Georgian, I'll let you take the surname pronunciation if you don't mind.
Well, we'll get to them as we get to them. I think as we see the action, you know. So, Gio, what can we expect from the Hendon Mob Championship? Do you think just because obviously the #1 database of poker results is involved, do you think it will have an impact on how the players play?
I think there's a definite level of prestige towards it. Usually the Hendon Mob is positioning itself as a low to mid-stakes poker tour, which gives players the opportunity to, qualify online through some of the partners we've got listed on the top of our screen, but also some experience in this TV table format. So, judging by a couple of the Hendon Mobs that I've seen from the players in the lineups, could be their first time playing not only in the money of a tournament of this size, but also on the feature table. So many different factors to recognize, which makes things quite interesting for us as the casters, because you just don't know what to expect.
Yeah, so it's interesting how they will take it. It is a low stakes tournament, but obviously the prestige of the Hendon Mob, when you do have that entry from the Hendon Mob Championship on Hendon Mob, I think it definitely will play a role, especially with someone like Shipper, which is Alexander Georgiev, of course, who is big time on social media and a streamer. So I'm sure that especially for him and for David Vesely that we see now, who is from PokerTime.cz, one of the partners in the media of the festival series, for them obviously there will be an added prestige. And I'll let you take over as we have some action here.
Yeah, so looking at Vesely here, peeling with the Queen 10 seems quite reasonable. It's one of those hands where you don't really want to 3-bet just in case your opponent shoves with hand like 8s or 9s and we end up folding a decent amount of equity. But as you can see, he does actually dominate some of the opening range versus the button. 10-9 suited, Jack-10 offsuit, these types of holdings, Queen-9 suited, Queen-8 suited. So we actually don't mind peeling the Queen-10 to keep in some of those worse holdings rather than 3-betting and maybe forcing ourselves into a situation where we thin out the worse hands. So nice one to flat here, and an interesting board for both players, both flopping a piece in the form of the gut shot.
It's usually going to favor the button, I'm assuming, with the pre-flop initiative,
Yeah.
of course.
Absolutely right. Even though it's late position, the button is still having a massive advantage on this board. All of these stronger hands, the stronger ace-x, of course, and then towards the top of the range, which is a bit rarer, you're going to have more sets and top 2 pairs, of course. Once in a blue moon, you may see a trap from the small blind, but not likely when he covers his opponent and wants to exert some pressure as they are starting to move towards the final table here. I believe it was 50 players in the money, and we have around about half of that field left. And let's see if Christo is going to be able to find a check bet line. It would be quite reasonable, I think. He would be able to represent a hand like ace-9 quite well, I think, playing some pot control with the emergence of the second king on the turn. But he does give it up. Yeah.
It's always nice to
see
see
that one.
the first hand where we stand, what type of players are we looking at, and it seems like we were playing with the so far standard, more of the passive side.
Yeah, a little bit. I agree. I think it's actually quite a nice situation to bet the turn. Queen Jack, hands like, of course, Queen 10. There are going to be some flush draws that we could clean out as well, and we also apply a lot of pressure to weak ace-x, which may need a third street, but it's nice to ask the question rather than, just check back and pray to hit the miracle gut shot. But however, alluding back to what I said earlier, it's always difficult to, really commit to it if you're new to the feature table or you haven't had much experience under the bright lights. I've had a couple of situations playing on the feature table in Bratislava, and it's not easy. Commentating is much more comfy, right? We're just, sat in the booth, doing our thing. We can see all the whole cards, and these guys are going to be pulled out of the tournament floor right under the bright lights. So it's certainly not the easiest situation to pull through.
The thing is, it's interesting when it happens, when you expect it. But the thing is, if someone actually busts out, we are playing in the Ahsoka room, so they are playing right around the final table here. So basically, if we lose some of the players, the floorman will literally go ahead and yank someone away from their table after the hand that they folded. They'll tell them, can't use your phone, you have to go to the stream. And there's almost no time to prepare. So I think that's very interesting, and we will see if we will lose some players, how the newcomers will deal with that, because there's no time for preparation. As we now have another hand here.
Absolutely, ace-8 suited here. Looks like he's going for a rather unconventional line. His opponent is super short, and I feel like he's thinking my hand is so good that I actually just want to go for this min raise, try and keep him in. But I mean, the conventional line is usually just to shove with our ace-8 suited, or even go for a trap and limp and try and allow Alexander to maybe jam in some hands like King 8, 8, 9, something like that, thinking that our range is on the weaker side. So interesting play there from the Swede.
And we have another hand.
Yeah, nice holding for Nekas here under the gun, ace-5 suited. It's not going to need a hand this strong to justify opening it up. We don't have a full table, so 7-handed. Any suited ace with his dominating chip stack will certainly cut the mustard in the form of the open range.
What do you think that some people mix it up? They've thrown a couple more chips, but what do you think about the min raise trend that has been started so far this table that Ondrej Nečas here is actually following?
Yeah, in this situation, I don't like it so much because we've got two short stacks in the big blind, so we want to usually disincentivize them to play a stop and go strategy where they get such a good price. So into the Georgian here, I would be going for like a 2.4x sizing. He's quite lucky in the sense that it's 6-3 offsuit, but if he has 6-5 off, these kind of hands, 8-5 off, 9-6 off, these hands are absolutely fine calling versus the min raise, but versus the 2.4x, you give them a tougher time defending that short stack and potentially flopping some equity and then pushing the initiative onto you. So the first one in the pot post flop at these short stack depths really has the advantage, and that's something that I think Nekas should be a bit more mindful of in that situation.
Yeah, so Nečas just went for the min raise. I think it's interesting because it is a really low stakes tournament. Maybe some of the players, they are counting on that they maybe won't be aware of the stop and go strategy. They won't be defending properly, So if they aren't defending the big blind, then the min raise is probably a really good move. But we are yet to see that because they really have been running into some terrible hands when even with the min raise they couldn't defend.
Exactly. We don't always get the idea based on a couple of hands. It's just not enough of a sample to see which what players' specific strategies are. But I agree. That's usually after about a couple of orbits or so, we get a general feel for the sort of players that we've got at the table. Loving the skull kind of mascot there from the Swede.
It's always great to see the card protectors. And
exactly. Mine's a duck, usually. Take her around the world.
Kachichka, yeah, we know your nickname. ChatGPT knows it as well, by the way.
You've been doing a bit of digging, have you?
A little bit of digging, and of course we are
Okay.
in Bratislava, you know. So I'll let you comment on this
for
hand. I'll
sure.
be back, and then I have to ask you, of course, how come you are not here? So please take us through this, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. So Alexander here with his suited ace 4 suited. It's +1 versus hijack. So he knows that he doesn't really hold any fold equity here because this hijack peeling range is going to be relatively strong and is going to include a lot of better ace-x holdings. If he had a stack depth of say 15 big blinds, it might be a little more attractive because he would be able to get hands like ace-8 suited to fold. But if he jams and it goes fold, these kind of holdings are just simply going to flick it in and kind of pay him off, which is not what he wants. Wants to at least dominate something. He's still got at least an orbit or maybe even two to find a holding slightly better than that. So we've got Nekas defending multi-way with King7 offsuit versus +1 and hijack. I think it's a little on the looser side. You're going to be dominated quite a lot, as you see he is here. And Christo, we saw him give up with the Jack-10 on the Ace-King X-King board earlier, allowing Queen High to win at showdown. Now firing once again with a flop C-bet. Vesely is just going to peel here. He's got the backdoor clubs, Christo backdoor hearts, and Nekas now middle pair. Kind of in no man's land. Looks like he is going to continue for the relatively cheap odds. It's quite unlikely either of his opponents hold a 7, so he does have a real strong nut out in that sense. And the 6 is going to probably slow things down, not introducing a flush draw for either player, and is a straight completer for the big blind that will have hands like 9-8 offsuit and suited, also 10-6 suited, 7-6 suited. So I think we need to be quite careful here as Christo. But actually Nekas is going to lead this spot, and that is due to the reasons I mentioned before, where he feels like he's going to have the advantage on this straight completing turn card. And versus the stack side of Christo, who's going to be likely the stronger hand. He actually sandwiches his opponent, so his opponent has a player behind, and now makes life difficult for this kind of hand class. King high, ace high, even a hand like pocket 9s and pocket 8s with the gut shot on the turn, it's just not loving life. Gets both players to fold. Did have the best hand on this occasion, but you know, if Christo's there with a hand like Queen 10, he's really in a spot of bother if Nekas would have fired through on the river. So taking initiative, taking the matter into his own hands. It's a strong start for the Czech player, who's quite well known in this scene. He's played a lot in the local tournaments. I've played myself with him in the PLO events. I think he's a good thinking player and certainly someone to watch. Thanks to all of you that are joining us across many platforms. Just going to get the Twitch chat up here myself so we can interact. Let us know where you're tuning in from and who you're rooting for here as we get things underway on what will certainly be a long final day here in the Hendon Mob Championship. The average stack depth is quite reasonable. There's a good 45-minute clock, which again purports to exactly what the Hendon Mob are trying to do with their brand, allowing players to play for more reasonable, modest buy-ins, gives himself the opportunity to play for some silverware and something quite significant. He's got his own triangle. And he's run into queens, a rather unfortunate spot for Alexander here. A clear shove with the ace and the cutoff. He's got around about 7 big blinds. And unfortunately, the bad news is going to be coming. The good news is he does cover his opponent. So he covers the opponent by just under 2 big blinds. So he's going to have something to spin. And 2 big blinds with a big blind ante is not even a bad stack, because you can even triple up if you find something. And maybe even quadruple up if there's an open, a fold, and then a rejam. Who knows?
What have I come back into? What's going on here?
Just short stack battling.
Oh my
Late
God,
position
ace-5
shove.
against queens.
And Alex has got all sorts of backdoor outs here and a front
Oh,
door. There's
wow.
the ace.
Wow, that's sick.
Yeah, the year of Bulgaria.
Oh my God.
Seems-
If you guys don't know, the champion of the festival series in Rozvadov, of course, is Presyan Cvetanov. He hails from Bulgaria. Are we seeing a repeat right here? What do you think? Or is it too early to call?
I don't know, maybe. Even in the higher stakes pool, you've got guys like Alex Kulev, Dimitar Danchev, all of these guys going on insane runs. I forget the name of the other guy as well, who's been really crushing, is playing the high stakes. That will come to me a bit later, but Bulgaria is really a super emerging poker nation. And, you know, Alex has been working hard on his game, really, really strongly improved from a couple of years ago and is certainly a force. So this is going to be sending shockwaves around to the rest of the table. That's not the person that they wanted to accrue some chips in that spot.
Yeah, I spoke to him briefly before the stream, and he was telling me, yeah, I'm short stacked. There's not much I can do. You know, my hands are a little bit tight, but yeah, he always has his calm demeanor, of course, as he plays a lot in Bulgaria, travels to Malta, all over the place to play poker. But I think inside that he's buzzing right now, that he has chips to finally play with, and his hands are a little bit untied here to give us a show and try to follow the Bulgarian champion of Rozvadov.
Absolutely. Following in the footsteps, seeing if we can make it a second Bulgarian champion of the year. And I think that this format will actually suit him, being on the feature table with all of his streaming experience. He's going to be very used to playing on camera, which is certainly quite a significant edge.
Of course, it's not simple. And do we have some action right here?
Yeah, I think we do. Let's see what Nekas goes for here. It's kind of a middling type proposition. If we're betting, we're value betting. We're looking to get called by straight draws, worse ace highs, hands with backdoor flush draw potential. A hand like, you know, King 10 of hearts is supposed to continue here versus the small size. But he's just going to check jam. And this decision it's okay, but I think there are maybe better ways to approach the spot. Going for a small check raise, considering we are going to be going with the hand at that point, may be better. Maybe we just get snap folds from worse hands and only called by better when we shove there. Whereas if we make it something like 50 to 60K, then we all of a sudden put these hands like ace queen off or even ace X with the backdoor flush draw into a bit of a spot of indifference. So would have liked to see a little less of a hasty decision there, but it's very much understandable here deep into the tournament.
Hasty might be right. He probably just went with it. He acted pretty fast. So, you know, some players just say, hey, I want to get it over with. I don't want to risk those pesky overcards coming on. And of course, there's most of the deck will bring one. So, yeah, I kind of understand it. And wow, when it pours, it drains. Take a look at this. Wee shipper Alexander with a monster in the hijack. What can he do with this? Now he has some ammunition in his stack, of course.
Yeah, a little bit of stack depth now, so no need to shove or do anything too hasty again. Maybe that's the theme of the day, the hastiness. And yeah, he's just going to open it up and look for some action here. He's gone for a little bit of a click up, so he's gone for just about the 2.2x.
Looks like he is from the same school as you, and he's ready to bump it up a little bit, not to give such an easy time to the big blind. So he has been in the lab, it seems. And King 8 suited, that's a very pretty hand on the button, I would say.
It certainly is. Definitely want to be calling, I think. But the issue is for him that Alexander is raising off of a short stack with the chip leader on his direct left. Christo there in the small blind, he's got rags, and there's...
He lets it go.
Going to be Vesely now in the big blind. Let's see if he's got anything. 9-8 suited, very pretty holding. Not really the kind of hand that has the qualities to go all in here. There is going to be some jamming for for some like Jack 10, 10-9 suited, but I think 9-8's just a little too low, lacking removal to the stronger hands in Alexander's range. So I think a call is in order here.
Here we go. He goes for the play that we have expected.
Absolutely. So all of a sudden, these pots are so meaningful for Mr. Gogev. Not the flop he was looking for, but it will surely win him the hand in this exact situation. He definitely has to be mindful of some ace-x, although a decent part of the ace-x of Vesely will jam pre-flop for 15 big blinds effective. Big blind versus hijack. It's going to still have some ace-6 off, some ace-deuce off, ace-3, ace-4, ace-5, these kind of holdings. Ace-7. So I think the usual school is just to bet on the smaller side. Alex actually goes for a bit of a size up there, 36 into 84, I believe.
Now, can you tell us why wouldn't we consider a check in that situation? You know, I have 2 overcards. I want to maybe play a little bit more cautiously. Hey, and maybe he has 9-8. Why don't I check and let him go crazy? You know?
Yeah, it's just a range versus range situation where we've got such an advantage on that board that we want to essentially bet all of our hands. And that's why conventionally, if you do range bet, you usually go either really small or really big. And at the shorter stack depths, the efficiency of the small sizing is just so high because there's really not much the opponent can do. There's just not really any wiggle room. There's a very low incentive to check raise bluff, although people do find it from time to time. But exactly, it's just a case of, you know, I've got aces, I've got queens, I've got ace queen, I've got ace king. You have none of those hands. You don't even have hands like ace jack or ace 10. So just an overwhelming advantage for the opener there. And following it up in the form of the old classic serve and volley, I call it. You know, the raise pre-flop, the c-bet, and the take it down. Pete Sampras style of poker. It works extremely well.
I'm loving it. Pete Sampras. I never heard that one before, actually. And by the way, oh, look at this. The player that has just joined the table, as I said, and I can tell you guys, we do have a delay. I've seen him. The floor has yanked him away from his table. So someone busts. They basically tell you, hey, you have to sit down to the feature table right now. There's nothing you can do. But he is our PLO high roller runner-up from last night, from this morning, actually, from about 4 a.m. He won over 9,000 euro in the PLO high roller. So he's joining us. This is an absolute heavyweight of a German streamer as well. We'll come back to him as we have a really strong hand here in the cutoff from the Slovenian.
Yeah, got some big names on the table. Mark is someone that I've followed quite closely because I'm more sort of keen on the 4-card format of the game, and Mark is someone that's done a lot of good stuff there, put some good content out, and I've battled with him both online and I think once live. He's a strong player, he knows what he's doing, and I can see that he's also got some hold'em expertise as well, as some of the scores that he posts on his social media channels are of the 2-card format. So Slopsic. Care to help me with that one? Slopsic?
It's going to be Klopčić. Yeah, Klopčić for sure. I apologize if not. And he went with the mid race, which means Carlsen didn't have really a decision. He basically has a very easy call. And this is an action flop. Are we actually going to see a lead here? That would be very interesting. I do think he has that option.
I think so as well. I think it's quite a nice one too with the backdoor flush draw as well. You can call raises. Because, you know, hands like 10s, 9s, jacks are going to raise. You still got the overcard, the gut shot, the backdoor flush draw. When you lead, you get a hand like King 9, just a snap fold. King 8, snap fold. King 10, snap fold. So you fold out a lot of better King X. There's a lot of Ace X you also put into a tricky spot. You know that you're not going to get one pair or better to fold, but there are just so many hands in that cutoff range. Like
now we'll have to see some action right here, I must say.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
He's reaching for the chips.
Let's go big as well. Let's really punish the check back here. It's going to be rather difficult to balance that range.
And when you have a skull card protector, you cannot be playing timid. So love to see it.
No,
and obviously it works out. This is awesome. There we go. You
Brilliant
have to
stuff
stay
from
consistent.
Carlsen there. Yeah. The skull, the signifying that he's here to give his opponents hell, and he's doing a good job of it. Nice
Okay,
play,
so
sir.
Gio, I know your nickname is Kachichka the Duck, but guess who Mark lost to in the heads up at 4 a.m. yesterday?
I already know the answer. It's Franke, right?
It's Frank. Yes, that's right. The festival godfather, the founder, the tea drinker. He actually took it down in 2 hands. That heads up lasted 2 hands, but I don't think he minds too much. He won over €9,000 last night. This man that you're looking at right now in the PLO high roller. So of course it stinks that he doesn't have the trophy. I think he cares about it a lot, but the money isn't too bad either.
No, exactly. 10 buy-ins in. How many runners did the PLO get? Was it over 50?
It must have been slightly under, something like that. But we had plenty. Yeah. I think the guarantee was reached. There might have been a guarantee of 25K.
Yeah,
definitely went
usually
over
it's
that.
quite
Yes.
modest, but it's always going to be double or sometimes even triple.
Yeah, of course. The mixed games tournaments are going crazy here.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Slovakia's got a good reach for mixed game players. The lifeblood of the play of the local players in the Banco Casino has shifted towards Omaha over the past sort of half a decade. It used to be Hold'em, but the Hold'em games dried up a little bit. It always seems to be about Omaha now. There is lots of kind of 1-3 Hold'em running in Banco, but for the most part, the big games are always Omaha.
When we talk about cash games, yes, but today I can tell you we have I think we have reached 75 or 80 runners in a crazy pineapple tournament. I kid you not.
Wow.
That's insane.
Incredible.
Yes.
That is. And this is the reason why the festival has such a great, unique selling point across the European poker live market, because you just have so many game types for lovers of the game, not only just Texas Hold'em, which you can find just about everywhere in the world these days, but these kind of literally crazy games. So many different formats available. Sviten, Crazy Pineapple. I believe there was a pot limit Raz.
Pot limit Raz. It went on so long unexpectedly, and I'm assuming that this will be a pretty simple hand here.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? The King Jack will likely feel compelled to bet here. The small blind range will have a lot of pocket pairs in there. But that's not going to be too much of a concern for the opener. Shouldn't see too much 6x in the small blind range. And maybe the one hand that you would see would be ace-6 suited, but there's only one possible combination of that being in spades. 6-7 suited, 6-5 suited are definitely decent peels as well. However, I think a lot of people would miss those kind of hand selections and favor more hands like Queen 10 that are actually going to be playing quite poorly versus an early position open. So let's see if we do see the delayed c-bet here from the King Jack. What he's saying here is, I have hands like pocket queens, pocket kings, pocket jacks, maybe ace 5 that was pot controlling the flop. And now Carlsen going for the classic. Did I have clubs or spades? Spades this time, my friend, unfortunately. Yurikala takes it down there.
Yeah, so we had the main event, the horses, was already played. With some heavyweights like Blaž Žeriav getting into heads up. He was actually second. Then he went to the final table of the PLO high roller. And by the way, here in this tournament, one of the runners still in, the 26 players roughly, is Martin Staško, the number 3 on the Hendon list in the Czech Republic, over 6 million. He was a runner-up at the WSOP about 10 years ago. And it's awesome to see him playing a 250 Euro tournament. This just tells you how much fun the festival series is, and I think you can attest to that.
Yeah, it attests to that, and also it attests to his passion and love for the game, which is also so amazing to see, having had a career-defining score at the WSOP. Now to be years later playing a 250, it just shows you how much you must love getting down with it.
Yeah, he's a very humble guy, comes from a chess background, came up with the free rolls, he won from a free roll, and he went in there, of course, had a lot of success since, but yeah, it's great to see, these players, him and even Cabrahel at these small tournaments, and the Czechoslovakian scene you might call it. It's really close-knit when it comes to that.
It's funny you mentioned that because I've played with Cabral in like 200, 300, 500 euro tournaments in Slovakia. So
Yeah,
these guys,
it's amazing.
They love to play. They love to play, exactly. And it's good to see. Makes our life good as well if we see them in these smaller binds as casters. It's great entertainment.
You know, that's one of the common denominators I see recently. You know, when you talk to people like Mario Mosbok I interviewed recently, and or as I mentioned, Blažeria, who again is one of the hot stars, and or Lena 900. They basically love poker.
Yeah.
They don't care, you know. If the Lena, for example, he made millions at the WSOP, and people saw him playing $100 tournament the next day. So I love to see it,
Absolutely.
you know.
Yeah, and the fact that these big career-defining scores don't change anything. So, you know, this is the issue sometimes for poker players, and I'm speaking from experience as well. If you don't set like clear goals or have a clear reason as to the why, then you know you can fall behind a little bit. These guys that are doing the best and crushing, they really know why they're doing what they're doing, and it's usually a pure passion for the game. Absolutely, it was quite spellbinding, right? That Lena was just playing a normal Sunday session, including like the big 109 the next week, and you know, maybe people look at that and think, wow, this guy's working too hard, but it's simply not the case.
Yeah, I mean, this is what
Okay.
gets them there in the first place. They simply enjoy the game. And by the way, look at this. We have a little bit of a
this
cooler here, a mini cooler at this Tagdev maybe. Take a look at this.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting lead from Mark. The board is quite disconnected, so versus under the gun, it's not typically a board that we want to have leads on because we're not pushing so much of an advantage.
Are we smelling some PLO roots here? Because in Potlam and Omaha, of course, you have this play in your arsenal.
Exactly.
And
I
here
think
we
you're
go.
right. I
It's
think
actually going in right off the bat.
there
Wow.
we go.
What?
Look at
Mark
this.
just joined us.
Now he needs to hold. He's got a pretty strong equity advantage. You don't see these kind of percentages in PLO very often. Oh
no.
Ouch. That is absolutely sickening. The 4, such a clean one on the turn, and the river kills the fate of the German streamer there.
And with
gonna
Mark
hit
Gork going
rail.
out, I will be going out as well, Gio. Heading over to you because we have a slots tournament. I kid you not, guys. You sign up, and we have a slots tournament that I need to help moderate. So this will be absolutely exciting. This is what you get at the festival series. Very unconventional. By the way, be gamble aware. That's the motto we have here, and I'm handing you over to Gio now. So good luck, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the stream. And I'll be coming in to relieve our commenter from time to time.
Thanks very much, buddy. We'll be seeing you later. So, down to 22 already. We did rejoin the action here on day 2 with 26 players. So 4 eliminations and a bit of a flurry so far across the first 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so. But it's all looking up for Andrej Nekas at the moment, the Czech chip leader on our table at the very least. Winning the 2080 there versus Mark Gork. Sending home a pretty strong player to the rail, so he'll be happy about that, not just to get there, but to also secure that big scalp in the form of the elimination. Chris O'Lol, I mean, this tournament is, think about the bigger picture. So it's not that we're promoting gambling. It gives the opportunity for, let's say, the partners of the player to do something fun for super low stakes alongside. If everything on the schedule is skill games, people tend to come alone. But if there are some fun things like a sports betting tournament, a blackjack tournament, where you only need to buy in once, you don't need to, you know, sit there all day, and it gives you a free, fun opportunity, well, not a free, but a fun opportunity to engage in something a little bit different. And that's why people love the festival, and that's why people travel with their friends, even non-poker players as well. We have these kind of extra tournaments and also extracurricular activities, let's say, alongside that makes it such a buzz. So, pretty spicy turn card, but not for either players exact holding. Vesely now with the ace-6. Going to be looking... Ooh, interesting. Thought he might be wanting to take this one to showdown, but it looks like he's actually going to start turning his hand into somewhat of a bluff here. Trying to get this kind of hand class to fold, the 7s, the 8s, the weaker 10x. Motoring through on the overcard there. Quite a creative play. Nicely done, sir. Ace-10 being opened up from Carlson. Alexander won a couple of pots early on the stream. Came in really short, sub 10 big blinds, and he's got a bit of breathing room now, which is good for him. Doesn't need to be doing anything too hasty. Ooh, look at this. Yodikala. With the pocket kings lurking in the big blind versus Carlson. He's now deliberating on which potential route will get the most amount of chips out of my opponent here. The strong inclination and kind of feeling is for us to go super small here, but it does kind of telegraph the strength of our hand. Looks like he's gone for 116. It's quite a nice sizing. It definitely leaves the opportunity for 3-bet folds, which is what we want to allow our opponent to potentially ponder upon. If we put in a third of the effective stack, we don't necessarily have to commit with every hand that we do it with. Ace-10, hijack versus big blind is a hand that is really in the middle. And versus what people usually do at this kind of buy-in level, usually I think erring on the side of folding is quite fair, but if you were to do that in all the time in a higher stakes tournament of, let's say, 2,000 euros and up, you would be getting run over quite significantly if you're always folding the ace-10 there. So just to show you the kind of differences in the metagame or the kind of trends at different levels in terms of the buy-in. On draw B, saying the payouts. We will release those as we get to the final table, but rest assured, 250 euro tournament, and we will be paying out from 50th position. So these guys are looking at around about 750 euros at this stage, with 17,000, I think around 17,200 up top. I'm just going to get that information for you right now. So the payout right now is 750 euros for 22nd. The next jump is to 850 at 17. Then we'll be seeing 15 get 950, top 13, 1125. The final table starts at 1850, and the winning prize is 19% of the prize pool, and it is just under 18,000 euros. So a little bit of extra meat on the bone that I missed out. Yurikala here, peeling, small blind versus button with the Queen 9 suited, and Klopčić going to come along for the ride as well. All players flopping top pair. Not often you see this kind of situation. Yurikala with the overwhelming advantage right now. No one with the backdoor flush draw. So Nekas is going to bet small here, 3 ways. Yurikala just going to come along, doesn't want to raise and get re-raised potentially. Keeps in some bluffs, keeps in some worse holdings. Doesn't want to isolate himself versus 4x and overpairs, strong flush draws, a range that he doesn't do so well against. Interesting now from Klopčić. Looks like he's going to announce his 2 pair here, raising to 125k, which is about 3.5x the initial c-bet. And Nekas is in a real spot of bother here because he not only has to contend with this check raise from the big blind, representing, maybe over-representing his hand slightly. I think a 9 with a slightly better kicker 3 ways might be more favorable to do this, but he does feel like Nekas is maybe over c-betting here, and Yurikala could still have some hands like pocket 8s, 7s, 6s, and 5s. Tough spot for Nekas. He does just elect to get out the way, and let's see what Yurikala is going to do here facing this raise. His opponent has 167 behind. He knows that his opponent is potentially going to have some hands like flush draws here. Maybe if he's getting really creative, a hand like 6-5 of diamonds, although I doubt it. Maybe more 10-8 of diamonds with an overcard at the very least. Finding... Wow, he does get out the way, and look at that power poker from the Slovenian, getting 2 better 9x's out of the way. He's going to probably think he had the best hand there, but in fact he was 3 out of 3 and manages to still find a way on top. Running Haug, welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining us once again. Familiar name in the Twitch chat. Any Norwegians left, he says. I'll just have a little look for you. We have 2 Norwegians. We have Granli Vegard and Erik Larsen, Jan Erik Larsen Iversen. Nekas continuing to drive the pre-flop action with the King 9, and Klopčić here is going to shove for 30 big blinds, facing the cutoff open. A fair decision. I think I would have gone for a 3-bet call with the ace-queen there, trying to allow the chip leader the opportunity to shove in some hands like an ace-8, an ace-5, an ace-4, a queen-jack suited, maybe a king-queen, but by no means a bad play at all. Going to get it through so often, you're going to pick up 4.5 big blinds. It's a pretty good result with 30 big, so you get a 15% addition to your stack, and you get to move on to the next hand and not have to face any kind of post-flop variance where maybe 3-bet you get called and you have some kind of tricky situation. But depends on how you believe your opponent to react to your 3-bet. If they're a super aggressive player, which I don't think I get the vibe from Nekas having played with him that he is. He's usually quite solid. So maybe that does justify the jam a little bit more. Alexander picking up a big hand here. King-Queen suited in the +1 spot. He's got around about 16 big blinds. Yurikala here with jacks in the cutoff. Going to surely 3-bet, looking to get it in with Alexander. Makes it a pretty big size here. 110k doesn't allow much room for Alexander to 4-bet jam light in any sense. Although versus this exact holding, it's pretty much the perfect sizing, right? Because it's got 2 overcards that are suited. That will always continue versus the smaller size, you'd think. But versus this size, Alexander may feel like he's up against too much of a kind of ace-king, ace-queen type of range. The jacks, the tens, the queens of the world as well, maybe looking for a little bit of protection from any kind of overcards.
Lines up in Hendon Mob Championship 10-20-20.
Really tough spot for Alexander here. It feels weak to fold, but your opponent is doing nothing but signifying strength. And therefore, the allure of the king-queen suited pre-flop now is starting to evaporate. We're thinking, does my opponent really have any bluffs here? And if he is bluffing, those hands are going to have mostly kind of some kind of ace-x. And he's also priced himself in. You can't expect any fold equity here with the 4-bet jam. So Alex in a really tough spot, just mulling it over. Not looking to engage the player at all, but he is, of course, having a little look, studying his opponent, looking for any interesting clues as to the body language that he's being presented with. Any signs of weakness, any fake signs of weakness? Or does the story of strength from the pre-flop sizing align with what he feels his opponent's comfort levels are right now? Some people say think long, think wrong. I'm very much an advocate of taking your time. It's not like you get any extra chips for... Oh, he's got a peel. Okay. So we go to a stack to pot ratio of about 0.55. Very dicey situation. Alexander looking for some spades, looking for a king or a queen, but look at this for a flop. The open ender for Alexander. And Yurikala with top set. So Alexander's going to be sticking around about a quarter of the time. Can he find an ace or a 9 here? This would be a momentous bink if he can find it. Set versus open ender. Let's see what the turn brings. It is the 9! The Bulgarian goes from strength to strength, and he doesn't not see the board pair on the river. Look at that. Absolutely drilling off the nuts on the turn. And it's a sickener for Finland. Yurikala looking to get over the 1 million chip mark, which would be the first player on the table to do so, but in fact, Alexander's got something else to say about that, finding that beautiful looking 9 of diamonds on the turn card there. Wishy wishy. Got some fans in the chat. And he's got a little bit lucky there, guys, but he's put in so much hard work over the last couple of years. It's okay to run hot from time to time. That's what we need to do to win tournaments, and that's why he is 21 left, the benefactor of the completion of the straight on the turn there. Nice hand to both. Really tricky spot for him pre-flop, I think. Interesting, he goes for the call. Does feel kind of too weak to shove, too strong to fold, so I can see why he arrived at that decision. But I feel there is a general population tendency at this kind of level to announce the hand, especially deep into the tournament, where less than 5% of the field left. This kind of north of 3x sizing there, certainly indicating a lot of strength. If you are tuning in and you're enjoying the coverage, or you're cheering on one of your friends, feel free to give us a share across the social media. And if you're looking for updates throughout the week, potential news of the stops of 2025 that are going to be released in the coming days, get yourself over to thefestival.com for everything surrounding our beautiful festival series. Carlsen defending his option with the 10-9 suited versus Klopčić having opened the cutoff. And look at this, a little bit of action here. We got a gut shot, a flush draw, sorry, versus the top pair of Klopčić. Expecting to see a c-bet for most of the time from the Slovenian. And we know that Carlsen's got a couple of moves. And also you do expect your opponent to bet this board quite aggressively. There are going to be hands like Queen 9, Queen 8, Queen 10, King 9, King 8, King 7 suited that have to bet fold. He might even bet some pocket pairs as well, like 5s, 7s, 8s, that will also have to bet fold. So this 10-9 suited could be played aggressively. Alex not to. Going to go to a stack to pot ratio of just over 1 on the turn, praying for a diamond. It doesn't come. The double flush draw deuce of spades emerging now. And Carlsen with the fake reach for chips there. Often a sign that he does not want his opponent to bet. He's saying, I was thinking about betting, but then I didn't. Strong means weak. Way back from the book of Mike Caro, the book of tells. And someone grabs for chips, kind of dramatically, and then quickly checks. Often an indicator that they really don't want to see another barrel. So the second barrel from Klopčić now, who puts in over half the stack of Carlsen. Looking to get the continues from the Queen Jacks, the Jack 10s, the Jack 9s, the flush draws of the world, and not wanting to check back, allowing his opponent to realize all of that equity. Gets the job done. Yurikala's picked up some premium so far. Those jacks going down in flames versus Gorgiev. But the ace-king, maybe some redemption for the Finn. He's got 30 big blinds. Blinds have just gone up from 8-16 to 10-20-20. Gets round all the way to Alexander with his freshly accrued 25 big blind stack, coming in with less than 10 to the feature table. Got lucky once, well twice actually, ace-5 versus queens, and also king-queen versus jacks on jack 10x. Finding the turn 9 and also fading the board pair. Finding the ace versus the queens. It's been a pretty hot start for the Bulgarian. The buy-in is 250 euros, Jimmy. No, 250. Eurocala, and the current payout I can get for you as well, by the way, is with 21 players left, 750 euros. Guessing you're from the Czech Republic, so you might be interested to know that we currently have 3 Czech players left in the field. We have Vesely and Ondrej. Vesely and Nekas on the feature table, as well as Martin Stasko on one of the outer tables. Nekas in the big blind here with the 4-deuce off, not looking to tangle. And Eurocala finding a couple of big hands and picking up a couple of nice raise and takes back to back, which will certainly soothe the blow of losing the 75-25 he had versus Gorgiev merely 10 minutes ago. More Bulgarian fans in the chat. Welcome, welcome. Klopčić under the gun is going to make it 40k to go. No interest from Carlsen, you'd imagine, with the lowly 8-7 offsuit. Alexander also not going to be too interested with this one. So not an awful lot to report over the last orbit or so. A couple of raises and takes. No significant collisions of any kind. Getting into that cagey part of the tournament, less than 5% of the field remaining. The pay jumps are still somewhat insignificant, just a couple of €100 here and there. The next jump is going to be from 18 to 17, which gets you from 750 to 850. Then 16 to 15 is another €100 jump. Then €175 jump from 14 to 13. So these are still less than one buy-in, which means that players should be, in theory, incentivized to, try and play aggressively, try and accumulate that stack for the final table so that they don't go into the final table situation if they do arrive there in an unfavorable spot where they have to fold as the short to medium stack and just hope that other people bust out or other people collide, kind of frittering away their chances of winning in what is quite a top-heavy payout structure, with 19% of the total prize pool going to first currently. For reference sake, players are receiving 0.8%, so a huge potential ROI from now to then if they can start to move through the gears. We do see a little bit of a collision here though. Nekas is getting a little bit out of line here with his 10-7 suited, just peeling the button versus his compatriot. Check on check violence, as Vesely is flopping top pair here with his king 10, and it looks like he's going to be betting about a third out of position here. A little bit smaller. BG, BG, BG. Chat's going wild. Good to have such good energy in there. What a turn card for Vesely now. Not just the top pair, but the emergence of the backdoor flush draw as well. And he's going to check it over. Sneaky. Feels like this hand doesn't need any protection. Wanting to allow his opponent to stab some hands like 5-4 suited, 10-9. I don't think he'd be expecting Nekas to be as wide as 10-7 suited, but the plan is coming into fruition here. Nekas reaching for chips. He's going to go for about a third pot now, looking to put hands like, I guess, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 with no flush draw into a spot of indifference. Just kind of leaning on those holdings. Depends on how you arrange your opponent's out of position c-bet on the flop. Do you think he's going to be betting hands like queens and jacks and tens, where we go for the small size now to go huge on the river? Queen rolls off. Shouldn't change an awful lot. Maybe Vesely improving to a set sometimes, but it's not going to hit Nekas's range an awful lot. And now arriving with 10 high, unblocking the missed flush draws. We just simply have to bluff. There's no way we can check this one back. It would just be way too weak. Do we really want to let our opponent get to showdown with a hand like ace-5 of diamonds here? Yeah, it goes for south of a third. It's just too uncommitted for me. You may even get heroed by a hand like ace-jack here. And Vesely now is thinking, surely I have the best hand. Should I even find a check raise for value here, having played the check call line on the turn? My opponent's gone third and now sub-third. Doesn't want to get value cut by a hand like King Jack, so does end up just flicking in the call. But Netcast's line more kind of in line with a hand like Queen X of diamonds, I guess. What he was trying to represent on the river. Maybe a hand like King 9 suited. So we resume with 7-handed action here. 3 tables of 7 left in the Hendon Mob Championship, playing down to a winner, 17.8 thousand euros up top. And the chat is seemingly all from Bulgaria, it feels like at this stage. Joshua Bing says, what was the buy-in? 250 euros. Nekas, again, opening it up, understanding that he does have the ability to lean on some of these shorter stacks. Takes it down. So for those of you just joining us, we had in this event, let me just check now. "63 players into day 2 out of around about just under 500, I believe. I think it was 15% making it through to day 2, and then we played down to 50, which was in the money. And since then, we've lost 29 players, and we are left with 3 tables of 7 remaining. And I can tell for the Bulgarian contingent in the chat that we also have Hristo Alexiev Dimitrov, also in the field with 21 left. Lovazir says hi. Remember your name from yesterday. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining us once again over on Twitch. Carlson takes it down. Vesely not defending with the Queen 10 offsuit there versus under the gun. A little bit on the tighter side, I would say. Getting a pretty good price. Lots of hands that you do okay against. Lots of hands you can outflop. Not always just going to be dominated there. Alexander being a bit cheeky on his phone there, maybe messaging some of his friends. Nekas with the ace-5 of spades, opens it up, goes to 40k. Had a lot of decent spots to open and he's not faced much resistance so far. So why not keep forcing the action here? Carlson with the king 4. Is he going to defend? No, he lets it go. So Nekas, after a couple of bumps in the road, is just plowing through the field, really, getting lots of raise and takes in there, not seeing an awful lot of resistance, although not many players have had potential holdings to consider any form of resistance. So when it's like that, it can feel quite nice, kind of walking on water, just cutting through the field. And at this stage, the average stack size is 625k, so just over 30 big blinds. Nekas once again feels like it's almost automatic at this stage, the amount of raises he's gone for. Cutting out the 40k, opening it up. Christou here in the cutoff, not really able to do much with the beautiful looking 6-5 of hearts. Vesely also getting out the way. He's got the table chip lead right now. Carlsen with the Phil Ivey hand in the small blind, the 5 deuce off. And another raise and take for Nekas. I think he's almost recovered all of the chips he lost versus Vesely. Another raise and take, not an awful lot going on here. Seeing players a little bit on the passive side for the most part. Just kind of waiting around, seeing who opens. Just tiptoeing around, everybody treading water at this stage, it feels like. Christou here with the Jack-9 suited. 15 big blind stack depth, quite awkward. You really favor having an ace or a king at least as an open. A hand like King-7 suited would be much better of an open. At least you have some more removal with hands that you're going to face resistance from, such as ace-king, kings, maybe king-queen. Vesely, however, is going to take his opportunity to open, and it runs into the kings of Carlsen. Exactly what the Skullman was looking for here. The Swede has been relatively card dead for the last 3 or 4 orbits, and now finds a chance to spring into life with what you would imagine would be an all-in. Taking his sweet time, trying to look as weak as possible. He's going to recheck the cards. Looked like Vesely was having a cheeky little look there, seeing if he could see those whole cards, but I'm sure it's just an angle he'd have no chance to see. There we go. Vesely flicks it in with the ace-9 there. Felt like he was priced in, was hoping to see a hand like pocket eights. Queen-jack suited, king-queen that he was doing okay against, but instead he has got fairly low equity in this pre-flop all-in. 8-4-4, not offering him any help, and it's a king on the turn, which locks up the job for the Swede. Huge double up for Carlsen now, over 400k. Has himself 21 big blinds to play with. The delay, English David, is 30 minutes. Going to be going to a break very shortly. In around about 13 minutes, I believe, 12 minutes. And then after a 15-minute break, we're going to have a fresh table for you guys. Remember, we are playing down to a winner today, and the winner will be receiving just under 18,000 euros. The current payout for these guys is 750 euros. The next pay jump will be at 18 to 17. So the top 17 players will get another 100 euros. And of course, it scales up to there, but we have a long way to go. So Queen 9 for Carlsen, I don't think it would be conventionally an open, neither the 8-4. Georgiev is going to mull over a potential open. Looks, ooh, reaching for chips here. Getting a bit fruity. He's got Neckos to deal with on his direct left, which is why I think showing a little bit of respect here would be in order. But he's away from his seat, so he's actually got the button, which seems reasonable. And Klopčić here, with an ace, facing a button open, definitely can consider going all in. Just over 20 big blinds effective. But he looks like he's thinking about a 3-bet fold, which is also a pretty valid option. You can go to something like 110k here. Goes 120, just south of 3x. A clean spot for it, and a nice combination to do so. Ace-deuce has very poor playability post-flop, so even defending seems somewhat unattractive. But by 3-betting, we do relinquish the hand versus the 4-bet jam. But also we clear out a decent amount of equity that if we defend, we would allow to realize and c-bet quite aggressively versus us. So taking the matter into his own hand with the old high-low combination here. And Georgiev simply just cannot really do anything with this hand class. And that allows the Slovenian to get the job done. Really been really impressed with his game so far. Looks like he knows his stuff. Has pulled through on a couple of quite aggressive moves. The 9-6 in the three-way situation where he, on 9-4-4, got two better 9x hands to fold. 9-7 and Queen 9 just mucking versus his three-way check raise. Now finding the non-all-in 3-bet with the ace-deuce. And just all in all seems to ooze class and comfort at the table. Let's see if he's going to go far. I would be quite surprised to see him not make the final table with the level of skill that we're certainly seeing from that young man. Klopčić has, what, about 15 big blinds effective with his King 10 suited. And he goes to make it the 3x. He's going to be raised calling with the King 10 suited. But by raising, instead of jamming, he allows his opponent to call with worse. And see, the Queen 9 offsuit just doesn't even consider coming along there. Facing a 3x in position, not doing anything, really just rolling over. And a bit of a theme we've seen from Christo, the Cypriot there, maybe just being a little too eager to either announce his hand or not looking to fight. So back to the action, and Uricala here with the Queen 9 suited. Certainly a good candidate to open it up. We're down to 18, so we've lost one more player. Now on a mini pay jump bubble. Just 100 euros, but 40% of a buy-in. Certainly nothing to be sniffed at. Christian saying Georgiev is going to be the winner. I certainly hope so. Good friends with him. He's a nice bloke. Plays well. So Uricala's designs on any kind of steal here seem to be evaporating with jacks arriving for Carlsen waking up in the big blind. Just a question of how much. Is it going to be all of it, or are we going to allow some room for our opponent to potentially 4-bet bluff jam or shove in a worse pair? Wow, just defending. What do I know? Very interesting from Carlsen there. And he allows his opponent to find the overcard, and now it's going to be a disaster for the Swede, because he certainly won't be able to fold the flop. And the issue is, when you play these types of hands passively pre-flop, you do naturally feel inclined to defend them and maybe get a bit married to them down the streets, because you're thinking to yourself, well, I had such a strong hand pre-flop. Now all of a sudden I'm facing all of these bets and I feel like I deserve to win because I was dealt such a strong holding. Something that you see quite a lot at this level of the game. So a bet and a call. Uricala will be happy with the continue from his opponent. And oh, that second queen on the turn, a third now for Uricala, could spell even more disaster for Carlsen, who's going to feel in some ways that his hand has actually improved on the turn here, with the lower likelihood of a queen in his opponent's range having seeing a second on the board. So What's it to be for the Finn? We are playing about 340k effective, which is just over 2 stack to pot ratio. Plenty of ways to get all the money in here. Goes for 100 into 160, which would set up 240 into 360, so setting up 2/3. So he's going 2/3, 2/3 basically. Nice sizing from the Finn. There's no way we can fold the jacks here. We're just paying that man his money. Oh, he's shoved. And that's the bad news there for Uricala, who is, of course, going to call it off and hope to see a worse hand. If he's cooler, then so be it. But trips for the Finn, and Carlson will watch this one back. The Battle of Scandinavia here as the 8 rolls off on the river. No change for the Swede Carlson there, and we are down to 17. So only one more elimination until we get the rejig of the final 2 tables. We're going to go down to 2 tables of 8. And look at that. What a spot there for the Finn. Must have thought Christmas came early there, and as we do see another elimination on the outer table. So down to 16 now. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to be back with the continued coverage of the final day of the Hendon Mob Championship here at the festival. We'll see you very soon.
Dealers, please finish this hand and stop dealing. Gentlemen, please. Pick up your chips. Stay at your seats. We're going to redraw for 2 tables.
Someone will stay, someone will go. Okay. Let's see. But we have to stay here.
Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, please. Pick up your chips. Stay at your seats. I'm going to redraw for 2 tables.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in the defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. Baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. I need Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. Baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. Baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. Baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. I Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me out like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting.
Welcome back, everybody, to extended coverage of the Hendon Mob final day here in Bratislava, Slovakia, at the Banco Casino, of course, where we have the Festival Bratislava running throughout the week. Currently day 4, and here we have action from the €250 Hendon Mob Championship, 17.8 thousand euros going for top prize. And we have 2 tables of 8 remaining. Vesely here, not going to be opening the King 7. Granley, the Norwegian. A couple of Norwegians in the chat, I believe. You're still there, guys? Have someone to root on the feature table now. Uricala. It's been a bit up and down, but had a couple of nice spots towards the end of the 3 table action before the break. He is opening it up with the ace-5 suited. Dimitrov here, 10-4 suited in the big blind. He's very short, but he gets a pretty good price. He's not going to call. Interesting. Would be just 20 into 110. Getting a great price. Closing the action. Just looking to flop any kind of equity, and did have a suited hand, so maybe a little bit on the tighter side. It's not like he's going to be able to make too many pay jumps right now. Currently, the payout is 850. The next pay jump is at 15 to 950. So €100 pay jump, but he can definitely just call and see if he flops any equity there. Wouldn't have cost much of a stack compared to how short he is. But looks like he's going to try and take the route to get another orbit in and look for a slightly better spot. Granley here. Yeah, surely not opening ace-deuce from such early position off suit. Uricala, I think we'll fancy a chance here with the Jack-10 off. You can call the short stack, the Bulgarian and the small blind. So Klopčić does defend with the Queen 8. We're not going to see a player of his caliber overfold, for sure. Good board for Uricala here. 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw, and a gut shot. Lots of playability with the Jack-10. Mati Balan says, Shiba Taz Muha. I've got no idea what that means, but hopefully it's not any kind of bad words. Otherwise I might get myself in trouble there. So Klopčić facing this check back here, which was quite a surprising one from Uricala. Thought he might be firing through with the c-bet. Jack-10 has just so much upside in betting. You get some queen highs to fold. Like this Queen 8 just has to snap fold, right? No backdoor flush draw, just the backdoor straight draw on the 1 overcard. Hands like king highs, even some hands like ace 3, no diamond, you know, just so many hands that you can maneuver the big blind away from, and now all of a sudden the initiative is switched in the favor of the big blind, although Klopčić is going to have to find quite a specific river here to potentially get his opponent. That might be one of those. The offsuit 4, bringing some low straight connectivity. 6-5, a very natural turn bluff would get there. He can improve to hands like 9-4 suited, 7-4 suited. And he is left with just queen high. And the great thing about his hand now is that he unblocks the 1 diamond holdings, just like Uricala has here. If Uricala had a hand like king 10, 1 diamond, that's why we don't maybe want to have a diamond here, on the premise that Uricala would likely to be c-betting hands with 2 diamonds for the most part. So it's going to be quite difficult for the Finn to have too many flushes here, but definitely lots of hands like this. Is he able to fire it in on the river, representing a check-back flush draw? He does not, and Klopčić once again continuing to show that kind of high-level pedigree that you're not always expecting to see in a 250 euro tournament, but it's been a pleasure to watch him so far. Great stuff from him. Certainly the player to keep an eye on right now, the Slovenian. Vesely, who is well linked with pokerfirma.ck, which is one of the more recent partners joining the festival series. A poker media outfit coming from the Czech Republic. He co-hosts that with Tadeusz Vancouver, and both have a long history in the Czech poker media, having worked for Poker Arena, and they decided to launch their own platform, and now they are one of the biggest poker news sources in the Czech Republic, and also much wider than that as well. So they're running some iPoker qualifiers on Fortuna, giving some players the chance to come to these live events such as the festival series, and it's a pleasure to have someone representing one of our partners on the feature table. Got himself a bit of a tricky spot though. Grogan just piling it in for 21 big blinds here. Big blind versus under the gun with King Jack offsuit. Wow, wasn't expecting to see that. Rather unconventional, especially 16 left. Is he going to call it off here, hoping his opponent has a hand like pocket sevens? Ace queen does just fold the 2 8s there. Does look extremely strong. I think I'd always also be folding as well. I would never expect someone to show up with king jack offsuit here. More likely ace queen, ace king, 10s, jacks, 9s, occasionally 8s and 7s, but just a lot of ace king and hands like 10s and jacks really. So the Ukrainian Kirza coming into the feature table with a big stack. Maybe an early indication of what sort of game he's going to bring. Doesn't open the Jack-10 there with the super short stack to his direct left. Having the table chip lead. Giving nitty vibes. Klopčić won't be turning down the opportunity to pop things open with the Jack-9 of hearts on the button. Does make it 50 to go. Grogan, fresh off of his really brave move with the King-Jack, is going to relinquish his holding. And Vesely now with the King-Queen. Interesting spot, 30 big blinds effective. Is he going to 3-bet? Or do we want to be a bit more polarized? I would say the latter. I think we want to have, you know, hands that find it easier to 3-bet call or 3-bet fold rather than this kind of murky King-Queen, where if we get jammed on, life becomes rather uneasy. Maybe if we had a hand like King-6 off or Ace-Deuce, could be better as a 3-bet, but he is going to go for the 3-bet for value, saying, you know what, if he jams on me, then so be it. I'll just 3-bet fold my equity, but Klopčić, having made it 50k to go, faces the just over 3x 3-bet, so he gets 105 into 345 here. A relatively decent price in position. The modern meta, certainly in online and higher stakes, is that people are kind of overdoing this spot. So they do have a lot of hands like Queen-6 off, King-6 off, Ace-2, Ace-3, Ace-6. But Klopčić just isn't going to get involved. I feel that he thinks in this situation that at this kind of buy-in level, people are maybe underdoing it. So he gives it a lot more respect than he may in other formats of the game. And warranted. His opponent did have a pretty strong hand. Uricala opening it with the King-Queen, and this is exactly what Dimitrov has been waiting for. Passed up the spot to defend his big blind with the suited hand, and he gets rewarded for his patience. Aces in the hijack, and surely you feel a double up maybe coming in the direction of the Bulgarian here. There's no way the Finn can fold for just an extra 42k into a pot of over 240. Getting almost direct odds even if he's shown aces. And we do see the call, and he's saying, God, give me a chance. So by no means an insignificant pot even for Uricala here. 10 big blinds in the middle. Are we going to see any form of sweat on the turn? No. That locks it up for the Bulgarian Dimitrov. His patience is rewarded. And he will be back in the mix now with 10 big blinds. Anything can happen.
Nice hand. Thank you. You waited your patience.
Still not the end of the world for Uricala though. He's got 900k, which is well over 30 big blinds at this stage. Christou has sevens under the gun. It's just going to jam it in. which seems reasonable. You do want to have a min-raising range here as well. I think it benefits you quite nicely. A hand like Ace-10 offsuit, King-Jack offsuit. You know, these hands are strong enough to open, but you don't necessarily want to see it go 3-bet, 4-bet all in. Then you allow yourself to get away, whereas the 7s here, it plays quite poorly against the big blind. Going to be lots of overcards. We clear out some of the hands that we don't want to flip against that may jam in on us if we just min-raise. So jamming here seems a decent-ish play. But I wouldn't necessarily be taking a hand like 5s, although the big blind ante format does change things somewhat, as you will have to put in around about 20% of your stack in the next hand if you don't shove. So Klopčić here, just playing Hollywood. He's looking at Christou, but really he's thinking of Vegas and the Mirage right now, hoping for a strong hand like Jacks, 10s, Queens to be lurking behind. Is anyone going to turn up with anything? No. So it's Christou versus Klopčić. The Slovenian's played some strong poker. We've seen some decent aggression from him in a couple of spots now. And he finds a little reward for his bravery versus the short stack, the Cypriot, hoping for a 7 here. Ace does peel off. Couple of backdoor straight draws. There is the open-ender. Is it going to be a 5 or a 10? No, it's not. And Christou is out of the door. That was razor-sharp dealing. Couldn't even get my words out before the river had been fanned, but no good for the Cypriot. He's going to hit the rail in 16th place, and the payouts for that are €850, which means that all remaining players have almost got to that 4-figure payday. 950 the payout right now with 15 left. Next pay jump will be at 13 left, where all players remaining at that point will be guaranteed 1125. Dimitrov, he's done his work for this orbit at the very least, doubling up with the aces versus the king-queen. Running good also to have an open where he would also benefit from not only doubling up, but playing for the blinds and the antes as well, which meant that his 4 big blind stack shot up to around 10. Uricala here with the ace-queen offsuit, facing the big stack of the Ukrainian. He's going to raise. Kurza here with the 10-7 off. It is a candidate with this kind of hand class that you can get quite spicy with sometimes, this 10-7. Always calling with 10-8, but then 10-7 can maybe 3-bet and get some hands like King-7 or King-10 or Queen-10 or Jack-10 to consider folding potentially. Interesting to know what Uricala's open strategy is from the small blind. Kurza does just get out the way. It's always going to be at these kind of low to mid-stake live tournaments, quite player dependent. You're going to play lots of limping versus some types of players and have some limp calls, some limp folds, some limp 3-bets, and then versus players who you think are going to just under-defend the big blind, you can be really aggressive from the small blind. Just opening a lot, kind of prodding them. Like Woody the Woodpecker, just tap it away, seeing if there's any shed of sort of glimmer of weakness.
How much is the big blind? 25 now, or what?
Yes.
Vesely getting one through there. The Poker Firma man. And still 15 remaining here. Everyone has locked up 950 euros from the 250 buy-ins. So some players that are in for 4 or more bullets still haven't made a profit, which is the nature of the beast in these multi-flight, multi-day events. Grogan with the ace-queen offsuit under the gun. Certainly a great candidate to pump it up here. Looks like he's gone for an absolutely ginormous sizing. What was that? 150? Wow. 6x. Instead of hoping for some value, going for the kind of more standard 50, 55k sizing. Just piling money in, and I guess he doesn't want to play post-flop with this kind of hand, but the issue is when you do this, it really signifies the strength of your holding. It's so unnatural to do this 6x raise from under the gun with anything remotely weak. And Klopčić here, I think, might be able to get away from the ace-jack, and this is exactly the issue with making it so big pre-flop, that you just drive out worse hands. You don't allow yourself the opportunity to maybe flop an ace versus Klopčić in the big blind with an inferior one. And there we go, he does fold. And Grogan missed a trick there. He could have got some decent value from the Slovenian, who surely would have been very happy to defend the big blind versus the smaller open sizing. Even a 3x would have definitely been in, but versus the 6x there, the Irishman maybe missing out on a little bit of value. And those, any additional chips that you can make at this stage of the tournament, sure, okay, his opponent could have flopped the jack and he would have lost chips and maybe c-bet and lost a medium-sized pot, but for the most part there, he's going to be in quite a strong situation. So Granley with the Queen Jack of Hearts, lovely holding, opens it up. Kirza here with the 8-7 of Diamonds, got a couple of short stacks behind, makes life quite tricky. Not conventionally the type of hand deep into a tournament that we want to be 3-bet bluffing with. And with those short stacks behind, flatting is somewhat awkward. Does go for the peel, can't blame him. Dimitrov gets out the way with the King-6 suited, a little bit too dominated blind versus blind. And the Irishman, Grogan, comes along from the big blind with the Jack-8 suited. So 3 pretty decent holdings here. Who's going to come out on top? Kirza has himself a gut shot. Grogan, backdoor flush draw and an overcard. And also 2 overcards and a backdoor flush draw and backdoor straight draw for Granley, the Norwegian, who is actually going to use this one as a bet. Goes for 50 into 197, so quarter pot, just hoping to fold out some king highs, some ace highs. Cruiser here, no choice but to continue in some way, shape or form. You can maybe raise. It gets a bit tricky with the big blind there. That's going to have a lot more 9x than we are. But floating and seeing what the big blind does is a very valid option, and that's the one he's taken. Happy to see the big blind get out the way, and now you feel he's the favorite to win this pot. And look at this. What an action turn card. Kurza from Ukraine turning the nut straight. But Granley has turned a flush draw, so we're going to be going to a river, that's for sure. And Granley is reaching for chips here, the Norwegian. Looking to put some pressure on some floats, potentially in the Ukrainians' range. He's going to follow it up with, I think it was a bit more than 85 I saw there. Those golden chips you can see on the top of Kurza's blues are 25k each. The blues are 5k, the yellows are 1k. They'll be getting chipped up shortly, I believe. And here comes the raise. Not really beaten by anything at this stage, just pocket fives and pocket sixes. Not going to be seeing a 9-5 or 9-6 suited in our opponent's range, so we're looking to really start to target these 9x holdings. And this just over min raise in position is very troublesome with this hand. As the flush draw is dead versus pocket fives and pocket sixes. But he's got equity versus everything else. And it looks like he is going to come along for the ride here. The Norwegian just considering his options and does reach for the call. And that's a big river as we've got 717k, which is just under the average stack right now in the tournament. Is it going to be a heart? No, it's not. The 4 of spades rolls off. Not ideal for the Norwegian, who was given a great price to farm that heart. And now, is he thinking of any kind of devilish move here? Would be a somewhat suicidal one at this stage. Be repping extremely thin. He does play around with his chips and go for the check. And Kurza here is just absolutely nothing to worry about. Really, if he's getting trapped by fives and sixes, well, so be it. I'm going to recheck his cards here. Kind of a weird time to check your cards because you've already checked them on the turn, so not sure what he's trying to do there. Maybe look a bit weaker somehow. Reaching for chips here. Those are 2 stacks of 100, so at least 200 going in the middle, and it's going to be 250 into 717. And I think he's targeting hands like tens, jacks, queens, kings, aces, the overpair region of his opponent. Doesn't feel like he's going to have much 9x. Maybe thinking that that's going to 3-bet the turn or play in a slightly different fashion. And a huge pot for the Ukrainian with 15 left here, which gives him such a strong chance of making the final table now. Crucial river that he was managing to fade the heart, which would have been certainly perilous for his chances. Another pickup for the Finn. Estonian Weirdo in the chat. Hello, sir. One of the members of the streaming challenge. Ended up getting third, playing over on BetSafe. Had a total of 76 points. The winner ended up being Lemon Poker, my co-commentator, who got 81. So it was a close call with Roning Poker over on Coolbet. Roning Haug, who was in the chat earlier, with 79 points. So it went right to the death. Irikala. Opening to 100k by the looks of things. A pretty meaty open. And Vesely here looking pensive with those aces, but we know he's not really thinking about anything apart from how much to make it. Or is he even going to go for a little trap here and just flat the 4x? Looks like he can't help himself. He fancies taking it upstairs. Roning saying, I wonder who takes the second next place. Next time, not me. You're going for the number 1 spot. That's what we like to hear, a bit of fighting talk. Vesely going for this small 3-bet out of the small blind, facing a 4x open, screaming strength, putting 10 big blinds in. And Irikala, is he going to do anything silly here? He's already made it such a big opening size that you fill the games up, really. It's so unlikely that your opponent is going to be doing anything. But he is going to call in position, take a flop, and all of a sudden, 550k in there. Jack 9-3, not a bad board for aces. Only really worried about, I guess, pocket 9s, potentially pocket jacks that might have flatted pre-flop. 7-handed here. The ranges should be razor tight. Under the gun 4x, small blind 2.5x 3-bet, and all of a sudden we go to a stack to pot ratio of just over 1. So a nice size here would be sort of 150, 175, allowing us to get the chips in on the turn. Does go for the 150 sizing. And Irikala just simply gets out the way, maybe not wanting to compound that error with the huge raise sizing and then also flatting the 3-bet, which to me, from the small blind, even though I could see he had aces, it does feel like it's always going to be such a strong holding. Ace-king suited at worst, most likely. Dimitrov here, not seen an awful lot from him. He's blinded away a little bit, hasn't had many spots. Ace 4 offsuit with about 7.5 blinds here. Is going to go for the shove. With that big blind ante format, doesn't want to risk allowing it to come around. He's got an ace blocker. Just hoping and praying to get it through. Irikala here with the 4s. Probably going to be calling. Because you do know that your opponent is capable of shoving hands like threes, twos, ace-3, ace-deuce suited. Lots of flips. Getting a pretty good price. Wow, he does fold, so get out of jail free card for the Bulgarian there, getting one through. And getting a much needed steal, finding the shove with the ace-4 offsuit there. So tell us the story, Roning. Were you in the lead at one point, or what was the point system? I was just reading the article right now. Bonus challenge and also the tournament results seem to be the makeup of the leaderboard. Would be interested to know what the bonus challenge was, because there's so many points for that, but less so the tournaments. So maybe it was more about off the table activities than on. Ah, here we go. Organize a hospitality event on your live stream. Complete the Franke's flip-flop mission. Tag and share challenge. Qualify for day 2 of the €100 satellite and winning a seat-only satellite for the festival, with some multipliers available. Let's get back to the action, shall we? So Kyrza is going to go for the blind versus blind raise with the 9-4 off here, taking the initiative, 3.5x or so. Looking to put pressure on some of the weaker limps here. Maybe he gets hands like 9-5, Queen 4, these kind of hands that dominate him to fold. Aha, I see. So Lemon snuck in there with the Franke's flip-flops and got the job done. Right, we are going to see a flop here between the Finn and the Ukrainian. With 14 left, these spots are so important for both players. And look at this, top pair for the Ukrainian. And Yurikala has the open-ender with 2 overcards. So this is about as big as it gets in the form of collisions. We have 195 in there, and Yurikala has about a 3 stack to pot ratio. We may even see him check raise here, maybe looking to apply some pressure to hands that may over c-bet, hands like ace-10, hands like ace-jack, hands like king-jack, king-10, all of which dominate him right now, but with his overcards and equity in the form of a straight draw certainly is quite alluring to go for the check raise and put some pressure on. But Kyrza, with this big sizing here, goes for 2/3 pot. Maybe indicative of a slightly stronger range. Yurikala is going to go for the jam. And now the Ukrainian has to decide, surely you have to go with it here, top pair in a blind versus blind situation. Your opponent can have all sorts of inferior holdings, flush draws, straight draws, potentially a hand like King 8. Not really going to be any worse 9x than your opponent's range, as 9 deuce suited probably isn't going to take this line, but beggars can't be choosers at this stage. We are in a blind versus blind situation. The ranges are quite wide, so very much the onus is on us to have to get it in with the top pair blind versus blind. It doesn't look like he's comfortable with it, does he? Asking the dealer for the count. No immediate reach for chips. Surely he had a plan with the 2/3 pot sizing here. Wasn't looking to face the resistance that he does find himself in. Will he talk himself into a fold? Such a pivotal moment in this tournament now. 2 tables remaining, edging towards the final table. The benefit he has is that it's not going to cost him his entire stack. It's around about 1/3 of his remaining stack that would need to be put into play. There is the call. So we're on the backs here in the Hendon Mob Championship Day 2. One of the most important pots we've seen if not the biggest. 1.4 million in the middle. It's an absolutely colossal pot. The deuce rolls off. No help to the Jack 10. And the River 3 means that the Ukrainian will find the elimination. Went for a brave raise pre-flop, looking to fold out some better holdings. Instead, flop top pair, goes for the big sizing, gets check jammed on, starts to think, oh no, what if I'm up against a better 9? But the possibility of all of those draws was relatively strong on that board texture, and he did find the correct call, and he did, more importantly, find the elimination. Down to 13 now at day 4 of the festival here, and day 2 of the Hendon Mob Championship, of course, with flights running across the last couple of days. Just under 500 people entered the 250 euro tournament, and we are playing for a top prize of 17.8 thousand euros. And with that elimination, all players remaining are now into the 4-figure payout zone, which is always nice. 11.25 guaranteed for every single player. To give you some information on the players on the other table, we have Jason Shane Shellham from England, Theodoros Ampelitikiotis. We have Ronan Mordecci from Israel, Konstantinos Straulis from Greece, Alexander Georgiev, of course, and Martin Stasko from the Czech Republic. We will be taking one of our first scheduled breaks shortly. We did have a break for the rejigging of the final 2 tables when we had the redraw at 16 left. Is Jan Erik Larsen Iversen still in? Let me have a look. I don't believe so. Ah, yes, there he is. I missed him. He is certainly still in. I don't know if the chip counts that I see on the shared system are accurate for the outer table players. We only have the stream players who get their chip counts done on the stream updated. But last time we had the update, he had what is the equivalent of about 9 big blinds right now. But chips are flying on the outer table, that I can guarantee you. And he is one of 2 remaining Norwegians left in the field. So cards back in the air. Vesely out the way. Over to the other Norwegian remaining, Granley. Don't see what he's got right now. I think he needs to spread those cards out for us to get an accurate reading on the scanner. Ace King, powerhouse. Very much a lovely sight to see deep into a tournament, of course. Gets rid of a bit of driftwood. Klopčić in the small blind with the 10-8 suited. He's just going to get out the way, give some respect to the short-ish stack opening there. And Grogan's got other ideas with his 5-3 offsuit, making a bit of a loose defend versus a similar just over 20 big blind stack. And he flops best with the pair of 5s on 8-7-5. Wow, Granley going for a really aggressive c-bet here with the ace-king. Not usually the type of hand that maybe we want to bet, but look at that. The king emerging on the turn. Disaster for the Irishman. And a sight for sore eyes for the Norwegian as he does turn. Now top pair, top kicker. Having not been check raised by his opponent, he may feel that the likelihood of stronger hands are somewhat diminished. Would be usual to see hands like 8-5, 7-5, 8-7, 9-6, 6-4, and of course sets check raise the flop. Wow, look at this from Grogan. Putting his opponent to the test, turning his bottom pair into a bluff now. Such a brave move from the Irishman, who's saying, you know what, pal, what the hell are you doing here? This is my board, buddy. I've got all of these strong holdings. Granley not having any of it. His hand is simply too strong. And Grogan, unfortunately, gets the bad news. Really creative move. I love the heart, but it just wasn't able to lean on the ace-king there. Maybe he gets some other hands to fold. Maybe a hand like queens, jacks. Tens would be in a much more difficult spot. So unfortunate that his opponent improved to the king. But breaking it down, you think, how often is my opponent actually going to hit that king? There shouldn't really be betting hands like king, queen, and ace, king on this type of board texture. So I think really strong and aggressive line there from the Irishman. We saw him jam the king, jack offsuit in for 21 under the big blind versus under the gun earlier, which was also a really brave play. So certainly not a player that's afraid to put the chips in, which is usually the reason that you do see them here deep into the tournament. Dimitrov, king 10. Surely it has to go on the short stack. Just over 7 big blinds. Can't really be too picky at this stage. And 2 Broadway cards in the cutoff is pretty much what you're looking for.
184.
So I think we're going to have one more hand before the break. And we will be back for continued coverage around about 15 minutes later. Kirza, the Ukrainian here, with his huge stack that he amassed, mostly from that blind versus blind confrontation. Going for an aggressive play pre-flop. Grogan now not taking any chances with his ace-king after running into a bit of a disaster. Finding the check-raise bluff on the turn, running into the strong hand. And Granley now asking the question, how much is he going to give what would be quite a generous double up, or at least the opportunity to double up. Grogan there, sort of an anxious looking table presence with those arms outstretched, is of course a very high pressure situation. He's absolutely desperate for the call at this stage with his ace king. Would get him back up to over 700k, which would be plenty of chips to play with, coming back to the 15k, 30k level.
And all players and dealers on Hendon Mob Championship after finishing this end, there's a 15 minutes long break in the tournament. Please, dealers, make a chip raise of 1,000 value chips.
I don't mind.
Chip raise to 6.
I got an ace, that's it. You want to go?
It's up to you. It's whatever you decide to do. If you want to call, call.
The Irishman gets the action he's looking for, and he's on his feet as it is such a pivotal moment of the tournament here. His ace-king way ahead of the ace-6, and now even further. He needs to fade the backdoor clubs, but it's the 4 of spades on the turn, the 4 of hearts on the river, and that will seal the double up for Grogan, taking down a big pot before the break. And he's going to have 15 minutes to gather his thoughts now, come back fresh, and we will be seeing you in around about 15 minutes as well for continued coverage of the Hendon Mob Championship here. Day 2, playing down to a winner of 17.8 thousand.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. Baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Hendon Mob Championship 250 euro buy-in at the Festival Series Bratislava at the Bangkok Casino. If you are wondering that your commentator has a different sound right now, do not be alarmed. This is Lemon, the man that brings you the short form and social media videos on the Festival OG channels. And let's jump right into the action. Is 7 deuce, very good fold. As Mr. Vesely discussed today, 9-4, and wow, we have a walk in the big blind And as Mr. Granley, by the way, already big shout out to Hendon Mob. And Granley, yeah, over there with the shortest stack at the table. Hendon Mob has already started updating the Festival Series Bratislava results. I kid you not. This site is absolutely amazing. And Mr. Granley already has a cache at this very stop from Monday. So you can head to the Hendon Mob, search for the Festival Series, and you will already see which of these players have actually scored. And if you are joining us on Twitch, let me know if you are in the chat, if you have any favorites, like Mr. Klopčić here from Slovenia. Ziga Klopčić, I believe, is raising it up with Ace-Queen, obviously a very strong hand. And we are still going with the min-raising. It's very interesting to see how some players choose to min-raise, other players throw a little bit more in. Basically, the consideration is there, hey, is the big blind defending correctly? If they are, you probably want to bump it up a little bit. If they're not, you will let it go. And wow, take a look at this. Vitaly with the ace-9 of diamonds. This is not a simple situation at all. Probably shouldn't be folding here. Are we going to see the aggressive play or just a call? Yes, it is just a call. You are on the final table bubble. You don't really want to risk your tournament life with a hand like ace-9. So with the ICM, as they say, pressure, basically that means if you are watching us that the value of the chips is much higher than the face value of them, because obviously you have these progressive payouts, and at the final table, if you reach it, obviously you're playing for a lot of money, where if you just passed, you get relatively little. So every single chip is precious, is golden here. That's why you will see a lot more passive play, especially pre-flop in a tense situation like this one. And we probably will see a check down right here. David Veselý, Miss Fortunka, welcome to the chat. So we have some Czech fans. Vítej, I am Czech. No, wow, I am surprised. No, guys, bubble or not, we have a lead. Vitaly probably realizes that as the better hands might be betting themselves, so he knows that he has to try to do something. I believe he's trying to fold out exactly the hand Ziga has. And the question is, can Ziga make the call? This is the thing. When you bet your ace-9 right here, you're trying to make these hands fold, but no, he knows his man. Wow. He did not have to bluff that, but you kind of want to be right when you do bluff, so this is a great play right here from Mr. Klopčić. Well done. Czechs Unite, Tadok. Do we have any other Czech people in the chat? Of course, as you can see, guys, if you are not from the Czech Republic, the festival series is incredibly international. If you look at our social media, there's people from Tunisia, there's people from Japan, there's so many people from the Nordic countries. So sometimes you can actually forget we are in Slovakia, okay? Slovakia's here, Czech Republic's close. And it's actually sometimes surprising when the locals make it deep into the money. Of course, in Rozvadov, there was only one Czech player at the final table of the main event who came second in the end. So even though we are in Slovakia, you don't often see too many Slovakians in Czech, so it's great to see that some of the locals are also representing right here. But the rest of the table, of course, the Hendon Mob and the Festival Series always have insanely international crowds. And interesting to see that Vitaly actually does bump it up a little bit. We have some difference in strategies. Some people are min-raising, but Vitaly decides to go for the larger sizing. And the main reason for min-raising is if you don't think your opponents are defending properly, maybe they are a little bit too timid. So, but if you do give them that credit, especially the big blind, you would simply bump it up. You don't want to make it too cheap for them. So It's in a way a sign of respect here from the button by making it a little bit bigger, that you do respect your opponents. And wow, Dimitrov, another Bulgarian, our Rozvadov champion is also Bulgarian, Presyan Tsvetanov, and he just rips it in, 184,000. There wasn't really too many other options, of course, and it will be interesting to see if anyone wants to look him up, wants to give him a chance to double up. And obviously, guys, this is very, very tense, as we have 13 players remaining only. And yeah, we have the call. Wow, Vitaly kind of had to, there was not much behind. And let's see if he can actually go ahead and catch up. And can we be down to 12 people? It doesn't look very promising, does it? And he hits the ace, but it's not enough, of course, against the ace-jack of Dimitrov. And the Bulgarian hopes are still alive of taking down back-to-back Czechoslovakian stops of the Festival Series, of course. In Malta, we had a winner from Spain, Victor, the cash game player. So it seems like right now Czech Republic has some representation. Hello Lemon, Rönninghag. If you don't know, guys, the Festival Series, of course we have these online, we have these live stops, but let me tell you something. We do also have online slots and online stops, and the next one will be at the SpadePoker network, the Festival Online. And the fun thing about this is that there is a streamers challenge. That's right, we had about 10, 12, 13 streamers or battling it out for a single package here to Bratislava. And I think we played for about 90 points up top. It was between 70 and 90, and I beat Mr. Rönninghag here in the chat by about 2 points. So yeah, the signature of the Festival Series is the variety of events, variety of ways in which you can enjoy poker, in which you can have fun. And one of them is me beating Mr. Rönninghag in chat. As wow, look at this. Bulgaria, Dimitrov, Alexeyev wakes up with ace-jack, very, very strong hand, obviously. And Anton, yeah, he could have decided to maybe bump it up, but again, we are at 13 players. You really want to get to that coveted final table. We are playing for 17,800 euro up top from 250 euro. That's absolutely crazy. And look at this. We've seen this before from him, I believe. The signature lead, and this will be very, very confusing to his opponent. James, Anton Grogan. We have seen some strange lines from him, and let's see if the Bulgarian Alexeyev, who just was in a situation where he doubled up, does he want to risk more chips, or does he want to just take it easy, be timid, sit on his newly gained gains, and just make this very tight fold? But if I know my Bulgarians, and I think I do, I interviewed many of them, of course. I've been to places like Sunny Beach myself, and they are known for their grit. They are known for battling for every pot, for being very solid, but not giving up easily. So if I would go with a very offensive, positive stereotyping right here, I would say that we probably won't see a fold to the lead just yet. And the way he's talking, it looks like he will fold in the end. I might be proven wrong. Are you going to show me? He's asking if I show. Oh, and there we go. I'm completely wrong. Yes. You can never stereotype like I did just now. And wow, the lead actually did work. And yeah, I mean, when you just double up for a really, really small stack, you kind of don't want to go ahead and risk your stack. That's the thing. Your opponent bets on the flop. You know that if he's bluffing, he's very likely to go ahead and bet again. If he does have a small pair, which he's representing, you kind of know that it will be tough for you to try to bluff him off it. So even though theoretically he definitely should be calling there, after just doubling up and after not knowing what their opponent will do, very unpredictable opponent, of course, from Ireland. I understand the fault, of course, and we can't really blame him at all. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. But after you were involved in two hands and you folded, that means it's a little bit more likely for your opponents to think you don't have too much. You wake up with aces and you only min raise. So now we're hoping that we will see a defend. And oh, the 10-5. No, he's not going to pay it off. That's very, very unlucky. David Vesely, of course, from the Czech Republic, our lone hope of the locals. Can't defend with a hand as weak as that one. And we will see how people play. You know, at the festival series, a lot of the tournaments, people don't really care about the bubbles. This is a tournament where you play for the win, you know, because you come here to have fun. We have 53 events, 53 guys, and it's only a week-long tournament, okay? Week-long series. Sometimes you have 13 events in a day. It's absolutely incredible. And the thing is, if you manage to bust out from one tournament, you just jump into another, and you have all sorts of mixed games. A crazy pineapple, which is the game you see now with an extra card. You have all sorts of PLO. You have under 25, over 50 tournaments, Sweet 10, and crazy games. So people don't really care about the bubbles too much because they always know there's another tournament and another tournament and then another. But we do have the added prestige, of course, of the Hendon Mob Championship added. And I don't know about you, but it obviously is very important. Now, I'll take a look at this. Vegard Granli from Norway already has his first cash on Monday at this very festival series in a no-limit hold'em tournament. Rips in Jack 8 of clubs. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is a really big jam, and this is exactly what I mean, guys. Vegard strikes me as exactly one of the Vikings from the north. One of the Nordic countries that travel to every festival. Festival to festival to festival. It doesn't matter. We could make it in Patagonia. He would still come. And as you saw that when these players come here, and they do play a 250 euro tournament, even though there's 17,000 up top, even though it's the prestigious Hendon Mob, the Hendon Mob Championship, they are not afraid to go ahead and try to push people around, and absolutely love to see it here. And that's the jam with the Jack 8, of course, very bold, but you love to see it. And, you know, people don't talk about it too much. It's, hang on, the same player here, we talked about this. A hand like this one can easily be a fold in the small blind. But Vegard Granli has already proven to us that ICM is something that is not exactly vital to him. He's here to play. We've seen that from the last hand. So any other player would probably be folding, but I don't think he's actually posturing. But yes, he was seriously considering it. And Vitaly is looking at the king-free offsuit. Now the interesting thing is, yes, we are facing a min race. So it will be interesting to see the borderline hands and if they can actually defend. Of course, if you have 1.2 million chips and more, you don't really want to risk it with a hand like this against another big stack, of course. But the odds are getting, the price you are getting against min race, obviously really good in the big blind. So it will be interesting to see what strategy people actually use. Do they want to defend, or are they going to play a little bit more timid, play for that final table, and try to tighten it up? And by the way, if you think that the final tables are special, the TV table, almost everywhere else that's true. But if you come to the festival series, we actually have something we call cash game challenges. You can play on stream 2-2 in the early days. Of course, we will have higher stakes tomorrow. We have 5-5 Hold'em and PLO. But exactly the same final table you see. Random players from the casino. Anyone can sign up if you're fast enough. and you can be with the same commentators, with the same professional setup, only risking 500 euros today, tomorrow, and only 200 on Monday. So it's absolutely incredible, and I think that this might factor in to the festival attendees that the TV table won't be as big of a deal for them because they can just jump in playing the cash games if they really, really want to play one, and we have some regulars that do so. And take a look at this with the free bet with the queens, and wow. So the two players that are definitely going for it, James Anton Grogan, opening with 6-5 offsuit, getting out of line. Oh, matey, that was amazing. Yeah, so these two players, Vegard Granley and James Anton Grogan, these two are your typical the festival attendees. they are not knitting it up. They are here to play, and they want to get chips in any means necessary and play for that win. How is Martin Stashko doing? The last time I've seen the update, Martin was still in. By the way, guys, if you don't know, Martin Stashko is a Czech legend. He has won the most money in the single tournament in the Czech Republic. He was second in the WSOP. But is it 12 years already? It's quite a long time. But I believe he was still in on a relatively short stack. Of course, we don't want to spoil you guys. I don't want to look at the chip stacks. I am here at the venue, by the way. I am playing literally 3 meters away from the players. This is why you will hear me whispering, okay? If you wanted me to, if someone paid me, I could literally jump over to the players and tap them on the shoulder and come back. That's why you'll see me whispering, but we don't want to spoil it for you, okay? I don't want to go check who is in, who is out. It's a little bit about the magic, and of course we need a little bit of delay on the stream, but that's for the benefit of the players. 2000 Tadoch, yeah, awesome research, thank you so much. So Martin Stashko, if you guys don't know, the Czech scene is relatively close-knit. You probably heard of names like Martin Cabrahel, Hrabes as well is doing really, really well in the big ones. But the real OG man who brought poker into the spotlight was Martin Stashko, going on all the talk shows. 2011, he won 5+ million at the WSOP main event. And there was a little bit of a moneymaker effect in the Czech Republic as he came up from free rolls, a very humble guy with his flannel shirt, coming up from free rolls, playing chess, very timid. And it was amazing to see that he started going on all these talk shows. And it's awesome to see that he is still in these tournaments, and he's incredibly humble. I mean, come on. You see this guy playing 550 horse main event. He was really deep in that. Now he's deep here. So absolutely love to see these legends, crushers like Chris Moneymaker and Martin Stashko, who are very similar, still interacting with the community, still being very humble. And I absolutely love to see it as well. Take a look at this. We're getting a little bit out of line. With the 6 free offsuit, are we completing just here? Oh, this is the queen free offsuit. No, we're raising. Wow, 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 wow. And we're taking out queen 4 down. These are both plays. Very, very interesting. James Anton, he has been getting out of line, but interesting that he decided to fold there. And the queen 3 takes away the queen 4. A hand that was in a better position. So nice to see it. Nice to see some outplays as well. And this is a time where a lot of pressure comes into the game, guys. It's, of course, about knowing your customers, but seeing how they react to the big, big pressure of the final table. Who cares about it too much? Who doesn't care about it at all and will make some reckless plays? And understanding this and knowing how your opponents are deviating from how we should be playing is absolutely vital for these stages of the tournament when every single chip matters. Yes, take a look at this. And Vitaly, love to see it. This guy has great awareness. There's a lot of people with medium stacks, short stacks, and they know that the man with so many chips that can push them around, he is not to be trifled with. And this is very, very important when you are playing tournaments and you are at this stage of the tournament when there's only 13 players left. You're playing for the final table. You need to know which one of your opponents are here to really, really win. They really want to go ahead, make that final table, tell their friends. You need to know the theoretical guys who understand the independent chip model that tells you that every chip is worth so much more. And you need to know the players that just came here to win. They don't really care too much. And if there's a lot of the timid guys and the theoretical guys, then you actually are supposed to be opening pretty aggressively. And obviously seeing the ease with which Vitaly made that race makes me think that he knows very much what's going on. And oh my God.
What is going on here?
We have a 4 deuce and we have George coming in. Of course, he just came in. And our favorite, I was just saying that he is a typical attendee. And David Vesely.
Grogan was definitely making some pretty peculiar moves. I saw the Queen Jack about a couple of minutes ago, just shoving it in for 20 bigs. And now this is a pretty big shove with 4 deuce offsuit, right? Like, what's going through his mind here, do you think?
Gio, let me tell you, I think we are here at the Festival Series. I think at any other tournament, this wouldn't be a thing, but, it's very tough not to be pushed by the atmosphere. And, of course, we do have that all in. Wow. So, David Vesely, the chat favorite. Does anyone here want him to win?
I mean, surely, right? You've got to root for him, the guy shoving in the 4 deuce. All the players are looking at him as if to say, what the hell are you... Wow,
oh my God, no, what? Can he get there?
Oh, so close. The set versus the pair and the flush draw on the flop. Wow, what an action board with 4 deuce. My word. I'm lost for words. With 13 left here, we're playing for a pretty sizable chunk of change up top. Sure, if you want to get a bit fruity, why not just min raise if you think that the guys are going to fold a lot, but sending in 20 big blinds on the off chance that you get 2 folds to pick up 2.5 is just lunacy.
Absolute lunacy. Yeah, that's right. Well, such is the Festival Series atmosphere sometimes, People get a little bit carried away. And,
they do, especially when Frank is around, It's easy to get induced into the silliness, because that's what he does. And I mean, yesterday I heard the story that he was only there for half of the PLO final table, but managed to take it down anyway. And he was kind of tea drinking and doing his touring around and a little, literally a victory lap of the room.
Yeah, well, Frank is being Frank. I think people have to listen, guys. The Festival Series is a lot of fun. The people that run it, of course, we can get a little out of line sometimes. But I think, rather words, you have to just experience it yourself. Like, you see that even at the high pressure situation like the bubble, people are just having fun, shoving 4 deuce offsuit, Jack 8 suited, and you just have to experience it. So yes, of course, you will see Frankie getting out of line, but I wouldn't spoil it to the audience that isn't here. The ones that are watching us from Bratislava, they know. And there we go. This is another player who is a typical festival attendee, I think. We have a mystery hand, but what do we think he actually has here?
Some kind of ace, I would say. Oh, he's versus an open as well. So the Slovenian, who's a really strong player, was really impressed with his game so far.
Mm-hmm. Look at it. Like he's sizing him down, though. Wow.
Yeah, maybe he's interested. How much has he got here? He's got about... We've lost the Gravex momentarily, but he's got around about $1 million there.
Oh, we saw the hand? Ace. It was an ace.
Yeah, it has to be with the ICM, really. You want to be rejamming these ace-x hands, trying to block the ones that can call, and then if you do get run into a hand like just before there with the Irishman, jamming the 4 deuce, and if you just had ace deuce, at least you would have had the overcard versus the jacks, so that comes into play.
So of course you were right, and we have some comments. 2000 yesterday he took around half of my stack, so I'm glad they are of use. So Tadoch has lost money to Martin Staško, the Czech legend and top 3 on the Hendon Mob, obviously. So Tadoch, it's nice to see that you want him to do well. He donated half of your stack, of course. That's really nice to see. Miss Fortunka is saying that was way too close. Yes, Gigi James, Wacky Jackson. So we have some Irish fans in the chat as well. Good game indeed. I mean, you know what? You miss 100% of shots you don't take. Isn't that right, Gio?
Absolutely. That's Jason Glatzer, by the way, Wacky Jackson.
Oh, it's Jason. Oh, welcome to the chat.
Yeah, for sure. Welcome, Jace. I'm just trying to find this Hendon Mob information then from Martin Staszko. So he's third to, I guess, Cabral and Roman.
Yep. And you don't have to look that far. We actually in the chat, we have some expert. Tadoch is saying 2011, second place in the main event. So yeah, we have some chat pros. And Jason, welcome to the chat, of course, the festival legend. And wow, hang on. Gio, can you comment on this? We have an all-in.
Oh my word. Okay, so Dimitrov is going to send it in with the ace-5 versus Grandley, who is in a pretty tricky spot here. I mean, it's, what is it, just over 11 big blinds, the Queen-Jack. Didn't jam himself. And not exactly an ideal situation to be in. But your opponent is going to jam in hands like 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, ace-10, ace-5, ace-3. All of these types of holdings. So I think the Queen-Jack there would have been raised call versus the 11 big blind stack. But, you know, players don't want to take those chances. He still would have had around about, what, 8 big blinds to spin if he didn't get the job done. But like we said, you know, these payouts are emerging now. We've got 11.25 locked up, but the final table players will get another 725 euros. So that's only 3 more eliminations to outlast. So I was listening to your commentary. You had it spot on with what you said about the ICM, and some of the people tend to move towards, you know, the kind of more conservative route. And then you were talking about the Ukrainian chip leader. He's really starting to emerge as someone that's keeping his foot on the gas. And that's exactly what it takes to close out a big field tournament like this. You just can't kind of wait around looking for pay jumps with that dominating stack. You've got to keep the initiative on the other players and make them be playing for the pay jumps.
Yeah, but maybe sometimes you don't want to take it too much to the extreme, like with the poor use of suit. But that's that is the point. And I think people are realizing recently, especially in Franke's case, that if you are playing against professionals that are really, really good, if you play tight, you are dead in the water. They will just destroy you. So you do want to bump up the variance. You do want to go a little bit crazy. Maybe that's something that's going through the heads of some of these players. But of course, some are taking a little bit too far, I feel.
Absolutely. But yeah, you're right. That's one of Franke's main skills in these kind of fields. He is able to make life hell for players that aren't so accustomed to this kind of unbridled aggression. So it's definitely a way to flip the switch, change the narrative, and make life difficult for the pros. Klopčić, definitely a strong player here. For sure, a professional based on the hand selection, the timing, the mannerisms. I think he's going to be one to watch. And you can see here, lots of recreationals will just fold this situation. And he realizes the strength of these 2 overcards facing this small c-bet size. With the intention to bluff the river if it goes check-check on the turn, I believe. So you do want to be calling some hands like King 10, Jack 10, Queen Jack. Potentially check raising from time to time.
Yeah, they're nice to have. Your opponent is likely to bet. And now, okay, let's see. So, Gio, are we going to see a bet, and what will be the value here on the river?
Yeah, I think your opponent's pretty capped here. So I think the best hand that Vesely is going to show up with here is going to be a hand like pocket 7s. So we are mindful of the 7s, the 5s, the 6s, but also we want to target these kind of ace high, King Queen, King Jack type hands as well. So we don't need to go necessarily too big. I think sort of 175 is a pretty reasonable size because we want to represent as many value hands as possible here. We want to say, hey, I could value bet a hand like King 4 suited now, you know, which is only 3rd pair. He goes for 125, which is a little smaller. But it's kind of telling the same story that, you know, I'm not just betting a 9 here. I've got hands like King 4. Maybe I turned an 8 with a hand like King 8 suited with the backdoor flush draw.
Now the question is, if David Vesely will believe that story, you know, or if he will get a little bit suspicious. He's definitely thinking about it. And I must say, I think that probably should be folding, but Look at him. He's really thinking it
Yeah,
through.
I think raising is actually really nice here with our blockers. We have interaction with ace 5, which is a hand that we definitely could check back on the turn. You know, our opponent is representing either a weak 9 or a 4 or some kind of 8, maybe a hand like pocket 6s. So would have been an interesting one to take off there. You don't see people find it too often deep into a tournament, and it's a very tough one to find. Ooh, that scared me there. I was like,
that will be a quick one.
I thought we were going to do a flip out for the rest of the tournament.
No, guys, we
Everyone
want
off to bed.
to thank you for watching and for keeping watching. Okay, that was the graphic, and that was my sign to is Alex Georgiev still in? No spoilers, guys. Of course we could go ahead and check who still is in, but come on, we don't want to ruin the illusion, of course. So I will go ahead and make some videos, and Gio, hopefully we'll see this through with some entertaining players and great plays. So take over, and of course, guys, make sure that at the bottom of the screen you have thefestival.com, the Festival OG at the social medias. Follow us for some fun updates and for the most amazing commentary. Make sure that you stay here and listen to Gio until the conclusion of the Hendon Mob Championship here at the Festival Series in Bratislava. Thank you so much, Gio, and lead us through to the end of this amazing tournament.
Thank you so much, Lemon Poker, the winner of the Streamer Challenge on the festival's very own Twitch. And that's what you're tuning into now, watching us play down to the winner of the Hendon Mob Championship with 2 tables of 6 players remaining. Grandly, who's had a couple of obstacles in his path. Going to fold the ace-6 now, 6-handed, seems pretty reasonable. Definitely wanting to open that from later position, but not ideal having the chip leader on his direct left, which means that we're going to probably see him be a little tighter, try and make that jump to the final table and hope for a better seat draw there and, you know, reevaluate when that does come. So Kyrza here opening into Vesely in the big blind. Jack-8 suited certainly is way too much of a hand to consider folding. Vitaly opening it up 7-6, and we'll have a pretty wide range, so our Jack-8 is going to play quite nicely here. Queen 10-4, 2 Broadway texture, so it definitely will be favoring the opener, you would think, as they're going to have queens. I mean, I think Vesely in this situation could be flatting a hand like 10s, based on the situation, not wanting to play a bloated pot out of position versus the chip leader, risk busting with so many short stacks lurking around. So we are still down to 12, and we are also down to 12 in real time as well. So I can tell you that Alexander Gogiev is still in on the outer table. Not exactly sure what the exact chip stack is, but we will get you that information shortly. We have 3 more eliminations until we play down to the final sort of unofficial table, final table of 9, and then the official final table of 8. So 2 tables of 6. Quite quick action, especially with this big blind ante now all of a sudden. Looking at around about 16.5% ante, which means that it's even more in the benefit of the chip leader, who's just going to look to lean on these guys. Vitaly, once again, he doesn't need a hand as strong as ace-jack, but it's a nice sight to see when he does pick up a strong holding. So Mordechai here, the Israeli, new to the table, Jack-9 suited. Checking those stacks behind, it is a nice one to peel in position here. Does go for the call. Got the benefit of being last to act post-flop, of course, which gives him an advantage to see what his opponent does. Vitaly here on this 10-5 deuce. Can go a number of ways. Does start with a check. also somewhat in the chip leaders incentive to be checking out of position versus a stack that could potentially do him damage. Definitely doesn't want to get raised here. It's not often you're going to see a raise in position on a board like 10-5 deuce. But just knuckling that one over. We do essentially skip the first street now, moving into the turn. The queen arrives, giving equity to both players in the form of straight draws, and Mordechai very happy to stab here with his Jack-9 high, looking to get hands like King-8 suited, King-7, Ace-6, Ace-7, Ace-8 to consider folding. There are so many hands that we can target here that are currently better than us. And look at that. Vitaly just mucking the gut shot and the overcard there. Giving a little bit too much credit, I think, to the Israeli. It wasn't a massive bet either. And about 35–40% pot. A bit of respect being shown there, and that will, if Mordechai has a look at that one on the break, maybe later on, he'll feel a little bit more compelled to start to tangle with the chip leader a bit more often if he's going to be given a free ride in that vein. Jason says he's going to try and win a second trophy in the Sveton. And I believe he's talking about another festival right now. Thank you, mate. Not going to be playing. Got a lot of work and commentating duties to contend with. So no time to play until next week. Going to be heading over to Spain and Belgium. Spain on Monday, Belgium on Wednesday for some cards. Looking forward to that one. Bit of live poker. So Granley here, facing this open from Klopčić, has decided to lay down the gauntlet, sending it in with the pocket sixes, small blind versus hijack for just about 23.5 big blinds. Vitaly, not sure why we're so deep into the tank here with the pocket threes. Just never, ever going to be entering the pot in any fashion. And Klopčić here with his ace-8 suited just simply cannot call. What's the cutoff here in terms of defending this 23 big blind jam? Well, it would have to be very tight at this stage, even though he does cover, I think, ace-jack suited, ace-queen offsuit. Round about the bottom, and then you'd feel a hand like pocket eights or pocket nines would be close in the form of the pairs. No good on Vegas in December either. Going to be with the family on the Isle of Wight, but enjoy. It's going to be a huge one once again. Bumper prize pools over there. So thanks to all of you joining us here as we are starting to move deep into the night. Heading towards that elusive final table, and of course, not just the 17.8K, but also the Hendon Mob Championship trophy going to be awarded to one of the remaining 12 players tonight. Vesely here looks to get busy in the cutoff with the Jack-8 offsuit. Surprised to see that one being opened up. And Granley with ace-10. Can definitely go a number of ways here. Calling, 3-bet folding. How aware is he that Vesely is going to be this wide? If you know that Vesely will have hands like Queen 9 off, Jack 8 off, maybe even King 8 off in there. Wow, he's just going all in. That's the one move I wasn't expecting, to be honest. And the reason being is because we just have so many chips. We've got around about average stack. Running into a premium would be disastrous, but 3-betting and potentially running into something in the blinds would allow us to at least get away. Of course, it does open the opportunity for someone to send it in on us as a 4-bet jam, but that is going to be quite a rare occurrence, you would feel.
This time or last time?
So, Vitaly, the chip leader, on our table, opening it up with the Queen Jack, and Dimitrov here, simply theatrics. Ace Queen going to be sent into the middle. There we go. Easy fold for the Ukrainian. Let's see what Klopchich has in the big blind also. Not going to be entering the pot, so looks like the Ukrainian is enjoying his TV table time, that's for sure. He's had a couple of snap fold situations now where he's kind of mulling things over, maybe looking to seem like his opening range is a bit stronger, but you know, anyone with any kind of MTT experience knows that it's just okay to have raised folds in this situation. You are the chip leader. You've clearly run into a rejam, and you know, you're not always going to be able to call it off. Vitaly does eventually get out the way, taking his sweet time. Vitaly once again leaning on these short stacks, and Dimitrov has a great rejam spot here with the Queen Jack suited. Just counting out his chips, but 20 big blinds versus a super wide range. You may even get a hand like King Jack suited to fold. Ace 10, potentially. Does shove. Lovely play from the Bulgarian. And there is the snap fold this time from the Ukrainian, starting to face a little bit of resistance from Dimitrov, who finds back-to-back jams and picks up a lot of chips in the process.
No, I'm working and
Can we order a beer for Vesely this way? He seems to really need one. Thank you in advance. Unfortunately, I don't think we have like a Banco service app. But I'm sure if you spoke to Franke, potentially, he might be able to bring one over.
On the TV, it's 2040.
It's okay, we can play the...
Yeah, I know. Fair play.
Do you know if there are any Finns left? I can certainly find out for you. We have... No, the last remaining Finnish player was Petri Juhani Jorikada, who busted in 14th. So he took home, I think, 950 euros for his 14th. The nationalities remaining are Ukraine, Israel, Norway, the Czech Republic, Slovenia, England, Greece, and Bulgaria, with 2 players from the Czech Republic, 2 players from Bulgaria, 2 Greeks, and 2 Norwegians. So let's get back to the action. Top 2 for Mordechai here. Blind versus blind. Goes for a trappy check. And Vesely will fire out a continuation bet. 70 into 240, so quite small. And those chips are unlikely to be returning to him unless he can find some kind of miracle here. Is he going to check raise or is he just going to check call? He goes for the check raise. I think with a hand this strong and a potential air in our opponent's range, check calling is probably going to be the superior option of the 2. But he does see lots of straight draws and flush draws available. And it's very natural for players to want to drive the action with these strong holdings. Vesely not really sure what happened there, but you will see later that he simply just ran into the nuts. So Vitaly Kriza from Ukraine is our current chip leader on the table. 1.7 million, good for 43 big blinds. Then you see the middling pack of Vesely, Klopčić and Mordechai with 28 to 34. And Dimitrov and Grandley make up the rest of the 6-handed table here, with another 6-handed outer table playing down to the unofficial final table of 9 and then the official final table of 8. So blind versus blind here, 2 pretty mediocre holdings, but Vesely does flop a pair, with Grandley having the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw. We'll start with the check. Looks like Grandley is going to bet his gut shot. Not a ton of showdown value here with the weak jack. So he's going to take matters into his own hands. Quite like the stab at the very least. Not going to be able to fold a pair of line versus blind here, so only one decision for Vesely, who does come along for the ride. Looking for a deuce, looking for a 9. The 5 of spades emerging now. Not ideal for the Czech Republic man. Is the Norwegian going to be able to find some aggression here with his 3 of spades, looking to target hands like a 9, maybe a weak 10 considers folding? Goes for 75 into 200. Trying to tell the story that he's got a king. Vesely now with that lowly 9. No additional equity. The deuce doesn't help him in any way, shape or form. Considering his options, the way he just touched those chips looked like he was leaning towards fold, and that's exactly what he does. And it's a strong play there from the Norwegian, who mucks his cards with a somewhat of a smirk on his face, knows that he got the job done there, got a better hand to fold. Nicely played, sir. Mordechai, the Israeli. Looks a bit short on that min-raise. I think he only put 60 out, but he will be having to make it 80 as the at least over half the raises come in. And look at this, Granley now wakes up with ace-king in the small blind. He's been quite active over the last couple of orbits as well. So this 3-bet may not get the respect it's due. He's got 25 bigs. It's very, very kind of easy just to send it in here and not think too much about it. But I think the better play is to 3-bet non all in. Force your opponent to continue with some hands that you have dominated. A sizing around sort of 240 to 260. Makes life very difficult for the opener and also gives them room to consider a 4-bet jam. He is just going to send it in. We've seen him go for some pretty big all-ins so far. So he goes and continues with that theme that we saw earlier on. Vitaly not interested in the Jack 3, of course, and Mordechai giving some respect with the ace-10 offsuit. Nice pickup for the Norwegian. Raise and take, not a lot to report. Players are doing the best they can to maintain energy levels. They know that there is still so much more battling to continue here as we do play down to a winner tonight. Local time 10 past 11. And the likelihood is that we're not going to be seeing a winner until the early hours of tomorrow morning. Go Vegard says Stig, Bomb, and Brodin, FRK Brodin. He's doing a good job. He's flying the flag of Norway and he's doing you guys a good service so far. Some pretty fearless play. Dimitrov here has 15.5 big blinds, blind versus blind with ace queen. Again, it's quite easy for players to overplay this situation, just to shove and maybe lose value from the hand. Limping or even going for a raise, blind versus blind. Surely the more attractive of the options. And he shoves. I think a little bit hasty there with the ace-queen. Such a powerhouse hand to have in that situation. Maybe we could work in some limps, some 2.75 X's, some 3 X's, any kind of spot like that. Just by shoving, we really eliminate any possibility of getting bluff isolated by, you know, these kind of hands that you see in there, these kind of queen deuce, jack 3, queen 3, like the one high, one low, where you've got a Broadway card. Vesely here under the gun with the queen 10. It's going to come in for an open 80k to go. Grandly here, 10-9 suited, covers his opponent, so 30 versus 25 big blinds. But does slide it into the muck, maybe a bit wary of those 4 uncapped rangers behind. Vitaly has the same hand in hearts, not spades. Likely to see him continue as the chip leader, having position on his opponent. Absolutely SMMO. We do also have Jan-Erik Larsen-Iversen on the outer table, not currently being shown, but still very much in the tournament. Dimitrov here with the pocket eights. What a dream squeeze jam situation he's got himself into here. On the button, 6-handed, under the gun opens. Definitely not too much of a tight player. We've seen enough from Vesely to, I think, justify a squeeze jam here. Will Dimitrov find it, or is he going to overcall here and maybe err on the side of caution? You feel that Vitaly is never going to have much of a better holding here. He does go for the jam. Nicely played, sir. Showing a lot of heart and commitment at this late stage in the tournament. Absolutely. Norway, one of 4 countries to still have 2 remaining participants left. The others being the Czech Republic with David Vesely and Martin Stashko. And then you've got Greece, Theodoros Ampelikiotis and Konstantinos Straulis. And of course the 2 Bulgarians, Alexander Gogiev and Hristo Alexiev Dimitrov. Really putting my pronunciation skills to the test with those ones. I'm going to get a little bit more tanking from Vitaly here. Just kind of running down the clock for no apparent reason. Something that is rather infuriating to commentate on, I have to say, because We know he's not calling. He knows he's not calling. So why does it need to take 30 seconds? Especially in his situation where he's the table chip leader. He doesn't want there to be bust outs on the other table, and it decreases the amount of time that he has to exert his sort of chip leader pressure onto the rest of this outer table. With 2 tables to go and playing down to a final table of course, 9 players going on to play down to the winner tonight. So blind versus blind action. King Jack versus King 3. King Jack with the pre-flop advantage. Both players not going to be overly thrilled to see the emergence of the ace. Does go check, check. See if we're going to see anything change on the turn. We do. Second pair now for the Israeli. And he's going to fire out 55k into 120. Looking to target some worse Jack X. Looking to target maybe a check back 8 or 6. Definitely the emergence of some straight draws as well now. 9-10. Queen 10 has a double gut shot, for example. And he takes it down. Vitaly continuing to open, put some pressure on his opponents and gets this one through with the pocket 4s. So again, picking up 100k here. Over 3 starting stacks, which it was a good indication that we're getting pretty deep into the tournament when the starting stack is the same as the big blind. Stig saying, what's the average? I believe it's a little less than 1 million. I'll just check for you now. I know you're absolutely spot on. The average is 1.1 million. So a nice structure here on the 45-minute clock. At the 20k, 40k. So what's that? 27.5 blinds is the current average. Klopčić in the hijack opens with the Jack 10 offsuit, and Granley in the small blind looks interested with the Jack 10 suited, and plenty of reason to be. Would be quite an aggressive jam. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility, but peeling certainly has some merit. Going all in definitely has some merit as well. Looks like he's going to side with call based on the body language. and does fire in the call there. Needs another 10,000. And Vitaly with the king deuce off, not really a hand that we want to be entering the pot with three ways. Just going to be really dominated, and our best chance of flopping equity is in the form of the king, but both players are going to have some strong king X in their range. No problem, sir. So yeah, a nice solid lay down there for the chip leader. Allow the other two collide. No point to come in so weak. Klopčić here eyeing down his opponent. Looks like he's got a pretty stern glare there. And he does have that all-important jack of spades. So it's open-ender versus open-ender, but Klopčić with the massive advantage holding that flush draw. We do see it go check-check. Both players now turning third pair. And the 7 of clubs rolling off, so no improvement. Klopčić going to check down to the river. Wants to see his opponents holding there. And it is a chop pot. So no fireworks. Both players flopping a little piece, but Klopčić just happy to maneuver that one to showdown. Vesely opening it up in the cutoff, and Vladimir here is surely going to be moving all in with his pocket eights in the small blind, and this puts a lot of pressure on this exact hand class, this kind of king-jack suited, ace-10 suited, king-queen suited region, where you just feel like you're folding a lot of equity, but there's really not much you can do. Vladimir getting in there, applying the ICM pressure, and picking up a nice pot while he's at it. You guys are wondering how you can be here at the next festival event. First of all, check out some of the partners that are listed along the top of the screen. The likes of BetSafe, CoolBet, Betson, Bet365, PartyPoker, iPoker, Unibet, Novibet, OptiBet Poker, some big names in the online poker space. So plenty of ways for players from almost every single country to book their way to the festival, with seat only and also package qualifiers running pretty much around the clock. Spoke to Franke earlier in the week, and he said that over 200 people won their packages for this week. The hotels are fully booked around Bratislava city centre, and it is absolutely pandemonium. We're only seeing a little glimpse of what's actually going on. So many mixed games, cash games running. In fact, I will get you the information on exactly what's happening so that I can paint the picture. But if you are a sort of low to mid-stakes player looking to play tournaments, looking to play cash games across all sorts of different formats, the festival is the stop for you. Join us next time. Vegard here getting spicy with the ace-8. That's what we like to see, a little bit of pep in the step as we do maneuver our way down to that final table berth. Klopčić, no business to be in there with the 8-6. And Mordechai now is in a spot of bother with his pocket sixes here, out of position, under the gun versus cutoff. He's going to make the call, get stubborn here. He's going to struggle to find a 6, as we did see that Klopčić had folded one. Can Vegard take this away on the flop? Let's see what it brings. Jack 10 deuce. You feel like he's going to be a favorite to win this one. The Norwegian having 3-bet pre-flop. Likely to like the look of this board, looking to put pressure on some of the underpairs to the board. Although it will hit Mordechai's range quite hard. Do you think he's going to have hands like potentially ace-jack suited, some king-queens, some ace-10 suited, some king-jack suited, some pocket pairs? Maybe even a hand as strong as ace-queen for this many big blinds with 12 left would just be peeling pre-flop. Vegard sizing up for the flop here. It looks like he's gone for about 230. He is a c-bet man. He comes from far away. What does he play? C-bet, 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 hey, c-bet, hey, c-bet, hey. He finds it. Very nicely done. Maneuvering his opponent, muscling him out of the pot there with the ace-8 and giving it the old high folding action as if to be a bit cheeky and say, maybe have a little look at that bottom of that card. I bluffed you, son. Vesely of pokerfirma.ck. CZ, sorry, of course, Czech Republic. Sorry, pokertime.cz. Apologies for that one. He is the founder of poker news website in the Czech Republic. And has been a mainstay on our feature table pretty much since we joined the action with 26 players remaining. We have seen David Vesely there in the mix. No hands chosen to be played so far, and Mordechai gives the Czech Republic man a walk. So that one's not too eventful. And here are the current chip counts for our feature table. No short stacks really. We've got that pack of Dimitrov all the way up to Mordechai there, nestling around the 22 to 27 big blind mark, and Grandley with 37, and Vitaly Kryza from Ukraine is our current table chip leader. Information on the outer tables will be announced once I have it in front of me on the system, but the chip counts that we have are only accurate from the system I see for the feature table, so we'll stick with that for now. Vitaly once again opening it up with the A7 suited. Mordechai here has gone for the peel on the button with the ace-jack, which seems reasonable. Keeping in those hands that he's got completely crushed, but look at this. You feel the equity and the advantage now lies with the Ukrainian, as Mordechai's strong pre-flop holding ace-jack of spades. Not looking so good on 10-5 deuce, 2 hearts, 1 club. Do see the c-bet out of position from the Ukrainian. And the peel from the Israeli, so he does stick around for one more. Not going to be thrown off of the pot just yet. And it is a 10, so not a bad card, considering we've got ace-jack. Now we're still ahead of king-jack, queen-jack, king-queen, ace-9, ace-8, ace-7, ace-3, ace-4. So I might be looking to navigate this one to showdown. Don't see any reason why we'd start betting ace-jack on the turn here. Just going to be ahead of some of the give-ups. And the queen on the river. Will Vitaly be able to find a bluff here with his ace-7? You feel like the answer is unlikely. What would he be targeting here? Hands like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s? What sort of sizing would he need to curate to lean on that range of holdings? Decides to just wave the white flag, and it looks like, from my perspective, Mordechai will be more than happy to take this one to showdown. Whoa, look at this. Turning his hand into a bluff with really good showdown. Is he trying now to get ace-king to fold? Pocket 9s, pocket 8s, pocket 7s, pocket 6s, as mentioned. Interesting that he feels like he doesn't have the showdown. Feels compelled to take matters into his own hands. What's the Ukrainian got cooking up his sleeve here? Just a fold. And it's our lone remaining Israeli in the field. Ronan Mordechai will take that one down. And as you can see, some of the movements in chips. Dimitrov, the biggest benefactor of the upswing, came in really short and has found some nice spots to amass some chips. Some 3-bet jams. Got a double up with the aces versus the king-queen of Juhani Urikala earlier, the Finn that busted out in 14th. So down to 12. Let's have a look at the next pay jump, shall we? It is at 11. So the pay jump between 12 and 11 is 300 euros from 11.25 to 14.25. And then the next pay jump will be, of course, to that final table of 9, 18.50 locked up for the final tablists. And the winner will be taking home around about 17.8 thousand euros. And the Hendon Mob coveted trophy, the Slovakian flag on Hendon Mob. And of course, the festival caricature. How could you forget? Each player at the festival series that wins gets a cartoon style drawing to maybe put up on the mantelpiece at home. as an extra token of their participation and also winning participation at the Festival Series here in Bratislava. If you're unaware, the news that is coming out of the Banco Casino, our host for this week, is that big things will be happening in 2025. The casino division of the current venue will be moving out, and that paves the way for more room for poker tables and a bigger poker operation promised from 2025. And if you think, well, what sort of operation were they running already? Anyone that hasn't been living under a rock for the last 5 years will know that the Banco Casino is becoming one of the mainstays and one of the biggest European poker destinations. So this move to put even more emphasis on their poker operation will certainly signify a big boost in numbers and, of course, capacity into the future. So Vitaly here with the Jack-10 offsuit is opening it up. And it's Dimitrov looking down at the Ace-9 suited here, facing this 3.5x open. It's kind of a weird spot because if he jams, he doesn't really get called by any worse holdings. Maybe Ace-8 suited. But he also does clear out a lot of equity as well, you know, like these kind of King-10s, King-Jacks. So he does go for the shove. And Vitaly once again asking for a count, but we know he's never calling. So another kind of, let's say, infuriating character trait that I don't want to be too harsh on, but there is just no reason to do this. Thanks to those of you joining us late on into the night here. Coverage from the Banco Casino of the Hendon Mob Championship. €250 was the buy-in. The current payout is 11.25. We're looking for one more elimination, and that jumps up to 14.25. The final table of 9 players getting 18.25. And there goes the Jack-10 into the muck. Dimitrov has just been feeding off of these 3-bet jams, all-ins, you name it, he's found it. He's barely had to play a post-flop hand. Just been finding nice hands to pick up nice spots and not running into any strong holdings as of yet. The absolute dream for him. Doesn't require any thought. Yeah, fair enough, Stig. Considering it's still before midnight, I think I maybe loosen the shackles a little bit. But if it was 4 a.m. and this kind of stuff was going on, then I'm going to start to have to lay down the hammer, right? So Dimitrov in the small blind, opening it up with the King-8 offsuit. Kind of an interesting hand to choose. It's not conventionally one that we're going raising for value, but it's also not like getting better hands to fold, so kind of in the middle. Would be a kind of hand class that I'd prefer. seeing a limp with, but that's just me. Klopčić happy to defend with his king deuce suited, so I guess we do get value from some worse king X in the suited form. Not seeing the board, but looks like Dimitrov is going to be firing out a continuation bet, 60 into 200. $11 left, meaning that we've lost one on the outer table, so that €400 pay jump secured. 300, sorry. So it's 11.25 to 14.25. And then the next one will be €425 jump from 11th to 9th. Dimitrov has c-bet the flop and has faced resistance here. We do not see what the flop is, but we know that Dimitrov has king 8 offsuit. And Ziga Klopčić has king deuce of diamonds. I'd love to see what the community cards are right now. Beast mode activated by the Slovenian. We've just seen pure class from him. Not sure exactly whether he was bluffing or not. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get to see what was going on there, but an aggressive play nonetheless, raising the flop versus the small c-bet from his opponent. All of a sudden, like I said, down to 11. The 12th place finisher was Konstantinos Straulis from Greece. So only one remaining Greek left in the field, which is Theodoros Ampelekiotis. Doing my best with those pronunciations. Let me know if I'm miles away or if, surprisingly for an Englishman, I had some kind of idea. So Klopčić here in the small blind, playable holding, Jack 8 offsuit. With the big blind ante in play, you do want to be v-pipping an awfully wide range of hands here, looking to take advantage of that price that we're getting, 20 into 120. And he does call. And Mordechai checking back the 9-6, and it's Klopčić with the overwhelming advantage, having flop top pair. Going to slide it over. A little bit trappy. King on the turn. Does he continue to tell the story of weakness, or is he going to start to bet now? Chooses the latter, goes for half pot, looking to get some value from worse holdings there. Mordechai just more than happy to muck his gut shot there, going to what we call the mug's end, where even if he hits the gut shot and faces more resistance, he's not going to be exactly thrilled. Klopčić, the Slovenian, back in the firing line. Chucking another couple of pelts at his opponent in the form of the button open. KO Poker LV, thanks for the raid. 27 of you coming over, joining us. I appreciate you coming in for the ride here at the Hendon Mob Championship. We do have 11 players remaining, playing down to a winner, which will be 17.8 thousand euros, and of course the Hendon Mob Championship trophy. We are live from the Banco Casino in Slovakia for the final stop of the festival series in 2024. We will be releasing the dates for 2025 very shortly, so stay peeled. And if you are new to the channel, feel free to give us a follow on Instagram at the Festival OG. Check out the website, thefestival.com, and of course Facebook as well, same as the Instagram, the Festival OG. So Klopčić checking back the flop there, employing a little bit of pot control. Faces the no equity turn stab by his opponent. Is he going to be able to lure his opponent into a second barrel? No, he's not. So now the door open for Klopčić. Does just check it back with the ace-10 there. Not looking to go for any river value. Interesting. I thought he might be able to target some, you know, hands like ace-5, ace-7, ace-8, ace-9. But just electing to play things a little bit more on the conservative side. Wow, we got all sorts of action going on in the chat. What does PIS out mean? This is Bratislava, sir. Genghis, thanks for joining. Latvia well represented here. Yeah, let's have a look. Do we have any Latvians remaining in the field? The last remaining Latvian was Arturs Daugis, who busted in 19th, unfortunately, guys. But if you are interested, we are going to be playing down for some pretty significant amount of money tonight in the Hendon Mob. Oh, we've just lost another, so down to 10. 2 tables of 5 players remaining as Dimitrov, who's been the sort of rejam man so far. We've barely seen him play the post-flop situation. No, Arturs Daugis did bust in 19th, I believe. Yeah. So Dimitrov goes for the min raise here. The blinds are up to 25.50. And Kurza, who's been kind of blinding out a little bit as the chip leader. He's been getting shoved on. Been feeling like he's been getting pushed around a little bit. Mulling his options over with the 9-4 of clubs. He's going to defend. Dimitrov hiding behind his hood. A decent board for the pre-flop opener. Ace high. There's a little bit of medium connectivity there as well, so likely to see some kind of continuation bet. Dimitrov is counting out a sizing here, 275 in the middle. Conventionally sort of 55 to 70 seems to be around the ballpark. Goes for 90. And that will get rid of Vladimir. Sorry, not Vladimir, Vitaly. It's getting late into the night, starting to make some mistakes. Vitaly from Ukraine, who was our table chip leader, but after a series of unfortunate events has whittled down somewhat and isn't quite the force he once was, as we now do approach the final table. KO Poker Latvia says, okay guys, great content, good commentary, have a good night, rest of the series. Festival forever. Thanks for your enthusiasm, giving me a little bit of an energy boost with all of these emojis and zest for the game. As we are approaching midnight local time here in Slovakia, but still lots of business to attend to with the small matter of 17.8 thousand euros to be played for the winner. Vesely opening it up with that ace king. Seeing Kurza now in the small blind, who is playing around about 14, 15 big blinds effective with the opener. Would be usually a good candidate to send it in here, as Dimitrov has sub 20 big blinds as well. So I think the correct play with the queen jack suited here is just a jam, but maybe he's overly cautious of this short stack min open, expecting maybe potentially some jams from his opponent here. Vesely won't be too disappointed with this board. He's got 2 overcards and a good shot to the wheel. You get called by some worse holdings as well. The inferior ace-x that may peel the small. Goes for quarter pot. Is Vitaly going to find any kind of response here with his queen jack? He's got a backdoor flush draw. He's behind almost every hand that Vesely can have, really. Doesn't choose to do anything fruity, just waves the white flag there. Very fortunate not to jam pre-flop, as he would have been snapped off there and could have been in trouble, but manages to avert disaster. I think the likes of Klopčić and Dimitrov certainly would have been firing that one in. So unfortunately for any Bulgarian fans remaining in the Twitch chat, we did lose Alexander Georgiev in 11th spot. He did at least make a pay jump and took home 1,425 euros. So not a bad result, just under a 6x cash. As we now transition over to the Israeli Mordechai opening from under the gun. We say under the gun, it's more the hijack as we're playing 5-handed. King deuce for Vitaly. He's out the way. And Dimitrov looking interested for some reason with the king 3 offsuit in the small blind. No devilish thoughts from him, just hits the muck. And Klopčić with the king queen, delighted to complete the blind here. So a gut shot for the Slovenian, and Mordechai here with an underpair to the board. But certainly the advantage on this board, bets 80 into 275. Kind of a 30% or so sizing. No 10 for Klopčić, which was the main card that he was hoping to see. And Mordechai, look at this. Reaching for the second barrel with the pocket 4s. He's going to snap bet for a third pot. Looking to put a lot of pressure on, 9x with the backdoor flush draw. It's quite nice on the emergence of the rainbow turn card. Now you know that some of these pair plus backdoor draw, etc. Folding out some gut shots, not the worst idea either. Still holding 23%. Klopčić eyeing down his opponent, but ultimately looks like he is going to consider folding here. Let's see what he's actually cooking up. The cogs are turning in the mind of the Slovenian, but he does let it go. Nicely done there from the Israeli with 10 left. Showing some heart with the double barrel. Definitely gets a lot of better hands to fold there with the second barrel. So well played to Ronan Mordechai, hailing from Israel. So Vesely here with a rather unorthodox under the gun open, a little bit of a panic open, I would say. He knows that he's going to be paying the blinds next hand, so he's kind of like, oh, want to do something. Need to steal some chips, but would have been much better off foregoing that situation, maybe allowing some of the players to collide behind him. When you are in a big bubble like the final table bubble, and you don't have any kind of high card interaction, these opens with these low suited connectors that are standard in, let's say, cash games or deeper parts of the no limit hold'em, just so much less effective at the 20 big blind stack depth. Klopchich will be delighted to put in a 3-bet here with his pocket jacks. He's going to go for 325 at a position here. It's just around about a third of his opponent's stack, which is that kind of sweet spot where you do allow at least the idea in your opponent's mind that there is fold equity in the 4-bet jam. Vesely now mulling his options with the 7-6 of clubs, slightly loose. Well, in fact, very, very loose as an open. But actually, funnily enough, in terms of hands that do okay defending a 3-bet, this would be right up there. You're just never going to be dominated. He does get out the way. The steal doesn't go in the direction that he was hoping. Okay, we're playing hand for hand by the looks of it, so good time to have a little look at the schedule that's coming up for the rest of the week here at the festival. So we are up to Thursday, so of course we do have the Hendon Mob Championship being brought to you live on Twitch. That's why we're here. But the outer tournaments that are currently running, we've got a €250 PLO 456. There was a fun slots championship. There was a cash game challenge, which is not on stream today. The cash game challenge will be back tomorrow from 8 o'clock local time, plus the half-an-hour delay. So 8:30 we'll be starting to stream. And also, that's going to be 5-5 No Limit Texas Hold'em, and then there's going to be a 5-5 PLO 4 from 10:30. We will be back very shortly.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, it's so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like. trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me home like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me home like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like.
Welcome back to the final table of the Hendon Mob Championship final day here at the Banco Casino in Slovakia. We have 9 remaining players, I believe, not the 10 advertised in the top right. So 9 players. I don't think we have on-card information on 9-player final table, but I will get that information for you guys shortly.
30 seconds. I get behind, I get 15.
ani sa ešte rovno si vieš, tak to bude vytiskať a rozprávať.
Thank you to everyone joining us on Twitch and our other channels. Let's listen
Congratulations
to...
for making the final table of the Hendon Mob Championship at Bangkok Casino for the Festival series. We're back. Hats for everyone, t-shirts for everyone. If you want to change the size, come say hi to us. Trophy for the winner. There's also something extra we added this year. It's a package to the Cape Town Million. It includes the buy-in, the travel from the airport to the venue, 7 nights in the resort. The only thing you have to pay yourself is the flight tickets. The funny thing is, it starts Saturday. So, either you do something crazy, like totally what Frankie would do, or you could also use the package for next year. All right? Have fun, good luck.
Thank you.
And the TV will...
So there you have it. A package for the Cape Town Million added for the winner of this event and tonight's TV table, of course. Playing down to the winner will be getting 17,800 euros plus the package, which sounded to be of a value of around 2,000 euros. Although last minute flights to Cape Town, I think it's going to be somewhere around that mark. So probably quite shrewd for the players to take the option of going to next year's event.
Alright guys, for the final picture, please smile. And 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
Okay guys, so you did got your congratulations from the Hendon Mob team. So once again, congratulations from us and from Bangkok Casino. So here's just a couple of rules. First of all, of course, you can make a deal. That is normal. But this is a trophy event, so you will have to play down for the winner. The second you make a deal, we're going to take 10% of remaining prize pool at that moment, and you got to play for that down to that, okay, for the winner. Also, if you want a deal, you can call me. The clock will be stopped and we can talk about it. If there is a no deal, next time you can call me is after next seat open. And with that said, I think there's nothing else to add. Once again, I wish you the best of luck. The blinds are level 25, small blind 25,000, big blind 50,000 and big blind NT 50,000. As usual for the final table, we're going to draw for the bottom.
Jeszcze była tą drogą, także...
So bottom has been drawn to seat number 2. 25k, 50k, 50k. Okay, stream is ready. Guys, once again, best of luck. May the best player or the luckiest player win. Okay, card in the air.
Luck, luck. Race, 110, 110.
osmička raise oven. Ideme na pas. Dvojka pas. Dvojka pas. Trojka pas. Šestka pas. A šestka kol.
Apologies, everybody. Just had a little bit of technical difficulties there. So we do have an all-in Ace King versus Ace King. But the Ace King with the King of Diamonds and a flush draw for Dimitrov. Oh, and he finds him as well. The first time of the final table sees the elimination of David Vesely from the Czech Republic. And Dimitrov finds a brutal bad beat to inflict upon the Czech Republic man as the Bulgarian goes from strength to strength. He only came into the feature table with just under, I think, 5 big blinds a couple of hours ago, and now has managed to spin it up all the way to glory.
Може се пресунат седмичка на осмичку Reader. Седмичка на осмичку. Okay.
Absolutely sick start to the final table. But, I mean, good for the players remaining as they have all laddered from 1850 to 2450.
Raise 110, handwritten. 8 pas. 9 pas.
So Dimitrov opening it up with the Jack-10 of clubs from under the gun. Pretty strong holding. He's now got one of the biggest stacks on the final table. Jason Shane Shullum from the UK, from England, has the biggest stack, as you can see here on the button, with the Queen Jack of Hearts and the Hugo Boss hat. So Queen Jack versus Jack-10 going to the flop. Gut shot and a backdoor flush draw for Dimitrov, the Bulgarian. Will fancy himself on this board. It looks pretty decent. He's going to have a lot of the stronger holdings that his opponent will maybe be stripped of. Does go for the C-bet. Shullum with no option but to continue here. Middle pair, backdoor flush draw. Can't simply just get rolled over in this fashion. And Dimitrov now, not just with the gut shot, but picks up an open-ender. The 8 would make him the nut straight alongside, of course, the king, which was the natural route on the flop. So 505k in there, and already we've got a pretty significant pot brewing between two of the bigger stacks here. First versus second. Is Dimitrov going to be able to find the cojones to follow this one through with a big turn bet to put some pressure on some weak ace-x or some queen-x type holdings that may have stuck around, having faced his flop c-bet? Yeah, and it's kind of a continual theme that we've seen. Wow, really? Shullum just folds to the quarter pots double barrel. Wow, wasn't expecting that. I was just about to comment on the fact that we have seen some aggression being taken, but the usual theme is the kind of non-committal sizings, not sizing up, not representing a whole lot of strength, just kind of poking your opponents. But Shellam seemed like he already had his mind made up on the turn and does let that one go.
Some pass. Jeden pas. Jeden pas. Dwa pas. Pas. Cztery pas. Let's go.
So the Norwegian grandly is going to limp in from the small blind here. King 8 of diamonds, a rather playable holding. Certainly happy to call a raise. But maybe not an all-in for 20 big blinds. Dimitrov just firing through there, picking up the 2 big blinds available, putting pressure on the Norwegian. So Shellam is still the chip leader, which means that he's in a good position to take home the added package that we just heard from the Hendon Mob representative. Potential to use it for the Cape Town Million, which starts on Saturday. Let me get some information for you guys if you are interested. And so here we go. It's at the Grand West, just outside of Cape Town. And they have events running from the 20th of November to the 1st of December, which is the end of the main event. The main event is an 8,000 rand buy-in, which is around about £320 or so. Anyway, let's get back to the action. Some exciting added value for the players. But first and foremost, the silverware, and of course, the top prize of 17,800 euros is going to be what these guys are setting their sights on right now. So top pair for Stasko here, a rather famous player with Czech heritage, came second in the main event many years ago and is third on the all-time Czech Republic money list. His huge score was for 5.4 million. Wow. That was back in 2011. The main event winner was Piers Hines. And I think it was quite a famous case because Martin actually took home more money net than Piers due to the German tax laws. So Piers Hines' prize was meant to be 8.7 million. Martin's 5.4. But I believe that was the year where second actually got more than first based on the net payout. What a turn card for Stasko here, improving 2 trips with the best kicker having the ace. And does get Mordechai to fold a hand that was simply drawing dead on the turn there. Martin is also a strong chess player with inactive rankings on there, but around about a 2000 ELO, which shows a lot of intelligence, of course. I think he moved towards poker from chess, and the significant amount of success he had in poker certainly has validated that decision for him. So he makes it 105 to go. Granley from Norway with the pocket tens here, weighing up his options, which would be, I mean, everything's on the table really. 3-bet non all in, and maybe if he's feeling in the more conservative route, just a call. He loves it. Go on. Sending it in for 22 big blinds. Hoping not to run into anything behind. Well, he's done a good job of that so far. Mordechai, I don't think will be able to call. Over to Vitaly, the Ukrainian, in the big blind. Queen Jack offsuit, also likely to hit the muck. Stasko does have a mountain of chips in his arsenal, but Jack 6 offsuit not going to be cutting the mustard for him. Finds the muck, and we are all the way over to the cutoff now. Dimitrov, 8-5 of diamonds, not a playable holding in this kind of situation. Wanting to have a slightly higher card there to have some interaction with some of the rejamming range. So over to Mordechai, who's got much more of a hand that fits the bill. Opening with ace-10 to 110. Mordechai will be firing a c-bet here. Looking to take it away from his opponent. However, Klopčić certainly will have other ideas here. Queen 7, Queen of Hearts, 2-pair on the flop. Does come along for the ride. Pen on the turn, though, reversing the fortunes of the Israeli and the Slovenian, and it's advantage Israel. Top 2-pair for Mordechai now. Likely to be going for a second barrel, looking to target some hands like flush draws, straight draws, and 7x holdings with his now superior 2-pair. Does get a second call from Klopčić, not going to be going anywhere with his 2-pair. Oh wow, look at that. Ice cold river, and it certainly favors the Slovenian. And a quick check back from Mordechai now, and he's going to see some really bad news here. But in some ways was lucky to find a 10 in the first place. And at least he didn't lose any extra chips in that situation. Not getting greedy and going for another barrel. Sorry, I missed the chat, guys. Andrea's saying, is there just me who prefers a 3-bet non-all-in in that spot? Was that the... Let me remind myself of it. You're talking about Vegard, right? Yeah, the tens. The issue is with a hand like tens is if you give your opponents too much of attractive price to continue, then you are at the mercy of overcards and also just post-flop variance. So in final table scenarios, you do want to limit the amount of times that your opponents can how do I put it? You allow them to see flops. So hands like aces and kings are going to be much braver in those situations. But tens is usually just happy to take down the dead money. And if you do get called by ace king, ace queen, then so be it. Run the flip. Is the way I usually approach those situations. But you're right. You do tend to see these days, the current meta is that people are using a lot of these non-all-in 3-bets as bluffs, and it's very difficult to balance it if you don't have enough value hands in that range. Just going to be having all sorts of offsuit crap for the most part. So Klopchich here on the button with the ace-jack offsuit. Pretty nice spot so far. He's going to make it 100k to go. No interest from Stashko, but Shellam may continue here with his ace, or surely will. He's going to go for the 3-bet here with the ace-6, exactly what I was talking about. That all these offsuit ace-x low, high combinations are probably going to be taken, but what is he actually 3-betting to call off in this fashion? Quite an awkward spot for the Slovenian, being given some pressure by the chip leader. Looks like he's going to be cutting out a call. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we're going upstairs here. He's going to go for the 4-bet click with the ace-jack. And the reason that he's raising instead of calling is that it's very disadvantageous to play post-flop with ICM. Calling allows the variance. Calling allows potential collisions. By 4-betting, he's able to deny the equity of his opponent. Because no matter what kind of funky bluff his opponent may show up with, getting them to fold without seeing a flop, without incurring situations where he may get stacked, is going to be beneficial for him. Is Shellam going to play ball here? Is there going to be any lunacy going on? Is he going to find the 5-bet jam here? Klopchich has 4-bet. Just under a third of his stack. And Shellam is eyeing that up, thinking, you know what, there could be a little bit of room here to fire one through. Maybe if I size up my opponent, as you can see, studying him, somewhat of a steely glare, The Slovenian player not giving too much away, rocking in the seat somewhat, but staying quite focused, eyes on the prize, not giving away any signs of strength or weakness. And Shellam now having to mull over his options, which are mostly fold at this stage, to be honest. It would take a really heroic play to find anything else. Wow, he's peeled with a 6 offsuit. And Klopčić is thinking, what on earth have I got myself into here? 9-3-3. And we go to a stack to pot ratio of 1, which means 1.2 in the middle, 1.2 is the effective stack behind. And I think Klopčić will likely c-bet for a very small sizing here in a 4-bet pot on a final table. I think 15 to 20%, maybe even smaller. So my guess would be sort of 200k, 180 to 240 maybe. Looks like he was trying to bet 250.
Yeah, but first
And that's been ruled out, so he's actually had to bet 150, which is about 12.5% pot. And Shellam now is up shit creek without a paddle, really. He's not in a great situation here with his a6, which usually is the case with such a disconnected hand unsuited. Is he going to do anything spectacular here? Knows he's going to be up against a lot of strength here. We've seen a 4-bet and now a small c-bet. Not necessarily meaning that the c-bet will indicate any kind of strength. He's probably just going to c-bet everything here, but he does wave the white flag and get out the way. I believe he is an online player, yeah. I can have a look at his Hendon Mob actually. Ziga Klopčić, just 30k in live earnings, and his biggest score so far was at Card Casino for 6.9k in the high roller. Also got 5th in the Shark Bay main event in Nova Gorica. That was in December of 2021. And actually in this event last year, he final table bubbled it. He got 11th for 750. So coming back the next year and making a run at it and winning that 4-bet pot will certainly put him in good stead. Maybe sneaky, yeah, maybe he was trying to make it look stronger than it was, which would be really kind of a genius slash very immoral way of trying to make the same size bet by getting a discount and making it look at the same strength, if you know what I mean. Klopčić picks up another pot, now moving to 2.5 million. I believe he may have wangled the chip lead for the entire table. Let's see if he's going to continue to push on the gas. I imagine that's exactly what his game plan is. Based on what we've seen so far, he seems a very competent, capable player.
Laurent, exchange. Exchange. 4 plus.
So Dimitrov opening to 110k. Granley in the big blind has a very easy continuation. King Queen looking to connect to the flop. Every pot now becomes so much more significant as we edge on through the tournament. Apparently taking his sweet time to check here. Oh, he has checked. Didn't pick it up on our graphics. Look at this, what a turn card for Dimitrov with his pair of fives now picking up the emergence of a backdoor flush draw. So a heart would give him the nuts. He's going to fire the delayed c-bet for a third there. And value betting his third pair, and Granley showing no interest whatsoever with that king-queen, completely missing the board and not finding any strategic reason to continue in the hand.
Oh yeah, I see.
Deal a change and a new deck. Gives us time to speak about the upcoming events here at the festival. We have the €550 main event coming up at the weekend with a bumper €500,000 guarantee. That means that one lucky player, or skillful, however you want to call it, it is tournament poker after all, will be going home with over €100,000. And of course the festival caricature, and to be known in folklore as a legend of the festival series. Tomorrow we have the main event 1E, so that's going to be the 5th flight. There is the Sveton Special, Omaha PLO Masters, a 1-day 1K, a day 1F, the Bratislava Deep Stack, which is another €250 2-day tournament, and also some higher stakes cash game challenges, so some 10-10 Texas Hold'em and 10-10 PLO 4, which will be on Saturday, as well as the main event day 2, a PLO freeze out, a mystery bounty, etc. There's just so much crammed into a week's schedule, which makes it so advantageous for anyone coming to have a good fun and getting in the mix across all sorts of different variants of the game of poker. Bratislava Deep Stack day 1 is running right now, and no late reg to day 2, which is tomorrow. So that will be the sort of smaller version of the Hendon Mob Championship, basically, which is also a 250 multi-day event. But €17,800 for the winner here. Absolutely nothing to turn your nose up at, as we will be likely to go deep into the night. Local time here is currently 5 to 1 in the morning. And I'm not quite sure why we are seeing a delay, but the dealer is sat motionless in the chair, and the players look to be ushering over to the rail in some way, shape or form. Yeah, guys, thanks for joining us on Twitch.
Guys, no, we're gonna play a hand, okay? We're gonna play a hand, then you're gonna take a break.
Okay.
Okay, we got one more hand before the break, guys, so stay with us.
Of course, guys. I will not stop it, but once you go to the break, I will start it back to 15 minutes, okay?
15-minute break, apparently. And then that means that when we come back after that break, we will be up to the 30k, 60k level, which could see some pandemonium, really. And some of these shorter stacks will now have much less wiggle room. Vitaly Kirza gets out the way and goes to take his break. It's very important in these situations when you're deep in a tournament, of course poker being a mind sport, officially declared this week, but you should do everything you can to cultivate strong mental performance. So taking a walk outside, getting a bit of fresh air. It's probably about 3 degrees out there, but at least that gives you a little bit of a wake-up call. Dimitrov is going to send it in on Mordechai, who cannot find any response with the 6-5 offsuit. And we are going to be going to that break. We will see you in 15 minutes' time.
Trying not to hit the wall with my cold shots. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like.
Small blind 30k, big blind 60k, and the big blind ante 60k. Dealer, please proceed.
Jedna pas, dwa pas. Tri pas. Cztery pas.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back, waiting for your commentator, Gio, who will come back to you shortly. We are resuming the Hendon Mob Championship final table action.
8 pas. Dwa pas. Tri pas.
So the Norwegian, Iversen, mulling over his option here with the King 10.
Tri pas.
Does elect to muck it. I think that's a good decision.
6 pas. 8 pas.
And Kreiser now in the small blind 9-3 offsuit. Despite the excellent price he's getting, he's going to be out of position versus Klopčić and likely to face quite a lot of aggression there. 9-3 offsuit. Hardly the most graceful of holdings there. And so does just elect to wave the white flag and save those small blind for another day.
Tri pas. 4 pas.
Thanks to those of you that have given us your time over the evening as we do go deep into the night now. 1:15 local time here in Bratislava. Playing down to a winner and still 8 players remaining.
9 pas. 1 pas.
Stashko getting a walk there with the ace-7. Klopčić not looking to battle blind versus blind.
So you play main event, W Cup?
Main event is maybe more very fast. It's more atmosphere big and fans and everything. But everything is often fast.
Vitaly once again not entering the pot with the 10-8, and Klopčić here may have other ideas. He's got the big stack to his direct left, but relatively gloved in the small blind. Not an awful lot he could do. A little bit of tongue-in-cheek for the dealer there, having had a little bit of a disagreement before the break. Stashko here with the King Queen of clubs, a beautiful holding. Is going to go for the 3-bet versus the wide opening range. Deep enough where he's not particularly worried about facing an awful lot of 4-bet jams, so he's not going to get pushed out of his equity too much. Shellham, an interested bystander as the two big stacks go to battle now. King Queen versus King 9. Will Klopčić grace us with another 4-bet here? He does call. Interesting. Feels like the price is too good. So Ace King 4, favourable for Stashko, not only in the range advantage situation, but in the fact that he's got his opponent out-kicked. Picks up a flush draw to boot as well. Now slides over a check. And Klopčić not looking to reopen the action here on the turn, just happy to take this one to showdown. Ooh, close, but no cigar. The 8 right next to the 9 that he needed. And Stashko does have the check mark, but he's going to have to be aware of the fact that Klopčić is unlikely to bet even some weak ace-X holdings, so the value bet here with the King Queen would be a little bit on the thin side. Shows his hand and is going to take that one down. Another nice pot being slid in the direction of Stashko. The last remaining player from the Czech Republic. We did also have David Vasily on the feature table for pretty much the entirety of the play down from the final 26 to the final 9. He ended up busting out in 9th place for a payout of 1850. The current payout guaranteed for the remaining 8 players is 2,450 euros, which is almost 10 times the buy-in, 250 euros of course. And for those of you that missed it before the annunciation of the final table, a Hendon Mob representative came over to say that there would be an extra package added for the winner of this event with a value of around about 2,000 euros, which would include accommodation, internal transfers, and a main event buy-in for the Hendon Mob Million in South Africa. Not €1 million, but €1 million rand, so still a pretty big event nonetheless. Iverson here is going to take the shove spot with the deuces, and this is just a shade over 9 big blinds. Klopčić here. Is he going to raise call this one off? Does have the chips behind to potentially do it with. He knows he's going to be up against some suited broadways. Pocket 4s, pocket 3s, pocket 2s. Getting such a good price here, 430 into 1.09 million. Sorry, 1.19 million it would be. So needs around about mid-30s in terms of the equity in order to make a profitable call here. And I think the decision to fold is fairly justified in that instance. Right on the cusp. If it was 7 big blinds, he would snap call. If it was 8, he'd probably lean towards calling. Just north of 9 murky waters for the Slovenian. Chellam relinquishing the Queen 9 there. Tightened up a little bit from what we've seen so far. Iverson, though, maybe he's got other ideas here. King 7 blind versus blind for 12. He is going to send it in. Is he going to run into anything here? Ooh, Granley picking up the 2 10s, blind versus blind, and it's bad news. Norway versus Norway action here. For those of you that are patient enough to still be with us in the chat, at least the good news is that one of the Norwegians will be having a big stack after this hand. And a backdoor, nope. The diamond only for Granley. 5 is rather inconsequential, and he's already gesturing to get out of his seat as the river 10 doesn't change anything, and that's going to be the end of the road for Iverson. We are down to 7 players remaining in the Hendon Mob Championship. 7 players guaranteeing themselves 3,325 euros. So now the pay jumps start to get quite big. The next jump is for 875 euros, which would get us up to 4.2k for the final 6. And who will be the winner? We now have 7 unique countries left in, being England, Czech Republic, Slovenia, Israel, Norway, Ukraine, and Bulgaria. Mordechai. With just under 10 big blinds, does elect to get out the way, hoping / praying that there are 2 big hands behind that could potentially collide and allow him the opportunity to ladder another position and of course make a little bit of extra cash. Vitaly, one of the short stacks, sub 20 big blinds, is going to open it up with ace 7 suited in the +1 spot. Wow, look at this. Vegard Granley, the last remaining Norwegian, having just found the pocket 10s to bust his compatriot, now lurking in the small blind with the pocket aces here. What's he going to do? Look at the... Just zone in on the movement of the mouth there. Almost an effort to try and look as though there was much more to think about than there actually is. We can see the decision making is clear as day for him. He looks to be driving more chips into this pot, seeking value from Vitaly, and in the process of maybe his excitement at the possibility of winning a big pot. He's made it quite large here, going for the full 3x versus an opponent who was opening off of sub 18 big blinds. Could go for even a 2.75x kind of sizing, and that does allow Vitaly to slide his cards into the muck, and also the open as well does escape him. So Vitaly down to 15 big blinds, and he's going to be coming through the blinds shortly as well, which means that he's going to be on the shorter end of things, alongside, of course, the Israeli now paying the blind and the ante, Ronan Mordechai. Let's have a little look at his Hendon Mob, as we're likely to see him potentially defend the big blind here. So Klopčić opens from +1 with Jack-10 suited, and Vegard has picked up 3 decent hands back-to-back. Not just decent, but 2 elite hands, and of course a strong one here as well. King-Queen on the button. Has his opponent out-chipped. It's quite nice, and he is considering the potential actions of the players behind, showing good awareness. Does make the call. I like the decision there. Keeps in the dominating hands behind. Allows potentially the big blind to shove, and he can call off if Klopčić were to fold. But look at this. Dimitrov now wakes up with ace-queen in the small blind and has both players covered. You feel like the squeeze is a question of when, not if. And how much, of course. Somewhere in the region of 400, maybe 400 to 480 is a decent ballpark to settle on here. Looks like he's going for that little bit extra, having that's 375. So around about 450 looks like he's going for. Nope, and he does add the 30k from the small blind in, so 480, the full 4x, I think. Making life very tricky for these two players who both have very reasonable holdings, but are just simply not really going to be able to do an awful lot unless Klopčić has any devilish ideas of his own. Not particularly the combination of hand to choose to fight back with here. Wanting to have some slightly more relevant blockers to our opponent's super strong hands. With the Jack-10, we have a little bit in the form of Jacks and 10s that would definitely call the all-in, but on this occasion he's just going to wave the white flag. And that's going to get the job done for Dimitrov, who's been finding some excellent timings to 1, pick up hands, and 2, go for pre-flop aggression, which has really bolstered his chip stack and also, of course, bolstered his chances of taking home the Hendon Mob Championship. Klopčić, no interest in the 9-7 offsuit, as it does fold around the table a little bit. Couple of rather unappetizing looking holdings for the players so far, but Dimitrov with 7-3 of diamonds also not going to be opening into the two short stacks. And Vitaly did indeed have something playable, the Queen Jack offsuit, but I'm sure in some ways he'll be happy to get the walk as well. Shellham in the +1 seat, the Englishman. Saw him get into a rather spooky kind of situation with the ace-6 versus Klopčić's ace-jack. Ended up 3-bet calling ace-6 offsuit out of position, which was certainly on the more ambitious side. Didn't come out of that one with any additional chips either. So took a little bit of a hit, came into the final table with the overwhelming chip lead. I think he had about 2.7 million with 9 left. We are down to 7 now, and he's somewhat been pegged back into the middle of the field. But does take it down. Could be Vegard's turn now to open it up with his ace-5 of diamonds. Very playable holding there from just about any position. Dimitrov snap folding the King-Jack, but look at this. Vitaly, who's not had the best card distribution in recent times. He also had the chip lead at one point, was well over 1.7 million. Now finding ace-king suited in the dream scenario versus an open, so even if he just gets it through, he's going to have an extra 4.5 big blinds to be added to his already 15 big blind stack. Does go for the shove. And that's more than likely going to take it down, as Vegard simply won't be able to call 15 big blind 3-bet jam with the ace-5. Shows the ace as he slides those cards into the muck. Yeah, so the delay is exactly 30 minutes. Thank you, Drea.
Half an hour. Yeah, thank you.
Ooh, look at this. We could have a collision emerging between Vitaly and Vegard here, as Vitaly is going to shove it in for 20 big blinds, and you don't think that this collision can be avoided 2 hands in a row. Vegard with the ace-5 before, but this time the pocket tens, and that will be enough to call. So it's second time lucky for the Norwegian. Big flip emerging here on the final table. 43 versus 57, the classic race. Overcards versus the pair. And a huge scenario for both players here. Let's see who comes out on top. 2.5 million in there. That's 40 big blinds in the middle. And it comes 9-6-4. Good news for the Norwegian now. Just looking to fade the ace or the queen. It is the jack, so paint, which would have looked a little bit scary, but the ace on the river. All he needed to do was fade the ace or the queen. Vitaly from Ukraine finds a magical river card to keep his hopes and dreams very much alive, and it's a huge blow for the Norwegian community, not only in the chat but also around the casino. I know there are many players hailing from Scandinavia. Looking to cheer on the last remaining Norwegian, but he has just had a big blow dealt to him with now 12 big blinds left in his arsenal. And look at this, back-to-back monsters. And it's exactly the same combination that he had 2 hands ago, so 3 big hands in a row for Vitaly. Ace-king suited, ace-queen offsuit, and now ace-king suited of the same suit. Spades once again for the Ukrainian, as it looks like Klopchich is interested here. Nope, just taking some sweet time to do a little bit of gardening of his stack, making sure everything's in order. Oh wow, and look at this. Once again there's going to be a collision, almost for the 3rd hand in a row. Granley raised folded ace-5 to the ace-king suited. He gets the 10s in versus the ace-queen. It's the river ace, where it was all looking so clean on the run out. And now he runs ace-queen into the ace-king of Vitaly. Give this guy a break, but look at that, queen-high board. Can he find a hold here? Needs to fade a king and a king only to stay alive. Norwegian finding a way from behind to get the job done. Giving a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek fake celebration there after his opponent really rubbed in his face the ace on the river in the previous pot. But this time Granley finding that queen on the flop, and Vegard will still be joining us with 7 left here at the Hendon Mob Championship in the Festival Series Bratislava. Currently live from the Banco Casino. And the news for some of you guys that weren't tuned in earlier is that Banco Casino has decided to move their casino arm of their operation outside of the current venue which means more room for poker tables and more of an onus on growing the poker brand within Slovakia, which has already, over the last half decade to a full decade or so, been going from strength to strength to strength. Used to be very rare to see events of this ilk at the Bangkok Casino, and now they happen so often. And also with the extra capacity, that means more tables and bigger prize pools potentially. So Mordechai here under the gun. He's going to be going through the blinds next hand. King Jack seems a little too good, doesn't it? This might be getting through from the Israeli player.
That's 400.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, look at this. Shalom is going to give him a spin here, calling with ace-deuce suited versus the just under 7 big blind shove from the Israeli with the King-Jack 40% equity. Feels like a flip, that's because it almost is. King or a Jack needed for the Israeli player, and look at that, Jack 3. All of a sudden the short stacks are starting to find some momentum here. Clean runs. And no backdoor spades available for Shalom, so that's going to be the end of that. So back for Vitaly here with the King Jack. Surely going to see him enter the fray. That's exactly what he does. Makes it 125 to go. No resistance so far from anyone. Shalom maybe learned his lesson with the ace-deuce suited. Ooh, and Dimitrov once again picking up a big hand in a pivotal moment. 30 big blinds effective also with his opponent. Just a call versus first to act there, maybe a little bit treading on the side of caution, not wanting to blow up with the presence of so many short stacks surrounding him. Let's see what the flop brings. Interesting. Vitaly now has 2 overcards and a gut shot to the nuts. check, and Vitaly is likely to follow it up with something here. Yeah, he goes for about a third pot. Rather innocuous 3 of hearts rolling off on the turn, which does give Dimitrov some options with his ace of hearts, maybe a little down the streets. But Vitaly, is he going to find a second barrel here? You feel like the showdown of his holding isn't that great when he gets continued on the flop. And look at that, power poker from the Ukrainian, gets the better hand to fold. Nicely done, sir. So Klopchich not going to be able to get involved with the 8-4 off there, and Stashko shortly following suit. Has quietly chipped up a little bit to 3.1 million, but so over to Mordechai here in the small blind, King 5 of hearts, and go a number of ways. Wow, just folds. Really tight, and look at that, Vitaly thinking, how do I not get any action there? What's this guy folding all the time? Pretty strong holdings, that's what we can see. Stashko once again on the poor side of the card distribution, which is something that can make a significant impact in anyone's aspirations of winning a tournament. If you simply don't have a run, or at least a phase where you're getting smashed by the deck, it's going to be very difficult to protrude your head and shoulders away from the rest of the pack. Look at this. For a flop between these two players, Vitaly flopping a pair and a flush draw up against the overpair of Shellam. And the money could be going in here. Shellam is going to continue for 130. Vitaly looking at his hand as if to say, Do I really have ace-3 of spades here? Yes, you do, sir. Look at the enormity of this flop between these two hands. Shalom is going to struggle to give Italy too many hands better than pocket eights on this type of board. Sure, sixes. Does he flat threes and deuces? It's definitely possible. And here is the raise from the Ukrainian. Is this going in? Drea has been in the chat looking for some carnage, and we may have it right here, right now. Certainly can't be folding the eights. Although, as he's covered, I think we've got the graphics the wrong way around slightly here. Shalom has bet 130 and been faced with the raise to 450 from his opponent. He has around about 1.3, 1.25 million or so behind. And he does call, so we're going to be taking a monumental turn card here between these two holdings. Eights looking for a safe card, an offsuit 3 or a deuce. Ooh, and there is the flush. What a turn card there for Vitaly, now improving to the nut flush. And with 1 million behind, Shalom will need to do quite well to get out of the way of this one somehow. Of course, the straight does complete for a hand like pocket fours, but there shouldn't really be much else in the form of 4x in Vitaly's range. And he is going to follow it up with a very small sizing now. Are we going to see the action that the chat is praying for deep into the final day of the Hendon Mob Championship here? €250 buy-in, playing for the small matter of 17,800 euros. And I can tell you that 7th place is going to be going home with 3.325 thousand. And look at that. The eights hit the muck. What a disciplined lay down there from the Englishman. Nicely played, sir. So still with 7 remaining here. And your guess is as good as mine as to who's going to win. Most players kind of loitering around that sort of 10 to 20 big blind level at this point. Vitaly, not one of those. He's got almost 50 big blinds in his arsenal, and ace deuce offsuit on the button, likely to come in for a steal. Does have 2 fairly reasonably stacked opponents to contend with, though. Makes it 130 to go. Club chits out the way. Stashko, though, with the ace jack. So 50 big blinds effective. What's he going to do here? Just call, potentially. He does. Somewhat under-repped, which is going to be good on ace-high boards for him. And an ace could spell danger here. Look at this. Top 2 pair for Stashko. And Vitaly flops top pair as well with his ace deuce. Does he go for that sort of conventional small c-bet sizing here? Looks like yes. Is faced with the c-bet, of course, and no real reason to raise here. You've got so many hands drawing pretty much dead. He's going to raise. It's going to be very difficult to find bluffs here. You freeze your opponent out from potentially double/triple barreling into you when you have a nutted hand. So if you're always raising your top 2 pair here, what hands that raise the flop in this fashion are going to remain in the range if we're just raising all of our good hands all the time? It means that people can really go wild against you if they figure that out.
Blind is right, that's also missing.
Ježiš, sedmička je ako. Okay, dík. New blind level, 40k, 80k, 80k, 40,000 small blind, 80,000 big blind, and 80,000 big blind and
So a new blind level as the average stack now decreases. The average is around about 2 million chips right now, which is 25 big blinds, so still plenty of play, but also with the big blind ante, it's not necessarily playing as deep as it looks. Mordechai here in the hijack with his ace-9 off is going to fold. Quite a tight fold at this situation. You're not going to get many better spots than ace-9 there. You have to be very patient and to think that people are just going to roll over or bust out behind. Klopchich is going to go for the open here with the ace-deuce and see if he runs into anything. Shalom not likely to do anything here. He came into the final table with such a massive stack and has lost almost 2/3 of that so far. It's gone really well for the likes of Stashko with his ace-jack there, flopping top 2 versus his opponent Vitaly in seat 8. Dimitrov getting out the way of the King 10, and surely you feel like this time is going to be go time for Mordechai here. Mordechai, I should say. The Israeli does take his opportunity to send in the 10 big blinds. No action as of yet. 9-4, 7 deuce. Trash holdings for his opponents, and yet another 9-4. So easy pickup there for the Israeli. Up to 1 million. Good for 12.5 big blinds, which is still, of course, plenty playable at this stage. Try picking up some nice holdings here. The 9s, the ace-10, now the ace-3 suited. Is he going to go for a long-range steal here? He does let it go. Or at least kind of quite consistent with his hand selection. Klopčić with Jack-9 of clubs. Looks like he wants to take matters into his own hands, raising off of the 20 big blind depth. Feels clearly like he's not going to be getting 3-bet as much as he should off of this stack depth, which I think is probably quite a fair assessment of the situation. So folds round to Bradley in the small blind, ace-8. Does he have any response here for the Slovenian? Suited would feel like such a much more comfortable all-in, but ace-8 off. He does shove small blind versus hijack. What a brave move that is. Wow. And it's definitely going to work out in his favor this time, as he can't just raise cool it off with jack high for almost the majority of your tournament life. And the cards do hit the muck, so a nice pickup there for the Norwegian. Stashko with the 9-8 suited and 3.4 million to boot. Very likely to see him open and start to drive the action once again, putting some pressure on the shorter stacks. Certainly way more than a playable holding that is required for the chip leader to open in the hijack here. Load of folds so far. Dimitrov in the small blind with the king-queen. He's certainly going to be a player that is aware of how wide Stashko will be opening here. So does he go for the 3-bet route? Sub 30 bigs. Maybe looking to make it sort of 450. He just folds king-queen in the small. Wow. Just rolling over somewhat. Maybe waiting for the blinds and the antes to get round to the Englishman. But king-queen hitting the muck there. Super, super tight. Not exactly a great indicator of Dimitrov having any serious ambitions about taking this trophy down. You feel like a deserved winner would find a way to VPIP there with the king-queen. I mean, all options are on the table. Klopčić out the way with the Jack Deuce, and Stashko once again will be happy to continue to hoover up the dead money here. He's playing 45 big blinds. Anything for these guys? No. Oh, there we go. Dimitrov with those pocket jacks versus a very large stack. Will surely just be looking to take a flop in position. It's one of those situations where your 3-betting range just has to be super polar. It looks like he's going to make the decision to commit himself. What's going to be the play for Dimitrov here versus the +1, 7-handed?
All in.
Just going to send it in, no questions asked. So many chips being flung into the middle here with these two jacks, and definitely again an indicator of potentially lack of post-flop comfortability. What is Stashko to do now? The Czech man does just let it go, giving the respect that his compatriot potentially deserved there for the bravery. Although not so easy to, not so hard to send it in with jacks, I should say. Here we go, and here are the updated chip counts. So Shellam, 11 bigs, Mordechai, 10 big blinds, Klopčić, 18, Grandley 20, and the other remaining players have over 30. Shellam out the way with the 7 deuce over to Vegard in the high check. Not interested either. Dimitrov with an offsuit ace here. the raise and take. So action stalling somewhat as we are deep into the night here. 2:15 local time. Still 7 players remaining, playing down to a winner. And it's definitely a question of who's got the mental resilience and fortitude, and also staying power to stay in the game, stay focused, not make any mistakes, as players do get tired. Very likely that the player who has the ability to stay focused, keep driving the action and keep pouncing on mistakes is the one likely to be giving themselves the best shot of winning this tournament. So, Vegard, the Norwegian, with 20 big blinds and ace king. It's a nice spot to open. Here we have the collision that potentially some of the players were looking for, hoping that some of these guys are committing themselves. And Stashko feels like he's got a bit of a bigger spot than I think he's initially considering here. These 7s are just not going to do very well at all versus 2 rangers here. An under the gun open, a button shove. Just not looking to get involved with the 2 7s, and Vegard will be calling, so we will be seeing a big flip here between Norway and Slovenia. Klopkic looking to hold, fade the ace or the king, and for Vegard it's a case of hitting that ace or king. Are these chips going to be heading in the direction of the Norwegian or the Slovenian? Only time will tell. Vegard just getting a count, giving his opponent a little bit of a slow roll. And the cards are on their backs. 10s versus ace king. Can the young man from Slovenia find a hold here? Sorry. Avoid the ace or the king, of course. Ooh, but there's a king on the flop. King, jack 8. Great news for Vegard. Looking to fade the 10 or some backdoor straight opportunities. The 3 of clubs, an absolute brick. Just the 10 or the 10 only. And it is an ace, so improving to a 2 pair. And that's going to be the end of it for the Slovenian, hitting the rail in 7th place. So we are down to 6 at the Hendon Mob Championship here. Over to Vitaly, the Ukrainian. who's done well to battle back. He did have a chip lead at one stage, lost some momentum, ran into lots of hands, tried to open up his range and just got constantly pounced on. So was down to sub 1 million and now in a healthy position here with 6 left. The current pay jump now is to 4,200 euros. So a decent payday for all of the remaining players. Guaranteed 4.2k, but of course having those eyes on the top prize of 17.8 thousand. And here we go, look at this. All in between the two shortest stacks at the table. Shalom with the aces and the Israeli Mordechai here. Ace 10 of hearts is drawing pretty thin. Can he find a miracle run out to send the Englishman home in 6th place? Well, there is a 10 and also backdoor hearts, so it could get interesting on the turn here. The Israeli is looking to serve one of the biggest bad beats you can find in the game. And it's just the 10 now to see the crippling of Mordechai, but he's still got a couple of chips left, 160k or so, so 2 big blinds. They're just going through the motions right now, but our graphics tell us that the Israeli is still hanging in there by a thread.
And good evening, Gio. What have I just witnessed? Mordecai is still alive?
Witnessed a bit of a cooler situation there. The Israeli sending it in with the ace 10 of hearts, running into the aces, and did flop a 10, but couldn't find the miracle.
I see, so there's not many big blinds left, guys. We might see some action right after this. Most likely we will.
Yeah, you'd think so, right? He's actually paying the blind and the ante right now, I think.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so it's go time. Vegard, the Norwegian, enjoying the downfall of maybe another player with a sip of beer there.
You got to love it when you come to the festival and you drink some beer, you know, on the high-pressure stream. I mean, you could be in Cape Town in 3 days. And yes, yeah. Mordecai is actually all in, blind.
I'm just having a look at the prices for flight from Vienna to Cape Town on Saturday, one way. What do you reckon?
We looked at some of them. It was 2 days ago. That was 700 euro. I'm guessing they went up. It might be 1k now, which is very cheap. I'm not sure if you will find those.
Actually, you can find a one-way for, I've got mine in pounds, some from the UK, but in euros, I think it's going to be under 600.
Under 600, wow. So that might be actually be worth going for it.
Yeah, 525 euros with one stop. on Ethiopian Airlines.
On
Not bad at all.
Ethiopian Airlines, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So Ethiopian
Yeah, I mean,
Airlines.
13 hours and 30 minutes, but
Yeah,
Cape
why
Town is
not?
one of the most glorious parts of the world. I've been there a couple of times. Really
And we do have
is a
the
delight.
all-in here. Mordecai could more than triple up, actually. But, oi, 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 Dimitrov. With the queens. That's
Yeah,
not good.
lurking in the shadows. No, it's not. He's just thinking, how much now? Like, Granley's open. We've got the all-in the big blind. What do we want to do? Something like so 550k seems quite reasonable in this situation.
And very, very deliberate, of course. Every decision matters, every single chip matters. In this high-pressure situation, maybe they've done some Googling as well, and they know it might be only a few €100 to go to Cape Town. So that package is in play for them. And here we go.
Yeah, that's the end of Vegard's involvement in the hand. So blind versus blind now, but importantly, Mordechai is able to play for over a triple up, I think, here.
This is exactly what you want to get back in the game.
Absolutely.
Can he actually do it? Or is he doomed to let his dreams of Cape Town be washed away by the queens?
Yeah, it's looking pretty bleak. Just the
7%.
king
You
needed.
never say never. But now you can. GG, well done.
Good game. He fought valiantly. He was pretty much always on the short stack. Gave it his best, and unfortunately is going to have to hit the rail in 6th place for 4.2k.
And look at this, Martin Stashko, the chip leader, which obviously, if we have anyone from the Czech Republic still watching, that's big news for them. I can tell you that people are very excited here. All the Czech news media were mentioning Martin. And we had some chat experts also, big fans of his, asking how he's doing. And we actually interviewed Adam, and tongue-in-cheek, he said, yes, I'm going to take out Stashko, but he got out Ace-King against Ace-King in the brutal bad beat. But of course, the eyes of the whole Czech Republic and Slovakia are on this man, the chip leader, Martin Stashko.
Absolutely, I like the way he's gone about business, to be honest, Lemon. He's played well. He's not got into any ego wars, just quietly moving through, picking up pots, putting pressure on the shorter stacks.
You know, Gio, I wonder, is there any site, you know, I want to see how many, what results he's had since the WSOP. Is there any site I can go to maybe check those?
Funny you say that, as actually our sponsor for this very event is the Hendon Mob, the biggest poker search engine on the planet.
It's very, very interesting. As we have a flop, wow, take a look at this. If you can take us through this, I will see if Martin Stashko, how many big scores he's actually had since the World Series of Poker, may have in 2nd place. And it seems like... Oh my god, there's actually a flush right here against the kings. Not much money in the pot so far. We have about 1.5 times, 2 times the pot remaining actually. And let's see how much value can Vitaly extract here. 640,000 chips in the pot. And we go for a big sizing here. Wow.
Yeah, pretty meaty.
He's saying, listen, I have a deuce, I have a flush, or nothing.
Absolutely.
Now, if you've been watching our Englishman for a long time, do you think he's a non-believer, or is he more of an odds man saying, hey, it's a big sizing and I'm going to lay it down here?
He's kind of splashy, the Englishman. He's been in a couple of big pots with pretty weak holdings. I don't know. I'm really not sure whether he's going to call or fold here. Looks like he's going to call. Unfortunately for him, that could start to spell the end of the road. Vitaly kind of tilting table antics, you know, like he's. It was Vegard earlier on who Vitaly won a big all-in against him. He hit the river with ace-king versus, I think it was tens. And he was sort of making a massive song and dance out of it, shouting his head off. And then Vegard wins an all-in versus him about 2 hands later and did the opposite, but in a more sarcastic tone, let's say. It was quite entertaining.
I mean, if it's not in a sarcastic way, I love it. I think this is the thing. What is your approach? You know, in Czech Republic, the #1 player who's on all the media. And by the way, Stashko, look at this. Vitaly now closing in. Those first 3 players very, very close to each other. And I'm loving, I love seeing the different nationalities represented as you expect at the festival series. But what do you think about these antics at the table and table speech? You know, for example, Martin Cabrhel, the most famous poker player when it comes to the general public.
Well, in terms of his speech play.
Speech play,
I mean,
exactly.
I think he gets under people's skin. I think he knows what he's doing, but I think he also realizes that he can cultivate an edge from this kind of behavior. And although it may be annoying, he doesn't care about what the people who are watching at home think about him. He's got a game plan and he sticks to it. And these kind of left field tactics in a game that's becoming more and more solved and more robotic, I think are actually ingenious ways to cultivate those edges.
And look at that,
So
we're going to see an all-in right now.
We certainly are, yeah.
Yeah, it does
So
make
Grandly,
sense.
yeah. Yeah, Grandly here, I think you want to just call. You don't want to re-jam, risk running into a hand behind, whereas if you call and someone jams on you, you can get away based on which player it is and how much more, etc. Yep, so he does call. Couple of half-decent hands, but nothing that can really overcall the all-in. Queen 10 and ace 7. And, of course, Stashko will get out the way with his 8-6. You feeling lucky for Shalom, the Englishman?
I think so.
I
mean, I've just joined the stream, so obviously I'm his lucky charm, and he will take it down on the turn. He will hit F4 on the turn, so you can mark my words, guys.
Oh, God.
Everything
He needs
goes
a bit
according
more
to
than a
plan,
4.
and now the 4 is coming for the turn. I'm sorry, Granley, but it is what it is. Wow, so close. So close. I can't believe it.
Side door.
Wow, there was... Oh my God. How much did
Unfortunate
we didn't
spot.
bet for anything, I hope.
No, we didn't, no.
Okay, thank God.
Just the car keys.
Oh,
So
lucky.
5.125. You don't have a car?
I don't have a car, luckily for me. And we have a new chip leader. Wow, and because of the big blind ante, Martin Stashko has fallen. But I think, looking at this, we have a very, very long night ahead of us.
Yeah, look at this.
Everybody
4 guys
at
with
40 big blinds. Jinx, you owe me a Coke. So if you need to take a
Yeah,
short
good.
break and you want to be ready for this marathon, you absolutely can, because I think at this stage, with this caliber of these players, you can strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a long, long battle ahead of us.
Absolutely. When's the next break?
That's a very, very good question. I can't answer right now.
I think they are, they are on the 40-80, but we're quite deep into the 40-80, I think, now. Klopkic actually left or was eliminated in this very same level, and that was almost an hour ago now, so it must be getting towards the end.
And for Martin Stashko, this actually would be a top 10 cash for him, believe it or not.
Yeah, nice. What if he wins?
If he wins, of course.
So what's the deal with his main event win then? Do you think he just didn't decide to play bigger? Because it looks like he's got a strong head on his shoulders there and was instantly moving down to much lower buy-in levels even after this big success.
That's the thing. When you in a small country that doesn't really know poker players, this was way before, you know, Gabriel and Roman, and basically he was in all the media, and he kind of disappeared from the spotlight after the WSOP, because everyone obviously was writing about him. People saw it as, he won a lottery or something, you know. So as you probably can tell from his mannerisms, he's a very nice guy, reasonably very humble, you know, close person, and he had the media attention. So in here in the Czech Republic, he kind of disappeared from the spotlight. I don't think that he craves it or anything, you know. I don't think you will see him like Vitaly doing any dances and. Yeah, so I do think that he's simply a humble man that values his privacy, and a very nice man. That's why you saw him, you know, not jump into the high stakes cash games.
Yeah,
like
didn't
that,
let his ego
exactly.
run.
Yeah,
run
I don't
wild.
think ego is a thing that you can associate with Martin Cabral. He does remind me of Chris Moneymaker in many ways. If he was more on the technical chess kind of background.
Yeah, going through his resume, he did play some of the EPT main events, you know, the 5Ks, the 3Ks, these kind of buy-ins. Played some 10K tournaments as well. And this was sort of 2013, 2014. Continued to play that circuit for quite some time, actually. Looks like he goes almost religiously to Las Vegas for the World Series of Poker events.
This is more natural.
What is your take on
single-
Vegas? You know, I've actually met a couple of players, especially when you play with the super high rollers that buy into the $1 million buy-ins, and they tell me, hey, yeah, I mean, I don't actually enjoy grinding, you know, the entire summer. I enjoy to have a bit of a break and then have a really strong decision making in the tough decisions, you know, instead of the big grinding schedule. But what is your take there?
Yeah, not a massive fan personally. Prefer, I don't know, it's just a little bit too artificial for me, I think.
That you're supposed to grind, you're supposed to be there for the events.
Of course you are, yeah, but you're also kind of, the reason I got into poker was for freedom, not to feel like a slave, you know, and if
That's
you're in
what
a
they
place
tell
like
me,
that,
yeah, exactly.
yeah. When you're in a place like that, it feels like you have to play all the time and there's nothing else to do, and what is there else to do would be like, you know, nefarious activities that maybe get you out of your routine and kind of, I don't know, I'm trying to keep a bit more of a low profile these days rather than, you know, flying the flag in Vegas, you know.
Yeah, and of course we are here in Bratislava, and this is, I have to say, the reason why I've been working at the festival and I'm going here is Franke, because you will never see this from a tour operator.
No.
He basically goes ahead and he tells people, hey, you are in the city, we have 53 events. We make, let's be honest here, guys, okay? The festival series, obviously, it makes money with partners and making the rake when you actually play. But what you will hear from the Godfather is that he actually will tell people, listen, you shouldn't play poker all the time. you should leave the casino, and they go out of their way here. We go out of our way. For example, today we had a Pac-Man tournament, a Tetris tournament, you know. People go to an escape room. That it actually does break the mold, which obviously, if you are only after money as a runner of a festival, it could seem kind of counterproductive, because obviously if you're hosting someone and buying them tea, as we say, at the Tetris tournament, they're not here at the casino, you know, generating rake. But I do think for the long health of poker, you know, being really straight up about it. We want you to have fun. We want you to be gamble aware. You know, you don't have to grind 24/7. It's not within your means. I do think that the industry is starting to realize that this is the way forward. And it's not just about the quarterly reports and the rake numbers at a specific event.
Yeah, the GGR and these kind of buzzwords. It's very much about, you know, maintaining a healthy brand image, and also allowing the opportunity for players to speak highly of you, because they don't feel like they're getting manipulated or suckered out of their money, which is unfortunately the case in a lot of high-profile online places to play cash games these days. The rake is just so astronomical that there is almost no room for any winners, just the site, and it's a case of how much are you losing pre-rake back, which is not really the poker dream that I signed up for as a cash game player.
Yeah, exactly.
So it can be quite difficult to find games with those conditions being offered on the poker landscape right now. However, back to the action here. Both players are on the lighter end of things here. Vitaly does have the ace high with the check call on the flop, and we did see a give up there from Vegard. And by the looks of things, that will do it for the Ukrainian.
There we go. The pot is too small for the famous celebratory dance I was looking forward to seeing. You know, you built it up so much. I guess we have to see a bigger one. And of course now, guys, all of these players realize how tense this is. When you are playing with shorter stacks, bigger stacks, there's always someone putting pressure on somebody else and someone being defensive, you know, just going with the push or full. But now, somehow, in this extremely unlikely scenario, I think, when you get to four-handed, I haven't seen this in a very long time. The stacks are pretty much even, so yeah, we will probably see a little bit more of a serious side of these players until we do find someone who gets actually shorter and will start a little bit more pressure. So it will be technically interesting how these players go ahead and figure out how to play these medium high stacks, I think.
Yeah, well, that's maybe going to play into the hands of Martin Stashko, because it's kind of like a chess match right now, right? You're jostling for position, kind of in some form of a stalemate, but just looking to find those small little edges where you can grab an extra big blind or two.
An interesting knuckle pre-flop, actually. What do we think about this from Stashko? This is a very strong hand. Do you think he basically sometimes wants to have this in this situation when he just sees the flop?
Yeah, I mean, I would be raising pretty much pure with the king jack and checking back some, you know, maybe a king 10 or a king 9 from time to time. But I don't think that Vitaly is the type of player that is going to be building much of a check raising range, both for value or bluffs. So I think we can go quite linear with our isolation raises in position. So king jack seems to make a lot of sense, right? You know, you get limp called by so many hands that you dominate.
And we're just above the threshold where you can't really get punished by a check shove. It shouldn't really be that frequent here. So yeah, very interesting.
Precisely.
And Stashko plays very cautiously. You know, maybe he wants to size up his opponents when we got to this four-way battle. And so of course there's a lot more to play with here.
Yeah, and a little bit of somewhat of a passive line there from Vitaly as well. I think the 8 was worth maybe one more bet at some stage. However, it does get the job done. And the Ukrainian has been on a bit of a yo-yo mission so far. He was our original feature table chip leader when we had 26 left earlier. Was trying to run away with it at one point, opening quite a wide range and trying to put some pressure on, but faced some resistance. And now has managed to build his way all the way back up from sub 1 million to 3.8.
And this will be interesting to see if he actually does open this. Then he's saying, "Hey, I'm pretty confident. This is one of the borderline hands," and yeah, it seems like he is. And interesting. What sizings have these guys been using? Yes, we're slightly above
mostly,
the min raise, yeah.
Mostly that kind of min raise to just above 2.2x to 2 point whatever.
And Martin Stashko, yeah, it allows him to come along.
Yep, for sure. Doesn't want to be folding ace-9. Way too strong of a hand to consider getting out the way.
That allows Granley to come along. Oh, he's out. And I'm not interested in what will happen here, because we're probably going to see a continuation bet from Vitaly, I'm assuming.
Yeah, and you don't want to be folding too quickly with a hand like this, with the backdoor nut flush draw. It's actually kind of a nice hand to potentially think about check raising sometimes and putting some pressure on whatever the c-betting range is. If you think your opponent is going to c-bet all of his hands, then there are some opportunities to pounce with the ace-9, clear out some equity, maybe get a pocket pair to fold. Something like 5s through to 9s is going to face difficulty bet calling the flop. However, we do see a check back, and now Stashko elects to say, hey, I don't think you're going to be really balanced here. It's quite a wet board, also 2 broadways. So interesting that Vitaly does not bet the 10-6 there, which, it's not got no interaction. The 10 is kind of important. You can turn some strong straight draws with that 10. And also, just knuckling it back when there are hands that will check fold seems a little bit on the weaker side. So if you are going to raise such a wide range, you've got to be prepared to battle, because, a hand like 10-6 offsuit just isn't going to really connect all that often.
Does he have a reason to believe that his opponents are going to be playing a little bit too tight in the blinds?
I don't think so. I think these two guys are here to play, Martin, yeah, he's a bit more of a solid type of player, but Vegard, for example, he's got some moves. Like, this guy can definitely play. So I'm not sure why Vitaly would want to widen his range if he's not going to follow it up with the sort of at least minimum level of aggression. So Dimitrov here with his ace-5 suited. Around about 35 big blinds effective. Definitely doesn't want to get limp raised, but again, just a nice hand to play in a linear form. Put
the hand is just way too pretty. If you look at the roll boards of the solvers, this is this is one of their favorite. I'm not sure why that is. We can make straights and etc. etc. Yeah, it's not dominated, but it's basically the favorite hand of the computers. And here we go.
Yeah, the solver bait they call it. Goes for the 3x and gets rid of 2 live cards. It's not a bad result. He picks up 2 big blinds, 3 including the small, of course, 2 of his own.
So, who do we think is the favorite here, Gio? We've been watching these players play for a very long time. Of course, I had to be running around. I interviewed some of the bust outs. So, who would you put your money on now if you had to bet on who will take this down?
Stashko, for sure. He's just solid. I think he's got the staying power. I don't think he is mentally tired, maybe somewhat physically, as he's a little bit older than the other guys, but I think he's just been playing such a... And as I say that, he picked up queens, so I didn't know he was going to pick up queens, guys, but he is just a class act, I think. He's playing really well.
Shout out to our production team, because Martin isn't putting his cards on the squares over there. You're supposed to have them there, so we're still picking up the queens. I'm very glad for that. And let's see, this is a mandatory defend most likely in the big blind.
Yeah, sure. Just the price is so good.
And let's see some of that famous clinic. Surprisingly so. I haven't actually seen Stashko play too much, but let's see.
This is one way to do it.
Let's see how much value can the Czech number 3 in total earnings on Hendon Mob and number 1 in a single score extract.
Yeah, just going to be going for 3 streets here, barring any kind of ridiculous run out, but
this flop size will be fascinating. How much are we choosing? So roughly half pot. The board is reasonably connected. I guess at low cards like 5-6 are letting it go anyway, so might as well try to go for a little bit of value. And I think weaker players would try to size down because they're thinking, oh, I have such a strong hand, but I don't think that's the right way to do it because the weak hands are folding regardless.
Exactly. So you want to start to say, hey, I've got the range advantage on this board. I've got all of the strong hands that you don't. Okay, yeah, well, sure, we share Jack 10. But, you know, in terms of the sets and the 2 pairs, such as King Queen, that's going to be mostly favored in Stashko's range here.
And it obviously is a very good card for him. He can have so many hands that he could elect to bet right here that Vitaly could expect Stashko to have. So, yeah, I'm assuming we will see a healthy size bet right here.
I think something like 700-800 he's going to go for here. $600, okay, sort of half potish. Leaves a bit of a weird SPR, sort of backloading in some ways, going smaller on the turn for bigger on the river. Wow.
All in! Wow, what's going on?
Whoa.
Oh my god! What just happened?
Complete blow up here from the Ukrainian. And you know what I was just saying about how, like, we're deep into the night and it's getting tiring, and Stashko's not the one that's going to make these kind of sloppy errors. There's
and
no
he went
reason
with the
to
smaller
check them.
sizing. I think his opponent tried to pick on something, but Stashko, he is taking it down, almost doubling up. Wow, this is absolutely insane. Czech Republic, whoever is awake, is going absolutely crazy. Martin Stashko, the Czech legend, racking up the chips. Look at that face. It's just another day at the office. You know, I don't mind. You know, I'm just playing chess. I'm moving my pawns. Maybe I am moving my rooks here. That's the only difference. And, oh, you know, I guess I have to play now. And that changes things quite a bit right here in Bratislava, doesn't it?
Yeah, now well over 2 times second place, and you know, just that one hand, the huge error from the Ukrainian, and as we've seen throughout the night, the Ukrainian's been on his feet. He's been, you know, maybe overzealous with the reactions, maybe investing a little bit too much emotional energy in the short-term swings, and these things late on in the night here, as we approach 3 o'clock local time, do start to play a factor if some of your mental energy has simply eroded away from you, having been, like I said, a little bit too emotionally invested potentially. All we can do is speculate, though. We don't know the reason exactly why he went for the check jam.
I have a feeling that
really
the sizing had
anything.
something to do with it, you know. We were saying that, okay, Stashko's probably going to size it up there, but maybe he knows his customer. And, you know, this man, even when he walks around here at the casino, you barely hear him say a word, you know. And when he does, of course, he's super nice. But when you meet a person like this who is coming from a chess background, who had big success, you know that they are not just sitting there not thinking anything, okay? They are thinking nonstop. So if I could have a bet, I think that bet size had something to do with it. And it was very calculated.
Maybe he just wanted to make sure that he wasn't folding out those kind of weaker king X's that maybe would start to become a little bit more indifferent versus the larger sizing. Sure, I mean, in a vacuum.
And Vitaly picked up on something that simply wasn't there, I feel.
I agree.
It's
I
tough,
think
tough
he-
to
I think he-
tell for me what, but yeah, I think
I
that
think
was
also he didn't want a straight or flush completing river to emerge and just be in a tough spot. So he just decided, you know what, this bet looks, as you say, a little bit weak. I don't really want to face another bet on the river, so I'm just going to send it in and hope for the best. And if he's got some kind of combo draw, make his life difficult.
unfortunately for him. Martin woke up with an absolute monster there,
Yeah,
and now this is
Huge
his table
hand.
to win. Honestly, it's
yeah.
going to be
Don't
really,
really
tough.
even need to look at our cards here. 1.9 big blinds, even deuce 3 off is going to be a call. I mean, there is also some arguments for occasionally in this kind of situation folding and then putting pressure on the other two guys, but not for 1.9 bigs.
And here we go. It might seem insignificant in terms of blinds, but in terms of the value of the money in here, this is very much a big flip.
Ooh.
Oh, Stashko.
Stashko just cleaning up the rest of the job now, and no 10 or 8 on the river does see Vitali Kriza hit the rail in fourth place.
Absolutely ruthless. 71
Yeah,
big
but-
blinds. Covering
Just
both
finished
of his
him off in
opponents.
2 hands.
Wow.
Finished him off in 2 hands, and it's still going to be a decent payday for the Ukrainian, 6,375 euros. Definitely after the maybe slight tilt or disappointment with himself after this pivotal hand evaporates, he will be for sure at least happy with a decent score.
And the thing is, it might seem like, oh, this is a big deal, I'm out, there's nothing I can do. But usually a massive event, when you have so many runners, that would be it. you would
Oh,
simply
yeah.
be going home and, you know, big final table. We have big celebrity Geo here on mic, you know. You would think, oh, hey, that's over now. But guys, no, this is, all respect to Hendon Mob, absolutely fantastic event. But we also still have the main event to go with so many runners, so many buy-ins. So this is absolutely crazy. Imagine you bust out in 4th place and you have about 20 plus tournaments to play here in Bratislava. I think this is absolutely unique, and I can't wait to there will be big announcements for Rozvadov, but it's not something I can share. But obviously, Hendon Mob and the Festival Series, that is a pairing that is becoming legendary, and it might become even more legendary in the future. But you guys will have to wait for those announcements, of course, after this stop finishes.
Yeah, keep your eyes and ears peeled, of course. Our socials are listed across the bottom of the screen, thefestival.com, the main site there with, I mean, how much is that URL worth? Thefestival.com. I don't know how they managed to get that, but it must be worth
Yeah,
a pretty penny.
we had to go with the OG on the on
Yeah,
the socials,
exactly,
but
but-
thefestival.com. Yeah, of course, guys, our website is absolutely amazing, very, very popular, and we do post our updates there, of course, and you should go check it out. News articles, schedules, and of course we have live stops, but also we will have online stops coming along. So while you wait for our next live stop, the online ones will be there and the updates will be there, including the streamers challenge, by the way. If you are watching this on Twitch and you are a streamer, get ready and set for February. You can enter it, and there's a bunch of events, and you can actually play for a package added for free straight from Franke. Probably, it's not confirmed yet, for Rozvadov, our next stop. As Stashko, okay.
Absolutely.
Stashko has mercy, didn't decide to bully his opponents this time with 6 deuce. It didn't go free for free.
No, exactly. Still sticking to his game plan, as we are seeing now some of those smaller chip denominations be colored up, because yeah, there's no reason for Vegard to sit there with like 20 racks of the 20 chips. Those are the 5,000s. Of course, the golds are 25k and the greys are 100k. So Dimitrov, it's his turn to pick up the ladies.
There we go. The poker gods, the variance is fair.
Absolutely.
Stigmorn in the chat is poking fun at us. Did you drink every time someone said blocker or blocking? And Drake Carlsen says, I saw a long video about why ace-5 suited is the solver hand. Yeah, it's it's a funny world, and this is the thing, Gio. Like the poker world is changing, of course. A lot of the audience, we are at the Hendon Mob Championship, of course. People want to be there, and you know, for me, it's always a struggle in the terminology we use, and the chat is poking fun at us at using blockers, you know. And honestly, for me, sometimes it's a struggle to choose the right terminology for the audience, you know, because we want to, of course, if you are a casual player, you have your friends playing, you're from the Czech Republic, maybe you saw Martin on TV, we want you to have a good time, but of course, it's the Hendon Mob, you know, so we want to be as technically profound as possible. But we have to pause that
absolutely, you got to find a keen balance, and of course, as the buy-ins go up, I mean, we did once upon a time at the festival commentate on the 1Ks. Those are now played off stream, but are still well participated with the players. And of course, some of these guys playing the 1Ks are real top players, you know, playing either high stakes cash or high stakes tournaments or both. And the level of play there does demand probably a much more keenly interested viewer, but here, you know, it's a grassroots level event. It's exactly what the Hendon Mob are looking to do, not just, of course, in our continent, in Europe, but moving to Cape Town for the Cape Town Millions, which is a 1 million rand and a main event of roughly around about 450 euros in rand, which is 8,000 rand, I believe. So a good event for all players and all buy-in levels.
And Martin Stashko, predictably with the call, of course, but I think he was never pondering doing anything else, but he was looking at the Granley stack just to make sure he doesn't have to think about it. Also, oh my God!
Look at this.
Oh
this is absolutely insane. Look at this setup between these two guys. Huge flop. Am I even seeing this right? We've got King Queen of clubs versus Ace 10 of clubs on Jack 10 8 2 clubs.
What a setup!
Absolute insanity.
This could change everything. Is there any way this is not going in on the flop?
I mean, surely not. At this stack to pot ratio, 1.4 in there, Granley is going to bet.
Yes, that was very quick. No hesitation from these players. And let's see how this turns out. Ace 10 of clubs against King Queen of clubs. Stashko is against one of the worst possible hands he could be against in this situation.
I think, apart from like pocket tens or something. Look at that. That's the straight.
He hits the straight.
Oh, but there's the four clubs.
Sucks out on the river. Martin just shrugs and smiles. Look at this man. Look at that composure.
Wow.
That is crazy.
What an insane hand we saw there. The money could have gone in pre-flop. It didn't. Martin elected to call in position, keep some of the bluffs in. He's got such a great playable holding in the King-Queen suited. They both flop huge. Vegard in the form of a pair plus the nut flush draw. Martin in the form of the combo draw, the open-ender plus the king-high flush draw. It's more of like a PLO 6-card hand than a Hold'em hand with all of this equity for both players, you know. But, you know, the eventuality was that someone decided to take a stand on Martin's huge chip lead, which has been eroded somewhat after that one.
And there was there was no hesitation from these players. Sometimes you see posturing, you know, but it was boom, boom, boom. I bet, I raise, and I am all in. And that was all she wrote. And I do feel like Martin was one card away, literally one card away from pretty much locking it down. And now he's in it for it. So I'm really curious about the chip counts, but we do have a much more even battle ahead of us right now.
The Ace-5 video is a drinking game if you were to drink when you hear blocker blocking. I mean, even a Finnish guy would be on the floor by half an hour in, I think.
Drea Carlsen says whoop, whoop, whoop. So, yeah, we have a Norwegian. Some Norwegians in the chat. Are there any Czechs still awake? What about the Bulgarians? As Stashko with that massive, massive heartbreaker over river is back to basically where he started before. He still has slightly a little bit more before that previous double up against the
still doing
top
pretty well.
blow up. Yep.
We did see a big Bulgarian contingent there sweating the Georgiev, Alexander, who I think ended up coming in 11th. Yes, 11th for a payout of 14.25. He's slowly growing his Twitch channel and doing some good stuff in poker content as yourself.
Yeah, he's been working with some great brands. And look at this. It seems like the back-to-back is very much real here. The momentum is real, and the poker gods are favoring one player every time.
Absolutely, and I like his little size up as well because we're playing short-handed. This ante is massive, right? They're playing essentially a 33% ante format right now, and so Vegard wants to big fan of that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. At this point, you are still reasonably deep. They are giving each other credit. When you raise here, you're saying, "Hey, I don't think you're playing that well in the big blind. You're folding too much, or I don't mind you calling."
Yeah.
But it is a bit of a sign of respect when you do size it a little bit up and do give them worse odds so they can defend less hands against you.
Yeah, this big blind ante format, especially heads up, is quite interesting because I think you're starting to see a lot of people use the 2.5x, the 2.4x open sizings because they have so many limps in that spot, right? Where you get such a good price to basically play any two cards that when you raise, you're kind of saying that you're a bit more polarized, right? And your big hands just want to go bigger anyway because you're so likely to get the defend.
Look at this, another limp, but Stashko seems to favor the limping blind against blind and checking behind.
Yeah, just keeping it low variance. He's got the staying power. He's got all of the moves, all of the tricks. I think he likes to keep pots small pre-flop and
yeah, we could see it in the massive setup hand, and of course some emotion was seen on his face, but he didn't seem two-faced by that. So it's very interesting. Obviously, if you are a little bit more emotional, maybe you can tune in the moment, but in the long run, especially in such a grueling final day as we are having here at the Festival Series, we can say that the calmer player probably will have an advantage as we move into the morning hours of the day. I love to see the tea drinking, Sometimes you need to relax even when you are at the final table. Again, remember, guys, this does have a feeling. I must say, especially with your commentary, Gio, and with the amazing production value and the big names we're having here that are making millions. It does have this main event feeling. And then we finish this stream, and then we will go ahead and rest for a couple of weeks. But that's not the case at all, is it, Gio? As Granley wakes up with ace queen. Granley opens it up. And Dimitrov. All in. Wow. We might be talking over each other right now. I'm not sure. But this will go in. And a massive all in.
Wow.
This is a big, big, big decision. It's 25 more big blinds, actually. In theory, it should be a call, but
795. 2795.
I call.
Call.
he calls. Wow.
Good luck. Flipping for
Sixes against ace queen.
my life.
Wow, it's a queen on the flop. That is absolutely brutal. Can the sixes find a miracle? No, they cannot, and we are going heads up. Granley against Stashko, Norway against the Czech Republic here at the Festival Series at Banco Casino. I can't believe it. Granley over 2-1 chip lead, and this is absolutely incredible. As we will be heading into a break. No, we will not. We will keep going, guys.
Co, aby boli na 2.8, tak nejaký break, 5 minút, 10.
Pani, budeme mať za 20 minút break. Je to v poriadku? We're gonna have a break in 20 minutes.
Když jsem byl na big blindu poslední ruku, tak bude
Now we're gonna be a small blind, yes.
to small blind. A jo, potrebujeme 2.8 fieldy. Tak pána na osmičku presunú. OK. So, poker. Sit 8, please.
We are heading into a heads up. Nice, good luck.
I doubled you up early.
But no messing around here then.
Oh, we are back. We finally can hear Gio again. That was an insane hand. Maybe we were talking over each other, Gio. Now I can hear you again.
Yeah, I realized you couldn't hear me, so I didn't want to talk over you. I think you did a great job. And yeah, to capture the excitement at that hand, it was a pretty standard spot in terms of three-handed with the big ante, just sending it in with the sixes there. 4.5 big blinds out there, right? He had about 27, so he's going to have a 15% pickup most of the time. And, you know, if he gets a hand like Jack-10 suited, Queen-Jack suited to fold, folding out some pretty decent equity. Just unfortunate when he runs into the bigger pair or, of course, the ace-queen, ace-king, which cannot be going anywhere.
And, of course, guys, I already can tell you, Martin Stashko, this is a big story. Regardless of how this ends, of course, in Rozvadov we had a runner-up as well. That was from the Czech Republic. Of course, for us, if actually, no, Norway is a big, big deal for the Festival Series. You can attest to that, Gio. So either of these players, basically, we would be very, very happy with. But yeah, let's see. But we definitely will talk to Stashko a little bit later, so we can ask him about his feelings. But he has a big wall to overcome. As the Norwegian is literally building a wall out of his chips.
4 and 5. You can count your chip and...
Absolutely. And Vegard with the current just over 2-1 chip lead, but this can change so quickly in heads up.
Awesome, check.
And Martin at the wrong end of it right now. Goes for the bet. I mean, you don't want too many overcards to roll over, right? You want to put some chips in the pot, don't let your opponent to see the next card easily.
Yeah, I think it's quite nice to bet hands like deuces, threes, and then the 4x with the club here. You just achieve quite a lot, especially with the 4x, because the live side card is just such a strong out. Turning a 5 or of course a 4 is so nutted, and it does go under the radar as well when you do improve. So the implied odds are there.
And now
Does get
this
check
is
raised.
this
Yeah.
could define the heads up. I want to really see how Martin reacts. You know, we went from 300 to heads up, and yeah, he's letting it go. Doesn't have any fancy
Wow.
ideas, and showing the king like a boss.
What a boss.
Wow.
What a boss.
What a boss! In the first
My-
hands of heads up, he shows you, and this is not that. That's what you could be calling. So showing the king here, you either
Yeah,
are
definitely.
saying
Or even like 3-betting the flop, you know, like turning that bottom pair into a bluff there, blocking some of the 2 pairs in the bottom set and these kind of holdings. But yeah, I thought he might call there with the backdoor flush draw, but he shows a pretty solid game plan for the most, and is going to stick with that.
So let's see. Do you think that's the correct strategy? Because he does have quite a sizable gap between his opponent to overcome. Do you think Martin at some point will have to go ahead and play more aggressively, or do you think what got him here should be what he will stick with?
Yeah, I'm interested, to be honest, Laman. I think it's going to be quite difficult for Martin in some ways to hang with the relentless aggression that we've seen from Vegard. Vegard seems to be much more of a one without showdown type player, and Martin is much more of a one with showdown type of guy. You know, someone that just plays his value extremely well, someone that...
It was
know,
interesting to
doesn't
see
really-
that a hand like this is a reasonable check raising candidate. Martin didn't even really think about it. Went with the quick
Yeah.
call here.
Exactly, he's got all kinds of backdoor draws, right? And then the overcard as well, which is quite nice and clean. And then instead of potentially flipping the onus onto his opponent, just kind of coming along for the ride, not turning any equity and getting out the way.
It would be
So
interesting to
Vegard there.
see. Yeah, I think that I would like to see the checkers. Of course, it would cost him some chips, but would you give credit to either of these opponents to give much into live reads, or do you think they will just be playing their game and try to play the best poker they can?
Yeah, I'm not getting much of a live read kind of vibe from Martin, for sure. I'm not sure about Vegard. I think he has kind of come into his own throughout the final table. There was a couple of moments where he made some pretty wild plays, like big shoves or something that was maybe a little bit, not lazy, but a bit overzealous, let's say. But, you know, he's really come into his own, and he's just won so many pots without showdown. Just kind of picking away at his opponents.
What's interesting that in our last stream table heads up in Rozvadov, we saw a lot of limping, and it kind of is inviting itself to limp, with the big blind ante. But it seems like we have this raising strategy right off the bat here between these two opponents.
Yeah, it's good to see. I mean, I'm not sure how much of a factor comes into play that it's late in the day and they just want to, battle it out. Honestly, it could be a little bit more of a factor than you first think. But, I think for the most part, because you do also, there's two ways to look at it, right? Like, kind of more aggressive, intuitively aggressive players may look at this setup and be like, well, there's 2 big blinds out there. Let's attack. Let's try and take it down. If I don't think my opponent is going to 3-bet anywhere near enough, why not just pop it up and keep putting the hammer down? Look at this, Stashko checking back the ace-9 suited there.
Wow,
which
we've
I
seen a
thought-
trend like this. This is very, very, very interesting. Of course, theory-wise, you are not supposed to do this, but yeah, he will have a lot more hands than his opponents will expect, and he does go with the peeling strategy here quite often.
Yeah, I think theory you're supposed to raise, and if you get shoved on, you just kind of happily snap it off. But in heads up anyway for 35 big blinds effective within a big blind ante. However, it's not what we see here. 6 on the river does mean a double board pair. and the queen playing. So is
Now look at this. He's reaching for chips. He is actually reaching. I was going to say, is he going to think about it? And I would love to see a snub here from Stashko, regardless of the size. Yeah, 275. I mean, this it is kind of clever. It's tough to really put him on a hand here. Insta call.
Exactly.
There we go, Martin. There we go. This is the thing, the solid style that we expect. He's not going to make big mistakes.
No, but he allows his opponent the opportunity to go for a
Exactly.
half-pot river bet where he's not really repping anything, just trying to get maybe a hand like the board, playing the board to fold, right? Like some
Exactly.
kind of
Yeah, it's
10
kind of
high hand.
you're not giving your opponent respect to oh, listen, he's gonna snap me off with a. That's the problem. Martin did have ace high. If he does have a weaker, high card, I would love to see that. But of course, with the ace, there was no folding. And maybe this is the thing,
Yeah.
Gio. Maybe this is part of his strategy because, of course, when his opponent limps, he expects those aces to be raising, right? And if
Yeah.
you would be raising all of them, you don't have them. So that bet, it's meant to fold out those really weak high card hands. But if Martin is going to simply knuckle them pre-flop and see the flop with them, obviously you are bleeding chips there if he has all those hands in his range.
Yeah, absolutely. So he does, that's kind of his style. He's looking to be balanced in all of the more passive lines that his game is a little bit more accustomed to, where, his strategy will be to kind of play a bit more of the lower variant style, although we did just see him raise and take it with, I think it was a Jack-3 off on the button, so getting in the mix there somewhat. Vegard here with the 7-4 suited. Looks interested. He's going to go for the 2.5x.
Interesting to see. I have seen people raising to a bigger sizing because of the odds. And Martin Stashko, he will just be calling. Yes, this is simply part of his game plan, I suppose. He doesn't want to mix those re-raises in there. And he wants to keep those strong hands in, and this is why. Because when you just call a hand like this, when you never re-raise, when your opponent has 7-4, you flop a second pair good kicker, and you are way, way, way ahead.
Way ahead, exactly. And he's even got the backdoor clubs for dessert, so going to be an easy call here. Queen doesn't favor anyone.
And now let's see if Martin is a sicko. He can pull out the value, but no, I think it is the way he plays it. And
yeah, I think once you kind of deduce that, I think a lot of Queen X in Vegard's range that maybe stabbed the flop that turn a queen would go for a barrel there on the turn, and of course an ace is always going to be betting the turn for the most part. So once you actually have the nut 8, all of a sudden heads up, your hand is looking really strong there. But doesn't go for the bet, just kind of continuing to maybe open the door for the bet check bet line from his opponent, expecting his opponent just to have pure air for the most part, and hoping that he finds the bait. But Vegard seems wary of Martin's tricks, and this could be quite an interesting heads up, because you've got one naturally very solid, methodical player, and then another guy that is playing a little wilder, is a bit more comfortable with natural sort of forms of aggression. It's got the makings of a classic, I think.
look at this. For the first time, we're seeing a raise, and it's a very small one. Basically, Mr. Granley can call almost everything, but Martin, of course, he's inching towards him, and now he does absolutely a strong hand.
Yeah, don't think he's going to be able to get any value.
So how would we counteract this? This is the thing. If I'm in Granley's shoes, I'm thinking, hey, my opponent is allowing me to see too many flops, right? I can see my flops. I can play my game. I think the issue I would have in his shoes, is yes, I get to what you would call realize equity, and if of course we don't want to be too technical, it means that when you do see the flop, you do get to see the first 3 cards when you have draws. You are allowed to see those flush draws, straight draws. So I would be pretty happy with that, you know. But sometimes it feels like you also want to bluff your opponent, but it's getting tougher because Martin is just calling those strong hands. He's just limping behind, you know, those strong ace high. So how can Granley actually deal with that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a tricky predicament, that's for sure. It can be quite frustrating playing this type of player sometimes. It just doesn't feel like you're able to crack the safe, you know? You're just kind of chipping away and they're just kind of maneuvering.
But in theory,
and
you should be pretty happy. I am seeing these flops I shouldn't be seeing, you know? I get to see them when he should be re-raising me before the flop. And wow,
yeah, but it's like,
wow, look at this.
Look at this versus the delayed bet. Feels like he's going to be able to try and force out some hands, like maybe a 10 or a 4 taking a stab.
And this is the thing. There's nothing you can do in Granley's shoes. Absolutely nothing. Because against a normal opponent, you would think ace check, ace 10, all those hands, you know, all those decent aces. He never has them, but Martin does. He does.
He does. And he's going to have strong hands in all aspects of the sort of limp nodes as well.
But now we started with almost over a 2-1 chip lead. And Martin Stashko, with his, it's a defensive play, but very much self-aware. Now you could see that, of course, he's very much aware of what he's doing. He's got so many years of experience, and before the flop, he just has his game. But post-flop, he's putting an absolute masterclass with what he's playing with so far.
Absolutely right. Oh, look at this. Stashko going for the min plus. Granley with the jack 8. No sort of front end connection, but he's got 2 overs with the backdoor flush draw. And now, all of a sudden, Stashko allowing the opportunity for his opponent to improve to some equity. And Vegard does himself have a gut shot with the flush draw now, looking for a 6 or a diamond. Martin does go for the delayed bet.
I'm quite surprised to see the check there. Are we going to see a check? I would love to see it, and I would kind of expect to see it, unless he's a little bit shell-shocked by Martin's strong hands, you know, in the on the turn and in the checkbacks.
Starts to potentially doubt himself, and all of a sudden Martin's got the bottom end of the straight now. So of course still losing to diamonds and a 6, but for the most part unlikely to see that. Could have been a nice spot for Vegard to potentially lead the river as a bluff. I mean, unless we're going to go for a check raise here, although what we're repping exactly remains to be seen.
Yeah, and we have seen Martin be able to pick off those bluffs that when it's difficult to put his opponent on a specific hand. So yeah, I'll have to see it. And it does feel like the Norwegian might be a little bit shell-shocked by the start of this heads up, you know. It feels like Martin always has a hand, but of course he can't see the cards that we have. We saw him with the bluff check raise there with the queen 9.
Yeah.
But it is frustrating when you think that my opponent is playing a lot of hands, but it seems like he hits every time, and then he bluffs in the right amount. Yeah, so I think the momentum is definitely on the check hero's side right now.
Does feel that way, doesn't it? Absolutely. Vegard did come into the heads-up match with over a 2-1 advantage, and that's been almost exclusively whittled away.
I also see his demeanor change. Martin Stashko, if you look at Martin, I mean, he looks exactly the same. You know, when I was seeing him play the horses main event, he looks exactly like this when he plays. He looks exactly the same now in this high-pressure heads-up. But yeah, for the Norwegian from Granley, it does seem like his body language is a little bit more timid and closed off than it was during the 4-handed, 5-handed play.
Yeah, I think that's a good pickup. Look at this for a turn.
Speaking of a pickup, wow.
Yeah, and also Martin's got some interaction of his own. He's got the ace-8 there for a gut shot with the sort of future spade blocker for the nuts flush draw.
Yeah, you can't just be letting it go here with the ace high and all those possibilities you just outlined them. Let's see if he will actually turn into aggression. Of course, Martin is very calculated with his check raises. We saw that he's capable of them. And I'm very curious about the bet sizing. So, Gio, how much would you bet here?
With the 8-7, the great thing
Yes.
about having 8-7 when you have the straight is that you unblock all of the pairs, right? So usually this kind of hand class just wants to go huge, and you're going to say, look, I'm going to just believe that I've got enough bluffs in this spot. A hand like 7-5 instantly appeals, Jack-7, you know, hands that block straights, hands that unblock one pairs. So I'd just be going absolutely massive here, you know, like 1.5x pod even is not out of the realms of possibility. I think this bet is designed to be a little bit more on the greedy side, maybe not trying to do too many jobs at the same time, wanting to bet, not trying to get rid of hands like a 9 or a 10. But I think really we want to just be going huge, targeting the two pairs, targeting the pair plus blocker type holdings that when we do polarize, have some interaction with the stronger hands in our range.
Yeah, he went with the half pot in the end. Very interesting to see. I exactly agree with you that we go big, or that's basically the only sizing, I think. And one thing is interesting. I thought Martin, I would peg him on a player that would drink some mineral water in this high pressure heads up, but he is drinking some tea, as Franke calls it as well. So it doesn't look like it. He looks like a very serious man. Look at this, but
studious.
But when you talk to him, guys, he is the nicest guy ever. He knows the attention is on him. Okay, all of the Czechs and Slovakians are watching this man right now. They are watching him when he comes to a small stakes event like the Festival
for
Series
sure.
is,
And
but
maybe asking for a photo or an autograph and saying, hey, was that you? Are you the guy from 2011 on the WSOP? You came second to Piers Hines? Is that you?
No, trust me,
like
this man
all
was in the Czech tabloids. He's been in the media. He's a lot more than that by now. He's basically the quiet ambassador for the Czech Republic, of course. Like, he's the second biggest name after Gaberhel for sure in the media when it comes to poker. So yeah, he's very much aware of the attention, but you know,
Very
he
well
doesn't
known,
crave it. Yeah, look at this.
Nice.
He's behind now, but he wants to protect his hand here, but technically behind, of course.
So you're saying that after his obviously rise into prominence and this huge score, he was on like the like primetime TV shows and these kind of things?
Yeah. Basically, in the Czech
wow.
Republic, the thing is that the general public doesn't know. But you know, if you're a Czech, we're a small country in Central Europe, of course. And look at this, 60 big blinds. Even after that straight, suddenly Stashko has overcome a big chip lead. Granly, wow. So, and we're heading into a break, guys. 15 minutes. We will be back.
See you very shortly, guys.
Come get Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like. trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in the defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Taking me and believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Taking me and believe it. Looking like.
Hello and welcome back for continued coverage of the Hendon Mob final day, the championship here running alongside the Festival Series at the Banco Casino in Bratislava. 2 players left, Vegard Granli from Norway with the current slender chip lead, 6.6 million, playing the 6.1 of Martin Staško, the very well-known Czech poker player and previously chess player as well, playing for 5,720 euros, so quite a tidy chunk of change waiting on the winner of this heads-up match. Let's see what occurs over the next maybe hour, maybe 2 minutes. You never know with heads-up, anything can happen.
Ale button správně nebo není? Jako, že bych měl mít jako button, ale jako úplně jistý jsem si nejsem, ale jak jsem vím, že bych měl button.
Vy tě pozoruješ poslednou handu? Je tě? Ne, on zapýtal, že bych mohl být.
Myslím si, že jsem měl mít teď button, ale...
Nejsem si jistý, ale bol tam on. Malo by to sedieť? Hej, tak v tom prípade, že im to sedí na režii.
Sedí, dobře, to je tam button?
Na osmičke, nie? V tom prípade im to sedí. Môžeme, my sme ready. To počítajú, že to nesedí? Taký sedí na 6. On to má menej, on tam nemá full stack.
Okay, gentlemen, so with the heads up, the levels are halved, rounded up, so there's going to be 25-minute levels, yeah? Button je OK?
Jo.
To nějaké pravidlo, že to má být?
Vždycky to tak bývá, hej. Ne jako ten level, kdy se to stane, ale od toho příště.
Normálne by tie heads-upy trezovali inak okolo 10 hodín alebo takto. Keby sa to ne... Dobre, ako si na tom ready?
10 hodín by ste netrvali.
Dobre, sme ready. 25 budú.
Okay, so 60k, 120k, big blind NT, 120k.
Môžeme, jo? Môžeme, hej?
Okay.
Tak hop. Dobre, začíname. No už tu bude asi oný, niekto kolega, alebo kto. Začíname 8.
So Granley, big hand, first hand of the continuation of the heads up, ace-3 of clubs. And we do have the new blind level as well, 60k, 120k. Granley goes for the open, big size now, just less than 3x. Can't be folding king 7 blind versus blind in heads up format, so we are going to see a continue from Stashko. Does come queen 9 8, 2 spades 1 diamond, so no real interaction for either player. Granley is reaching for chips though, quite a lot as well. It's at 400, signaling his intent as we do continue in the heads up match.
Raise the stop at 250.
Stashko with a slightly different interpretation of the open sizing. He's going to go for the smaller size, looking to play higher stack to pot ratio situations in position. And look at this. The Norwegian absolutely smashing the living daylights out of the flop here. Top 2 pair. Johnny Watford says Stashko WSOP main event final tabler. Yes, absolutely. He came second in 2011 to Piers Heinz. Was quite well known for his chess abilities as well before poker, and has been a professional player ever since that big breakthrough, and before also. Does c-bet the 10-3 and gets the resistance from Granley there with the top 2. Still got some fans in the chat. Thanks very much to all of you that have the patience to be up with us this late. Remember, they are not just playing for the 17.8 thousand up top, also the added package announced by the Hendon Mob guys. Had a representative earlier saying that the winner will get a package for the Cape Town Millions, which is actually starting on Saturday, so it would take a rather spontaneous type to head over there, maybe if you're flag hunting, for example. So here we go, Stashko just defending with the pocket 9s. Interesting. Surely we're going to be seeing a check raise here. Just continuing to play it slow and steady. Deuce on the turn is an amazing card for Stashko. If we do see a second bet out of Vegard here, it could be pounced upon. 400 into 1.2 million, third pot as well, so not exactly signifying an overpair that's looking to pile money, and Stashko just continuing to play it slow, still not announcing the strength of his holding. 10 of clubs on the river. Yes, Renly, we are on a 30-minute delay. I wonder what Vegard's thinking there, seeing a hand like pocket nines arrive at showdown, having not 3-bet pre, or check raise the flop, or check raise the turn. Must be thinking, wow, this guy is like getting blood out of a stone. Can be quite frustrating in heads up when you're playing against someone that's just seems to have you out pipped all the time.
Yeah. Just the one time.
Stashko with the 10-5 is going to continue his limping. Oh no, he makes it 250, sorry. Granley with the Jack-9 will, of course, come along. And a pretty favourable board for the opener, although it is heads up, so it's not like they're going to have an awful lot, but does get the job done. No backdoor draw for Granley. If he had a heart, maybe he'd stick around for one more. Interesting lead there from Stashko with the King 4 on a very dry King 4 deuce. Check calling the flop. Underrepresenting his hand and then deciding to lead, not wanting to allow free cards for his opponent or risk the check back, so trying to find a creative way to bolster the size of the pot. Queen 5 here for the Czech Republic man. Going to continue to use this min plus raise strategy. Both players once again missing 7-7-3. Do see Stashko go for the check back, and Granley now improving to 2-pair with his kings. King 9, 9s and 7s now. Strong kicker, so looking to start to seek value himself. Queen 9 for Vegard, opening it up.
Check. Check.
So an open ender now for the Norwegian as Stashko looks to pounce and start to seek some value now, unblocking all of the draws. Eight on the river, absolute magic for Stashko.
That's the 550.
Goes for the middling sizing and does not seek the action that he was hoping to get, but does move into a slightly dominating situation now. 58 versus 48, 7 million versus 5.8 here at the 120k big blind. Vegard continuing to pile into a little beer. And action is continuing long into the night now, 4 o'clock local time. Are we going to be seeing a winner in the next hour or so? The jury's out, super deep stacked, and we have one player that's playing a very conservative style, simply looking to outlast his opponent. Ren Lee says, so good to finally find live poker while I'm playing live myself. Good to hear. Yeah, absolutely. We do run 5 festivals a year. Mixture of live and online, but predominantly live across locations such as Bratislava, Malta, Rozvadov. So a 3-bet from Stashko, employing a slightly different style now with the 10-3. And Vegard now with the 9s. Usually very happy to get this in. Heads up. And he does shove, and that's going to be the end of that. As Stashko going for a bit of an unorthodox 3-bet. Not getting the result he was hoping for. The timing not quite there on this occasion.
A big pair.
Stashko coming back into the fray with the 4-deuce of spades, and of course Vegard happy to defend pretty much anything, facing such a good price with the big blind ante, but Queen 7 suited is pretty high and mighty holding heads up. Thank you, Stieg. Appreciate it. Getting along into the night here. Wouldn't say I'm losing the will to live, but battling with the open position of my eyes, put it that way. Enjoying the Norway versus Czech Republic battle. We've got the Norwegian, happy to fire. A bit more on the aggressive side, and a very selective and careful player in Stashko, who potentially from his chess background, where matches online, of course, can range between sort of 2 and 30 minutes, but live chess matches can last, you know, hours, if not days sometimes. Each move can be just an eternity, so that's potentially where he's built this amount of endurance from. And his style very much lends itself towards looking to lean on that kind of tactical long-term advantage, just trying to wear his opponent down to draw the mistake. We did see the Ukrainian Vitaly earlier on shoving it in dead on the turn with the naked top pair on the King Queen 9-7 board with King 8 versus Stashko. He was there to collect the blunder and has been trying to chip away at Vegard, but so far the Norwegian, and in this case as well, has a strong hand to fight back with. No, yeah, definitely don't want to be on the phones heads up. We don't want them to be watching the stream on delay, getting whole card information. It just affects the game flow. We want the players to be playing as naturally as possible. And I think that's a reason why you're never going to see a live heads up display in live poker. It's very much more about the psychological, the game flow, the figuring things out on the fly, whereas online obviously much more closer to the solved format of the game, but live is just such a beautiful game in many ways. Sitting across from your opponent, being able to study them, being able to make deviations in your strategy based on human characteristics. So the 4 rolls off on the turn, check, check on the flop, and Vegard just with jack high here. No real immediate equity. And Stashko, of course, very happy to check it down. I think Vegard knows he's never really going to win this hand, but the ability to represent anything is quite tricky. Grandly opening it up 250 to go with the ace queen offsuit, and Stashko just calling with ace 8 suited. And look at that. Domination rotation now, ace queen, holding the big preflop advantage, but Stashko now making top pair second kicker, second pair top kicker, bit of a tongue twister. Goes for just south of half pot. It's not really an easy situation with ace queen. We do feel like we are going to be ahead of some hands. The occasional 10x, some 9x, and 5x for the straight draws. Does just have to relinquish the holding on this occasion.
I need some more.
Seems like the viewer count on Twitch is making a bit of a resurgence. Some of you late night DJs out there joining us, appreciate you tuning in. You are seeing the closing stages of the final day of the Hendon Mob Championship. A €250 buy-in saw, I think, 63 players return for day 2, of which 50 made the money. The min cash was, let me get that for you now, 55, sorry, in the money. The min cash was €500. Currently, both players have locked up €12,025, with the winner getting 17.8 plus a package for, could be a Hendon Mob event this weekend in Cape Town, or they can use it for next year. Wow, look at this. Cranley going for the river bet with the 8, and Stashko using that blocker to some effect here. Trying to maneuver his opponent away from maybe a hand like a 6. I don't think he thinks he's going to get this type of holding to fold. Vegard, though, hasn't really seen an awful lot of situations where Stashko has gotten out of line, so weighing up his decision now. Is going to make the call. Well played, sir. Finds it in the end. Expecting to see a better hand the majority of the time, but that's just how pot odds work, right? If you feel like you can win X amount and you're given a decent price to see that, where you feel like you're going to at least win more than the odds that you're paying, you get that one in there, and that's what he's done. Finds the call, although you could sense the frustration slash slight apprehension based on the, I guess, his perceived style or his perceived knowledge of his opponent. Yeah, nice raise, nice call. Absolutely. Some strong poker there. All right, so we're going to be up to 8160 now, which at an average stack depth of just about 6 million means that all of a sudden the playability of the stacks has decreased somewhat. but still plenty of chips in play, of course.
Check. Dvojka, 500. Pas. 500.
Stashko employing a little bit of aggression. Bit of a size up there with the jack deuce. Granley popping things up, going for just north of 2x, and Stashko happy to come along with 8-6. And look at this, little bit of a confrontation emerging here as Stashko has bottom pair with the bottom end of a gut shot, and Granley has the open ender. Holding the queen as well, so the jack doesn't give him the bottom end, but the top end. And we do see a turn card now. King on the turn. Are we going to see Granley fire through? I think in terms of hand selection, this would be right up there for essentially a triple off. Versus his opponent. Ooh, a little bit of conservatism shown there, and now all of a sudden this is the issue with not taking the initiative on the turn. You just feel quite weak having to check it back and allowing fourth pair to take down that pot. Surprised to see that, to be honest. As far as multiple street bluff combinations go, Queen 7 there. Just great qualities, both having equity and also having decent removal to the type of hands that will be getting sticky.
Check.
10-4-3 rainbow, one of those types of boards in heads up that it's just a question of who's going to portray the most amount of aggression. Stashko has got a pretty decent hand to start betting here. Backdoor hearts, 2 overcards to second and third pair, and of course the backdoor straight draw is available as well. Lots of cards will increase his equity. Raise and take there for the Norwegian. And things remain even Stevens here, and no player managing to kind of move away from the other, just keeping each other in check. Another raise and take. Or the old serve and volley for Stashko there, flopping a gut shot. No interest from Vegard. And here you have it, Stashko now starting to edge. With a little bit of daylight between the two players, but still less than 10 big blinds, and that can happen within simply a couple of hands heads up. Very swingy format, of course, especially with the big blind ante. So much out there. (7-5) for Granley. Comes in for the limp, and Stashko with a similar holding, not looking to use this one as an isolation, of course. Just happy to see a flop. Wow, absolutely smashed the living daylights out of that one. Has Stashko trips for the check man. Not an ideal card, but still monster hand. Looking to target some ace, king, queen highs, any kind of gut shot. So a limp from the 9 deuce, just showing you how wide you really have to go in this. Oh. Has he raised or limped? No, he did raise. Okay. Thought maybe Vegard also was seeing the tiredness get the better of him, just mucking to the limp in the blind versus blind format. Another pick up there for Stashko with the ace-5. So it's Stashko once again. Two pretty big hands in the heads-up format now. As Granley is going to go for the 3-bet. Stashko doesn't look overly impressed, but Queen 9 suited heads up. Certainly going to be seeing a flop. Wow. It's going to be raise folding hands as strong as Queen 9 suited. Like to start seeing a few more 3-bets out of Vegard. It's just going to be such a massive raise fold gap in that button raise first in strategy. Vegard now with the Queen Deuce. Certainly going to be V-pipping in some way. Oof. It's all getting a little bit tight and tired, I think, between these two guys. It feels like we're watching who's going to hobble over the line at this rate. And, you know, with it being almost 4:30 local time, you do empathize with them. The day 2 continued half a day ago. Stashko continuing his small raise option on the button and is going to be met by another 3-bet. Granley starting to pick up on the fact that his opponent is raising wide but maybe under defending, and just going to use that ace to his advantage. Stashko still with the advantage, but Vegard starting to come into it a little bit more. Would have liked to see a double barrel with the Queen 7. I think he'll be kicking himself on that one. That was a 1.6 million pot that was completely surrendered. So heads up to the flop. Currently with the 4-3, but Stashko will be miles ahead with his open ender here. Jack on the turn. Still no help to the check, but certainly with his combo will be looking to seize on some hands like maybe King 4, Ace 4, Ace 3, Ace Deuce, Pocket 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s. So Stashko back in the thick of it, continuing his small open raising strategy. And gets the job done. One of the bottom combos there for Granley. Grandly now with the 8-5.
Call. Check.
And another pick up there for the Norwegian. Seeing lots of these small pots with stabs on the flop.
Stále to isté.
So 45 big blinds is the chip lead for Stashko, employing predominantly a lot of min raising on the button, but a lot of kind of pot control. Not really seen any 3-bets from him apart from 10-3 suited, but hands like Ace-9 suited and pocket 9s didn't make it into that range.
Dvojka raise 35, bol call. 35, teraz sme na flope. Dobre, 8 check, 2 check.
So Granley does flop himself a gut shot here.
8 check.
No additional equity on the turn. Not too sure what Stashko has. Checking back the flop and turn. 10 on the river. And Stashko just getting to showdown with the queen high, and that's going to take it down. Currently now folding the Jack 3. Again, with this big blind ante format, you just can't be folding a Broadway card. Even 7 deuce, 9-3, with these kind of hands, you just want to be getting limped. You're not going to be seeing too many ISOs from your opponents. So on a sort of exploitative level, do want to be playing the hand, but also the price is just so good that no matter the poor disconnectivity of the hand, it's still justified. Here we go then. 2 playable holdings. Ace-5, Ace-Deuce, heads up. Not quite the blockbuster showdown that we were looking for, but looks like Granley's going to take matters into his own hands here. Let's see if Stashko can find a response with the Ace-5. Facing this 3-bet. we do see a call, so going to be playing one of the first and most significant pots so far in the heads up. 3-bet pot going to the flop. And a swing and a miss for Stashko and Granley, but you feel the advantage should be with Granley here with that ace of spades. A good candidate for a bet. Something around 650. I was just going to rip it in. Wow, wasn't expecting that, that's for sure. Stashko has completely missed and just can't call it off with ace high. So a raise and a call. Stashko versus Granley here. Suited hand on suited hand action. Are we going to see any fireworks? It does feel rather unlikely based on the current kind of trajectory of the heads-up match. Both players just waiting each other out. Stashko does turn 2-pair with his king-6. And Granley with the flush draw, not going to find any aggression himself either. Maybe looking for a spicy check raise here. Trying to attack that delayed c-betting range. Does just call instead. Ten on the river, no help. What's Granley up to here, reaching for chips? Is it going to be the old strong means weak? And Stashko will take it down with the 2-pair. Granley with the king-9, pretty strong hand heads up, should be opening it up, and does. Let's see if we get any response from Stashko here. Getting late into the night, he's got the same combo that Granley had in the previous hand. 9-3 of spades, dominating situation right now for the Norwegian, but look at this, 2 spades on the flop. You feel Granley is likely to follow this up, but does not. And the 6 rolls off on the turn, and Stashko here with 9 high does have the front door flush draw, looking to lean on some of these queen, king high type hands. I think we want to be continuing with the king high, having check back. Just a bit too strong, so many bluffs available. 4-5, 5-3, 9-5, 9-8, 10-9, 10-8. The list is essentially endless, any random flush draw. Maybe some queen highs taking a stab as well.
Guys, revenue level 100,000, 200,000.
This hand?
200,000.
This hand?
Yes.
Here we go. Granley is deciding to ship it in, and Stashko can simply not offer any resistance with the 10-9, so the ace-6 gets the job done for the Norwegian on this occasion. Now at the 100, 200k, of course, and the average stack depth has reduced massively.
Is he falling asleep?
A bit.
So Granley opening it up with the Jack-8 and Stashko defending with the Queen-9 suited. And we're not seeing too many situations where both players flop a piece. Granley looking to reach for quite a sizable amount of chips there on a King 5-3 texture that maybe merits more of a small bet type situation. Just goes for half pot with the Jack-8, looking to fold out some queen highs, some better Jack X, maybe put pressure on some 3x.
If you want to deal, it's up to you. I know we want to play it.
Vegard offering a potential deal, but Stashko not interested. Feels like he's got the edge by the looks of it. Which I think, based on the long and short of the heads up, is probably fair. I think Stashko's strategy is more to kind of bore the Norwegian into giving up, which is, you know, it does work sometimes. Both players seem a little bit tired and jaded at this stage, which is also extremely natural. Two pair for Stashko, and Granley's got not an awful lot, just the two overcards. It's going to get the job done. 9-8 deuce, two-tone. Apparently does have bottom pair with the backdoor flush draw. Quite a nice combo to find a check raise. Feeding out some equity, some of the hands like this, random overcards. However, does just call, and Stashko now improving to top pair. Will certainly be going for the double barrel. Oh, look at that for a river. Grandly now surely going to be going for the check jam. I just don't see a world in which Stasko can ever get away from this hand. Don't lead. The problem is with leading here is that you don't allow your opponent the option to bluff hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10, Queen 10, 10 7, 6 5, 10 6. And also you get them in from hands like a king that are probably unlikely to raise now. Stashko can't believe it. I mean, with the amount of draws that break there and the unlikelihood of hands that actually improve on the 4 river, I'm surprised he was so reluctant to pay it off. Maybe he just had a decent kind of feeling about where his opponent was at. It was a rather unorthodox line, which in many cases usually points towards value when it's quite rare to find a bluff, although so many draws bricked. And as you can see now, the Norwegian taking the chip lead here, 35 versus 29. Stashko now turning the open-ender. Facing the check back from his opponent, likely to be a weaker range. Let's see some metal, shall we? Nice big sizing. Goes for a rather uninspiring third pot here. With the bottom end of the open-ender, just so many hands that we want to get to fold right now. The size up to allow a more natural river SPR. The one good thing about the smaller turn sizing is that you are able to somewhat cap your opponent's range. We've seen a consistent theme for Groundley where he's happy to just be all in when he's got a decent holding, or look to take the initiative there and then. Doesn't seem to be much of a slow player and does get the bottom pair to fold. Nicely done by the check man. Thanks to all of you that are joining us late into the night here at the festival, live from the Banco Casino in Bratislava, Slovakia. We are at the heads-up stage of the final day of the Hendon Mob Championship, and we cannot find a winner as of yet. These guys have been playing for about half a day, including breaks, and the endurance, especially being shown by Martin Stashko, has been quite impressive. Can tell that Vegard is a little bit more withered. Was offered for the deal a couple of times. I think he wants to go home at some point. Big raise. With the two aces, that makes it 1.2 million to go. 3-betting to 3x. Is Dashko going to continue with 10-8? The hand seems connected enough to want to call heads up, and we could be seeing a big pot here. 2.6 million in the middle. Going to be going to a stack to pot ratio of around about 1.6. And no connectivity for Stashko. 10 high, 8 high board, even second pair could have seen the chips fly in. Granley goes for the check. Lovely maneuver here. Knows the board is so dry. Just wanting his opponent to catch up to something. A gut shot for Stashko now. If he finds the second check, we may see a stab out of the check man. Oh wow, look at this. Stashko is floating the turn bet with devilish intentions of jamming if check 2 on the river. Let's see if Granley can find the river check here. I think he's just going to go for the jam here, trying to target the Jack X. Not expecting his opponent to check back much Jack X, but if he somehow stumbles upon a check, this would open the door for Stashko to fire through. 5.2 million in the pot, 3 million effective behind. Around about 60% pot. Does go for what is 2/3 of his remaining stack. Looks to be a bet of around 1.8, 2 million. Yeah, 2 million. Stashko go for the hero jam here. Quite difficult to represent a queen having checked back the flop. entirely sure what's going through his mind now. Playing the board, and your opponent has bet 2/3 of his stack. Just not really many options are there apart from fold. Ooh. €250, Renly. Thanks for sticking with us. Renly makes a big move in terms of the chip distribution. Now has a 2-to-1 almost advantage versus his opponent, who did offer the deal to around about an hour ago. And as you can see, 41 now plays 23.
SS. Kom dame, dame, 5-5.
Final table on a 400 bounty builder. Where are you playing, sir? Sounds good. Fingers crossed for you. Not sure which one of us will finish first. Well, if you've got 9 players left, I think we're the favourite. But, you know, based on what we've seen so far, struggling to make it on time for tomorrow's stream. Go for the schedule for you guys to let you know what's coming up over the weekend and tomorrow, of course. So we'll look now. So tomorrow is going to be the Cash Game Challenge from 8:30 local time, live. Then we've got the main event day 2 on Saturday at 2:30, and the main event final day on Sunday at 1:30. I think I know the site you mean. Granny with the King 7 opening it up. Stashko Ace 3 suited. Should really be an easy jam. But it's just not really in his playbook. Likes to just try and whittle down the opponent, try and play smaller pots pre-flop. So we've got top pair versus gut shot and backdoor flush draw. Should be seeing a turn here. Let's see what sizing Granley is going to use. Something like 300. That's the call. 5 on the turn, no help for Stashko. Just going to go for another stab here. And we are going to see a river here. Full rainbow board. Stashko sticking around with the ace high. Top end of the gut shot. Can he find the 10? Wow, there it is. Look at that. And Granley will surely be checking this one back and seeing the bad news here. Stashko getting sticky on the turn. He can't believe it. I can't believe it. Just when we thought that the Norwegian was going to take a monumental lead in this heads-up match. Stashko finds the rivet gut shot. So Stashko opening with the 10 deuce, and Granley, after that pretty tilting pot, is going to look at pumping it up with the pocket kings, seeking some redemption. No choice for Martin, just to let it go. And Vegard has picked up a couple of big hands in the big blind in this heads up. Aces and now kings. Got a chunk of value with his aces, but just the two big blinds with the kings. Hanley with another big hand here, pocket jacks, opening it up and following with the c-bet. Stashko, look at this, getting a bit fruity here. Has he seen something in the sizing that he doesn't like the look of, that he thinks is maybe on the weaker side? Or is the tiredness and the long brutality of this heads-up grind starting to play tricks with him? No diamond in the jacks for Granley, and Stashko may feel compelled to follow this up with the bet here. In terms of natural check raises, the diamond should feel like it would be given a fair bit of respect. And the follow-up bet is for 600, 700k. Not going to be going anywhere with these two jacks as of yet. Still going to be some hands like 5-6, 5-3, deuce X, random bluffs. And we are going to be seeing a river here. What a huge pot emerging. Can it, Stashko, find a way to maneuver this one away from his opponent? Will only have 15 big blinds left and does wave the white flag. Now, Granley, you feel after such a lot of strength. Wow. That's not what I was expecting. Granley's going all in with the jacks here. Targeting a 7. Some kind of like queen 7, 1 diamond, 7-6, 1 diamond. I'm not exactly sure what he's hoping to get called by.
It's up to you. Do you want to take that break or you want to shorten it?
Yeah, as long as I get to go to the bathroom.
Okay. So,
Máme break teraz, 10 minút.
okay. So you want to take those? Okay.
So we're going to take a short break and we'll be back.
Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me out like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me a believer. Looking like.
Okay guys, best of luck. 100, 250.
Dvojka je 500. Ja sam rezolim 2 call, showdown.
Cảm ơn cô nghe. Ở sao? Tôi đi phút.
$3 million to bolje. 3 million.
$3 million.
Exactly.
Nice. Rồi ăn chấm.
Osam race. 700. Sedemsto. call. Awesome check. Awesome check. 2 bet 308 pas. Awesome raise 600. Call. Check. 8 bet 600. That's 500. Awesome call. Awesome check. 2 bet 375. 375. Awesome pass. Awesome raise 600. Call. 2 check. Awesome check. 2 bet 600. Awesome call. 2 check. Awesome check. 10. 8 6. Dwa koło. Dwa check. 8 check. Dwa, 475. 475. Race. 1 300 000. Dwa race bet 500. Race. 2 miliony. Barek rolling, some call. Jak to mamy?
Ass knäckt mot knäckt. Very good.
Hendon Mob Champ, first feelings.
I don't know what to say.
7300 z 13 pola.
Get it confirmed first. Fy søren, altså. sweet. Helt sweet. Det blir ekstra frakt på flyet. Hæ? Jeg vet ikke hva jeg skal gjøre med. Det var her jeg startet finalebordet.